Testing. Testing. Hello, hello, hello. Is this working? Are we live? Is everything okay for you guys? You alive? Hello, Sumonite. Grassy Dirt. I wonder if you can do a live stream. Oh, hi, Whimsy. Alright. It's all working. There we go. I wonder if you can do a live stream review on Netflix's documentary, The Social Dilemma. I noticed similarities between it and your talks. I haven't seen that, so I'll see. I'll see if I can find some way of watching it that doesn't require Netflix. But that sounds interesting. Azahara, welcome. My body is ready. Oh yeah, Gabriel. Did you also develop a sudden love for tapirs after today? Yeah, I did. It's been a good week for indies. Well, big indies, I should say. The tapir debut is it is kind of funny that I've had 2 streams now within the span of a month where they've occurred directly after something incredibly sad and then something incredibly funny. But yeah. I'm also glad that Fillion got her model situation sorted out with Jingo in private. It's always a nice, refreshing break from the norm in this industry when 2 people actually hash out something behind the scenes without having to get the public involved in a sort of into a mudslinging match with one another. And the tears from people on Twitter just made it all the sweeter to see that had happened. But I mean, aside from that, I've been keeping my eye on some of the stuff that's been going down with Twitch and YouTube. And honestly, it's a rough time to be a small Corpo, a small Corpo VTuber on either of those platforms apparently. Brave has been almost 3/4, if not more, of their talents have since been demonetized for, well, quote-unquote, deceptive practices. Which is admittedly interesting. I don't think we've ever seen something like that before. Not to mention on Twitch, it's they had their own little bit of controversy when they banned all the Mythos boys before their debut. It's almost like a competition between those 2 platforms to see who can be more inhospitable to the creators they host. Mercurius Orcus, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. That's very kind of you. Senor Tortillas, thank you for being a member for 3 months. Hola, Australia. Oh, it's been a hellish few days for people living in well, at least the east coast of Australia over the last week or so. We've had near constant storms, and this isn't like, this isn't like heavy rain or anything. This is like actual, like, I wouldn't say typhoon level, but pretty severe in terms of weather conditions. Winds have been blowing down power lines over here, and, well, my home has been quite severely damaged by the storms as well, because we've sprung a leak on the roof, multiple, at this point. And our country is, when it comes to infrastructure, it's not exactly the best, because we've also had intermittent blackouts for the past few days in my area, at least. So, it is, Australia is, it can be a fun place to live sometimes. Man, I love Nimi. Amen. Amen. I'm curious what the actual agreement that Fillion reached was. The announcement was very light on the details. Honestly, I understand being curious about that, because, I mean, I'm not going to lie, I am as well. But at the same time, at least from the perspective of, public relations, it's probably for the best that it's vague. Because, to be honest, no one aside from Fillion and Jingo needs to know what's up at the end of the day. Armchair, do you have monsoon season? I'm not sure if we do. I think we... maybe. I vaguely remember way back in high school, so this is like this is a long time ago. I remember being taught something about us having monsoon seasons, dry seasons, something like that, but all that knowledge has now escaped my noggin. Gale the Bias, thank you for the 3 mandatory aid me chair. Thank you so much. Bro, I live in the third world. I thought Australia was the first world. The way you describe it, you might as well be my neighbor. Australia is a first world country on borrowed time. Because our economy is... how do I put this? For too long, our country has been run by a government that doesn't seem to know its way around how to actually build infrastructure, how to foster a strong manufacturing sector, how to make sure that when they try to install a nationwide service like the NBN, to actually do it properly to the point where it becomes usable by the average citizen. So, we are first world, but not all the aspects of our country are. And it's more on a technicality, I feel, on some days. Yugure, thank you for being a member for 1 month. Vegemite, yes or no? I am not I'm personally not a very big fan of Vegemite, no. Although that may sound sacrilegious to some people. But curious, thank you for the 5. Small contribution to keeping the rain out of the chair, man. Thank you so much. But yeah, if you live in Australia and you're also going through a bit of a tough time, I wish you luck on not springing any leaks in your roof, because those are an absolute pain to fix. Even more so if you happen to have some sort of mold allergy, because that just makes everything worse. Murray, welcome to the stream. China Colony Arc incoming. Ooh. At this point, I mean, I've said this on, I can't remember. I think I said this on Junie Smoothie stream, but Australia is basically like if you take China and America and you sort of average it out a little bit, that's kind of, Australia's kind of in that sort of middle ground between the two. I've always said that China determines how conservative Australia gets, and the US determines how liberal Australia gets. So, which is admittedly not the most appealing politics now that I describe it out loud, but Australia's still keeping the penal colony moniker. Australia is America light. Yeah, no, our politicians are actively trying to go for that, yeah. I do find that to be somewhat frustrating at times, but a center can be kind of. I don't really agree with that assessment of the politics. That's fair enough. Imagine being Australian. Sounds like hell on earth. So what you're saying is, if the China and the US had a baby, it would be Australia. Honestly, from my perspective it is. Although I am biased, because I am Chinese-Australian, so... Well, technically Taiwanese-Australian, but ethnically that's the same thing. I saw Aphrodite playing some Lethal, but I didn't tune in. I love the concept of Mythos. To be honest, it sounds like fun. Oh yeah, for sure. I just hope that they are able to get off to a good start. I think the ban actually did a favor for them, because it gave them publicity without actually affecting them up until their debut. Oh, Mizu Tamari raid. Mizu, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in. You're just in time. We're about to start. Defensive positions, yes. America also is a major influence in how conservative we are, for instance, especially influencing the rhetoric of the Liberal Party. That's true. Although Australia's Liberal Party is liberal in name only at this point. But anyway, I was saying that Australian politics is good. Yeah, no, I don't think anybody is. Have you seen the American TikToker on Red Note? No, yeah, I have been seeing that. This week has provided so many different potential topics to talk about for future streams that aren't VTubing related. And I'll probably be putting out a poll sometime next week to determine which one you guys are most interested in, because there are there's so much to potentially dig into. But yeah. Xiaohongsu era has been fascinating. Oh yeah, absolutely. Mercurius, thank you for being a member for 6 months. The LNP aren't really conservative. Yeah, they're not. They're not. 110 slides bets on 5 hours. I mean, if it's only 5 hours, it's still a relatively short stream. Relatively. But yeah. I think we might as well get started. Hold on, let me switch scenes real quick. I do have a little bit of the sniffles, so please give me a second to just clear that out. Ugh. Alright, there we go. Hold on, let me just check that everything is working. Okay, everything does seem to be working. Hello. Alright, so, before we begin, I just want to give a quick shout out to the Virtual Asylum, the folks over at the Virtual Asylum, as well as the people behind VTuber News Drop for archiving and cataloging a lot of the stuff that I'm going to be talking about over the course of this stream. There have been a lot of things that have been deleted over the past 3 years or so, and if it weren't for those people, I would not be able to trace as much of the things that we are going to be talking about over the course of this stream. At least not as easily. Mercurius, thank you for the 2. Only 5 hours. Don't be a biker. I will try my best not to be. However, that being said, we're gonna get to a few disclaimers as per usual. So, first, as always, going to be a little bit critical, especially with this month's theme of trying to dissect Corpo failures in terms of communication, both external and internal. However, that being said, despite the fact that I am going to be singling out specific people to criticize the practices, rhetoric, and conduct of, that is not a license to go to harass or in any ways contact any of the people mentioned in any way, shape, or form. All text, videos, and images shown during this stream are included for the purposes of critique and or commentary and is thus protected under fair use. All information and material shown over the course of this stream was posted on a public platform and or remains publicly available or traceable. Now, for the purposes of this stream, we are primarily going to be focusing on official corporate statements. That is, statements that have either been issued by a company itself, its representatives, or by accounts that the company itself has explicitly pointed the public to. There will be some instances where we discuss things that have been said by accounts that don't fall under those 3 categories, but they will be in the small minority, relatively speaking. Dates may be affected by time zones. I've tried to adjust for the correct date in terms of when things happened in accordance with whatever region the company or whatever operates out of, but there will probably be a few instances where the date is off by about a day or so. And finally, if something is being blocked by either chat or my Fugi, don't worry. I'm going to be narrating everything on screen in any case. Billy Oki, thank you for being a member for 6 months. Not going to read the disclaimers. Ooh, no problem. That's what I'm for. So, to start off, it is no secret that 2024 was an absolute shit show for small VTuber corpos. Now, AJ Shell Runeheart on Twitter managed to compile a list of at least 20 small corpos that ended up closing their doors in that same year alone. And I've I've taken all of their logos, compiled them all into here so that you can see them for yourself. Heaven Ren, V Reverie, VC, Kawaii Entertainment, Nexus, Vertox, Iron, Kawaii, Prism Project, Real Corp, Yume Plus, all of these different agencies, all of them dead within that same year. Now, since we are going to be talking about corporate failings, I do need to acknowledge that this number of corporate failings, the point where they died, I'm not physically capable of reviewing all of them. If I were to try, I would essentially be inviting the possibility of having an aneurysm live on stream. Now, the scope of all of these failures is simply too far and wide for me to be able to cover feasibly within the span of a single stream. So, for the purposes of this stream, for the purposes of the analysis, we're going to narrow it down to just 2. A side-by-side comparison of 2 of the corpos that closed their doors within the year 2024 to get an idea of how they handled that closure and to sort of evaluate what they did right, what they did wrong, and what could we learn from the way that they closed. And the 2 corpos in question are Production Kawaii and Iron Project. Now, the main theme for this stream is going to be how do you make a graceful exit when everything is collapsing, when everything's gone to shit. How do you handle things so that everyone comes out smelling as nice as possible? And to answer that question, we first need to answer, what makes a messy exit? What constitutes a messy breakup when you're talking about a company? Well, broadly speaking, 3 criterion that constitute a messy exit. First, one or more parties, in other words, talent and or the company / its representatives, appear outwardly antagonistic towards one another. This is pretty self-explanatory. If your company is collapsing and one of the first things to happen is that either the staff, management behind the scenes, or the talents that are now free start yelling at one another, that's not a great look for anybody involved. Murray, do you mind typing out that message again? For some reason, YouTube has, its automated system has decided that's not acceptable. Since you're going to be saying it all night, can I ask you to pronounce iron as the letter A-N? Ayan. Oh, I thought it was, oh, okay. Ayan. There we go. Thanks for the correction. Second, bystanders are driven to take sides in a public and or publicized conflict. Essentially, if there is going to be some sort of dispute, you want it to be resolved as professionally as possible, as discreetly as possible, so that it doesn't become this big thing that members of the public feel the need to join in on. Because once that happens, you get a massive melee of different opinions and different accounts of how things went down, and it becomes a whole lot harder for everybody collectively to move on. And finally, the worst possible outcome for a messy exit, the worst defining trait of a messy exit, is that one or more parties have their public image severely, sometimes even irreparably damaged. Now, in order to evaluate what I mean when I say, having your public image severely or irreparably damaged, one of the most crucial things when it comes to making a proper exit upon a company closing is being able to make sure that you have a competent approach towards public relations, because there is no way that you are hiding a collapse from the public. So it all boils down to how well do you inform the public about what is going on, and how competently do you communicate both with the public and in public, or in the public eye, about, your incoming closure. And to remind the people who haven't been watching, previous streams, to any new people who might be showing up here, for this stream in particular, I want to go back to the basics, right? Way, way back. I'm talking first video ever posted on this channel back. In terms of what do I mean when I say good approach towards public relations. And broadly speaking, yet again, I've boiled it down to 3 main points. The things that make a good PR response include, but are not limited to, proactivity, meaning that you are prepared for a crisis and you are able to respond to one in a timely manner. Now, timeliness in particular is one of the, pretty much the core value when it comes to any sort of public response or PR response. When everything goes to shit, when people forget what to say, it kind of gets to the point where most companies will simply press the panic button and prioritize getting a response out as quickly as possible, everything else be damned. However, what a lot of people tend to forget about PR in particular, because we only tend to notice a public relations strategy when it goes wrong, is that not only is your response supposed to be timely, but ideally, you are supposed to be preparing for the crisis before it even happens. You are supposed to try to take measures to prevent the crisis from happening in the first place. That's what I mean by being proactive. That's what I mean by being prepared. Taking a look at your company on a routine basis and trying to figure out what its inherent weaknesses are, what could go wrong, and how do you mitigate both of those things. The second thing is clarity. Does your message remain consistent with itself and the context surrounding it? Now, this, very similarly to proactivity, has half of its meaning, its value, ignored most of the time. Because when people think about clarity, usually they only think about internal consistency. They only think about, does my message make sense in and of itself? Have I expressed myself in a way that I'm satisfied with? But they end up ignoring the context surrounding it, because not only does your message have to be internally consistent, it also has to be externally consistent. If you're posting something onto Twitter, for example, and it is a complete tonal mismatch with the situation in general, or with what other people from your company are saying, your message, regardless of how well worded it is still just as prone to misinterpretation or outright dismissal than if you had just written gibberish on the paper. And finally, professionalism, the ability to adhere to some sort of observable moral or ethical code. Or, if you want it in simpler terms, basically have some sort of rule set for your own communications. Don't let it get personal, keep it businesslike, keep it professional. Don't engage in shit-flinging with another person just because you personally have some sort of disagreement with them. If you are speaking on behalf of a corporation, if you are speaking as a corporation, you should never put your audience in a position where they think that what you are expressing is a personal disagreement. Keep it businesslike, basically. And so, with this in mind, right, as we go forward, we evaluate all of these different all of the departures that we're going to be talking about, the exits we're going to be talking about. When we evaluate the way that the company responds to those exits, I want you to keep these 3 components of what makes a good PR response in the back of your mind. Because these are going to be the 3 pillars that we use to evaluate how good a company's response is. So, to start off with, something I've always said on this channel is good PR will never make up for bad management. And so, if you want to get an idea of how an audience reacts to a company's closure, you first have to look through the company's history to see if you can find precedents of the company trying to deal with some sort of internal collapse or some sort of departure or some sort of exit beforehand. If you want to get an idea of how a company conducts itself during its closure, where better to look than how a company deals with things during a controversy? And that's where we're going to start. And we're going to start with production Kawaii. In August of 2022, production Kawaii was shaping up to be one of the rising stars, the heavy hitters of the small VTuber Corpo scene. Now, at this point in time, they debuted a total of 10 talents. And while, over the course of the just over 1.5 years, I believe, at this point that they've been out, they had admittedly lost 3 of their talents along the way. 1 to termination because of a breach of contract, and another 2 due to graduation. One of them being Hannah Flores, who admittedly did graduate less than 3 months after Gen 1 debuted. But aside from that, Project Kawaii was mostly intact, which at this point in time was kind of a miracle, to be honest, when you consider how a lot of these small corpos started out. What's more, not only were they intact, they were actively in a position to grow, and that's exactly what they did, because in August the 28th to 29th of August, Production Kawaii would debut a 3rd generation complete with 5 new talents: Ocean Otoishi, Aleta Sky, Peony Area, Sava Safari, and Miryu Kotofuji, debuting as part of Gen 3 Enchantasia. Now, up until this point, like I said, part of the reason, I suspect, why Production Kawaii felt comfortable enough expanding to this level, introducing an entirely new generation of 5 talents, is because they've been popping off earlier this year. In April, between April and June of that same year, they'd put out a fundraiser, a Kickstarter, to get the 3D models for their Gen 1 and 2 underway, in preparation for being able to do things like actually have a 3D concert for their fans, etc., etc. They set the goal at, I believe, 10 million yen. They smashed that goal. With the backing of 380 supporters, they managed to accrue just over 16 million yen. Everything was thoroughly underway. And it would only take, less than a full year in order to bring that into fruition, because on January 17th, 2023, Production Kawaii managed to put out a video announcing that the debut of their 3D VTuber models was locked in, completely prepared, etc., etc., and they included all of the backers in their Kickstarter fundraiser in the credits of this video. Not even 6 months later, you had the very first 3D VTuber concert occurring in, I believe, the West, if not LA specifically. Forever Bloom, occurring on July 1st of 2023. So, yeah, when you describe them as actual oil barons, you're not far off the mark, because this was a massive fan investment. Oh, Elara, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you around. So, at this point in time, everything looked peachy, right? Production Kawaii was riding high. However, not all was smooth sailing during this particular period of time, because not too long after Gen 3's debut, on February 1st of 2023, an announcement was made on Kawaii's official Twitter account. Important announcement. Dear Kawaii fans, we are extremely sorry to inform you that we had to terminate the contract with our affiliated VTuber, Ocean Otoishi. Please read the official announcement below for details. And they attached an announcement that formally outlined the reasons behind the termination. Quote, Notice of termination of contract with Ocean Otoishi. Thank you for your continued support towards Production Kawaii. It is with heavy hearts that we announce the termination of contract with Ocean Otoishi, our Gen 3 member of Production Kawaii, effective immediately on February 1st, 2023. This decision was made due to several breach of guidelines and contract, which has caused damage not only to other talents, but also to the production itself. While we understand that this news may be disappointing to fans and related parties, it was necessary to ensure the well-being of all talents in the production. According to the contract, 2 specific breaches were found: slander towards other talents and dissemination of false information, and inappropriate contact with individuals outside the company without prior management approval. Azahara, this was an interesting time. It certainly was. To continue. Additionally, there were repeated violations of streaming guidelines. Please understand that the decision was made considering the fact that this breach of contract was already affecting and giving damage to other talents' activities, and furthermore, to prevent this from getting any worse. We would like to thank you for your support towards Ocean Otoishi's activities over the past 6 months. The YouTube channel and the sale of merchandise booth will be closed by the end of February. As a production, we take these matters very seriously and will strive to do our best by strengthening the rules and providing appropriate guidelines to protect our talents. Thank you for supporting Production Kawaii, and we look forward to continued support in the future. Now, one thing that immediately stood out to people when they first read this notice was slander towards the other talents and dissemination of false information, to the point where it was already, quote, affecting and giving damage to other talents' activities. That is a very severe act of misconduct. And this, for quite a few people, threw doubt on Production Kawaii's vetting process. Because after all, how do you fuck up so badly that you take in a talent that is willing to slander their co-workers and slander them to the point where things are actively becoming more difficult for them in terms of streaming? And evidently, this did not go unnoticed, because that very same day, an announcement was made on Peony Area's channel where all the other 4 members of Kawaii's third generation got together to make a joint statement about what had happened. Now, one of the things that I want you to note about this particular announcement, you can find it in archives. It's still on, you can find it via the Wayback Machine. I'm sure there are archives of it elsewhere as well. However, one of the things to note is that this was a group statement, but it was more a bunch of individual statements that had been slung together to be presented as a group. So it is cohesive, but it's not in the sense that, each talent is reading out one line of an overarching statement. That is an important thing to note because it will become very relevant going forward. At about 3 minutes 53 seconds, Peony begins the entire thing by saying, quote, "To begin, let it be absolutely clear that all the remaining talents support this decision. And we've been informed of the full extent of the issue. Since we're most closely affected, we wanted to share our feelings about the situation without any input from management." Now, this is something that sounds quite interesting, because this sounds like the generation has essentially gotten together and made a group statement for the express purpose of being able to speak out without any input from management. So this was not a pre-approved statement. This was just going off of their own words, supposedly. So let's give everyone some room to share their current hold on the situation and resolve this matter so that it will not be brought up in an uncalled for way or scenario later. At 5 minutes 12 seconds, Sava then joins to clarify that the actions of management were done to protect the talents and that this was not Ocean's first contract violation. She confirms that the termination was only used as a last resort, and also states that Ocean not only slandered the other talents, but shared docs information. Again, this amplifies a lot of people's questions about what Kawaii was doing in the vetting process, because at this point, there is no question about it. Something went really, really wrong during that stage of hiring. On top of that, though, we have also been told in 2 different parts, right? So Peony references the idea that the public may not be aware of the full extent of the issue. And Sava clarifies that this was not Ocean's first contract violation. In other words, this tangentially suggests that this was a behavior that had gone on for a while, and we'd get more information, more confirmation of that as the other talents in this statement joined in as well. At 7 minutes 22 seconds, a letter confirms that all the talents in this statement are in agreement that the termination was the best course of action to protect the remaining talents. She also reiterates her desire for this matter to not be brought up in the talents' future streams. At 9 minutes 6 seconds, Midiyu stresses that Ocean's actions were intolerable and that the extent of Ocean's misconduct was shocking. She emphasizes that management did not take the decision lightly. She also asks audiences to keep discussions of this event out of town streams and comment sections. So pretty much the same thing is being reiterated over and over. They're doing this so that people don't bring this up in future streams, in their comment sections, etc., 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 and to affirm that this was a decision they all stood behind because they had all been threatened by Ocean's misconduct. At 12 minutes 16 seconds, Midiyu emphasizes again that both management and talents are in agreement with this decision and that this decision was driven by a need to protect the personal safety of its talents. So far, we have had two direct allusions to the idea that this misconduct was so severe, stretched so far, that when people found out about this, when the other towns found out about this, this was shocking to everybody involved. And so, while this is good that management has acted decisively, while it is good that the towns have come out unilaterally to support management's decision, there is no question about the fact that there is some sort of internal problem going on here. Because, how do I put this? If one of your talents is doxing your other talents, and this has been going on for a while, something has gone horrifically wrong in terms of your ability to both screen your talents and your ability to keep an eye on what they are doing and enforce the rules when it comes to what is okay and what is not okay. Second thing. Now, actually, I think someone in chat, hold on, let me just take a look. Yeah, so some people in chat are drawing connections between this stream and the black screen stream. And the thing is, while I do think that in this particular case, there was a degree of talent unity, because this wasn't the only statement that was made by Kawaii's remaining talents, and we'll get to one of the other ones later. However, it is worth noting that while these statements do seem to be a good deal more quote-unquote genuine than what was being said during the black screen stream from Nichi Sanji 1 year later, the fact remains that this is a format that no competent PR agent, PR manager would ever approve of. In this particular case, the only reason, and I mean the only reason, as to why this format was considered acceptable by audiences, most audiences who watched it, was because it was coming from three people who were very obviously personally affected by it. Because after all, if you are doxing talents, well, I mean, it was very explicitly outlined in their own words. They were being doxed by someone who had just been terminated. And so, in this particular case, in the public eye, especially since this was pre-Niji, it was probably viewed as excusable because this was coming from people who had been personally affected. However, that being said, I want to reiterate, this is not a format that you should ever use. If you ever try to use this format going forward into the future in our year 2025 and onwards, you will be, well, the public is going to react poorly on principle. Because if you want to give the public information about what has gone wrong inside of your company, it should never be the talents saying that on your behalf. It should always be the company making official statements, or even a representative of upper management making these statements, not the talents. Because the problem is, in this particular case, the degree of unity, the lack of prior instances of similar statements like this in the public eye, at least in the EN side of the VTubing audience, made it so that people were willing to accept what was being said purely on principle. However, it's not going to work nowadays. And, as we will see, the format itself is not always going to work either, even before the whole Niji thing happened. Hey, Armchair, can't believe I'm catching you live. Welcome, Urbano. Welcome, Urbano. Now, like I said, this wasn't the only talent statement that was issued in response to this termination. Reina-san, one of the Gen 1 talents of Project Kawaii, one of its debut generation, one of its original members, also made a statement on her channel to go over the situation. At 6 minutes 28 seconds, she opens with an apology to fans of Ocean and Kawaii that recent events had transpired so suddenly. She acknowledges that this was probably shocking for a lot of people, and she attempts to apologize to fans in general, perhaps on behalf of the company, on behalf of Ocean, for their distress. Already, some of you may start to draw more parallels between what is going on in Project Kawaii and what ended up being used on Zion later on as well. In many ways, I do think that it is not impossible that what ended up going down with Production Kawaii in this particular case may have ended up influencing, at least to some extent, some of the other companies' attempts towards addressing similar situations in the EN VTubing space. However, that is just personal speculation on my part. At 9 minutes 36 seconds, Reina acknowledges that the audience may have a knee-jerk reaction to blame management whenever a sudden termination occurs, but then she attempts to mitigate this response by stressing that the company has upheld its moral and ethical obligations to its talents in how it handled this situation. At 11 minutes 55 seconds, Reina clarifies that the quote-unquote slander was in fact an ongoing situation that extended far beyond the scope of expectation. This is what I mean when I say that this entire situation has given the public much reason to question how well Kawaii was being managed. Because if something like this flew under the radar for, as Talons described, way longer, extending beyond the scope of, average expectations, then, like I said before, something has evidently gone very wrong. She states that Ocean didn't only spread falsehoods, but damaged the reputation of other talents. She didn't just spread falsehoods that damaged the reputation of other talents, but also, quote, mobilized individuals and, quote, doxed her peers. Now, this is a pretty explicit clarification and affirmation of what the members of Gen 3 had said. Not only did Ocean apparently dox her peers, but in her interactions with people outside of Kawaii, she somehow mobilized individuals to start, presumably, harassing them as well. At 15 minutes 29 seconds, Reina states that, she emphasizes that Ocean had breached her contract on multiple occasions, so that this was all part of emphasizing the overarching point that this was not a decision that Kawaii took lightly. This was, very much in fact, a last resort, a nuke that was only to be brought out in the worst of circumstances, where salvation, redemption, and negotiation were absolutely impossible. 16 minutes, 57 seconds, Reina attempts to articulate how much of a threat Ocean posed to the company by explaining her own perspective as a founding member of Kawaii. And this is where she starts talking about why this felt like such a betrayal to her, specifically, and to the other members of Kawaii, especially the ones that were around since the very beginning. She stresses how invested the members of Gen 1 are in the company. We were here even before a website was built, she said, quote, and they managed to, watch it grow into its strengths over the 1 or 2 years that it's been since that point. And she goes on to further emphasize exactly how deep Gen 1 and presumably Gen 2, Kawaii, are, how deeply invested they are in the company's continuation. This will become relevant in a few minutes. At 17 minutes 23 seconds, she states, quote, "It's the closest company to perfect that I have experienced. It really is. It's not perfect, nothing is, but what it is genuine. It's real. It's passionate. Our managers care for us. Our CEO works long hours. The girls rely on each other, and we support each other. And that's a genuine foundation that we've built together. And for a while, it felt like that was in jeopardy. And that's just a crazy thought, Sinful Lad, why are the talents talking so much on this? Even though I get that they are trying to address this, that is an excellent question. Because like I said before, if you have to address any sort of wrongdoing by a talent that is leaving your company, that should be a job purely for corporate, purely for management. The talents should never have to get into the public eye and speak on behalf of the company against a departed talent. Because even in the quote-unquote best case scenario, where it is evident that the terminated party was in the wrong, and the people speaking up on behalf of the company are people who have been personally injured, and that's the best case scenario, you still risk reducing it down to a personal fight between two parties, instead of just being a case where you had rules, someone joined your company who understood those rules, and then that person broke those rules. Yeah, Azehara JP Corpo thing. Yeah, unfortunately, this is a practice that is more common among JP Corpos than here on the EN side. But some of the JP Corpos that are operating on the EN side haven't really quite picked up on that. Or at least at this particular point in time, 2022, 2023, they hadn't quite picked up on that. At 19 minutes 9 seconds, Reina emphasizes that the talents at Kawaii have never been forced to make statements to the public in the wake of past events of this nature. Now, that particular point is interesting, considering that the group statement by Gen 3 explicitly said that they were issuing the statement to do so without the input of management. And so, while I understand why she would say this, to sort of affirm to audiences that what she's saying are her own personal feelings, while I actually have no doubt that these are her personal feelings, because she said all of this pretty much unscripted from what I can tell, watching through the video, it still bears being critical of how seriously or how credibly you take this specific claim. Because to say that no one at Kawaii has ever been, quote-unquote, forced to make statements to the public, that may be true, but that's not to say that management has had zero input in how talents at Kawaii have spoken out in public before. And then finally, at 20 minutes 5 seconds, quote, "This was a very serious thing that was not done lightly. This company, Kawaii, chose to protect and prioritize the safety of its talents, protect personal information, and to uphold a company culture that drew so many of us in the first place, by not allowing it," and by it she means Ocean's misconduct, "to continue with a platform for an individual that broke contract and slandered talents." Now, again, like I said, pretty fair response in terms of just being a personal expression of distress at the possible damage that this betrayal could have caused to the other talents. However, like I said, it is never a good idea for your talents to be taking over this job on the company's behalf. One other thing, though. From this statement, one of the most significant things that Reina has stated over and over is the idea that this is a company that especially the earlier members are extremely invested in. That they have an extremely close relationship with the company, that they care about their managers a lot, they have faith in their management, and that Kawaii, quote, has fostered a company culture that drew them in the first place. That was the thing that kept Kawaii together, essentially. That company culture, that environment of managers that care about them, a hardworking CEO, etc., etc. However, later on that same year, 2023, we as in the public, would be given pretty significant reason to begin doubting the integrity of that culture when April 7th rolled around and Kawaii put out a surprise announcement, a shock announcement, that the entirety of the rest of their Gen 3 were going to be graduating together. On their Twitter, they state, quote, "Dear Kawaii fans, we are extremely sorry to announce the graduation of all the talents of Generation 3. Please read the official announcement below for details." And then they link to that specific post on their Twitter. Now, Production Kawaii's Twitter is currently under lockdown. It's been put on protected mode. So I wasn't able to grab screenshots because at that particular point in time, I didn't know to follow an agency immediately after they said that they were going to close. However, thankfully, VTuber News Drop, Jay Agnoy, had archived these announcements in an article that he wrote about the events in VTuber News Drop. The agency statement opens with, quote, "The management team and Gen 3 have had a disagreement over the directions of the production, and after multiple discussions and meetings, Gen 3 has determined that it remains difficult to continue their VTuber activities in Production Kawaii." Now, two things stand out there. First, this was a quote-unquote disagreement over the direction of the production. That was cited by corporate as a significant reason behind the split. Second, Gen 3 was also the group of people that came out after Ocean's termination and said that they had been personally injured by her misconduct during her time at Kawaii. Which also means that if there is anyone inside Kawaii that may have legitimate complaints against how management handles things, Gen 3 would probably be it. So at this point, the public has been primed to be on the lookout for possible corporate malpractice. Now, while the talents were departing, they also left behind a few final statements to their existing fan bases. Peony Area, quote, "Dear Dewdrop, thank you for all the precious moments spent together. I hope they will stay forever in our hearts, and although it's selfish, I hope you will always remember your little fairy Peony fondly. So, for a final time, good morning, Dew, and please always do well. Midiyu Koto Fuji, thank you for letting me sing for you. Thunderlings, thank you for being here for me for every step of the way. I hope the times I sang your favorite song will always be in your memory. And please take care of yourselves. It's been an honor to meet Ryu." Aletta Sky, "I've never been good with words, but thank you for being the best, most wonderful, most amazing people. Truly, from the bottom of my heart, I love you so much. Never forget rule number 1, look after yourself. Thank you for existing and being my sunshine. Daisuki dayo." And finally, Sava Safari, "Hello. I apologize for the sudden announcement. These past 8 months have been a whirlwind of fun. I would never ask to undo them. You've given me such joy and community. I can't ever thank you enough. I'm sorry I didn't say it enough, but I love you. Savanyara, one last time." And if this had been the end of the matter, there will have been much speculation. There may have been some rumors, but for the most part, I am convinced that quite a few members of the public would have simply dismissed this as a strange aberration, a strange anomaly in terms of how Production Kawaii was operating. Because, in the grand scheme of things, while it is quite odd that an entire generation graduates at once. Sooner or later, the public probably would have put two and two together and realized that this was also the same generation that had been personally affected, arguably personally let down by management's inability to protect them from one of the, shall we say, miscreants that made it past their vetting process. And it would have been left at that. However, a common blunder that we have seen time and time again from corporate attempts at communication is not realizing that allowing rumors and speculation to take place among the public is generally better than trying to resolve them incompetently, because this matter did not end with these statements, did not end with the other members of Gen 3 departing with their final words to their audiences. No, one of the most defining features of this particular controversy was the bizarre response from other talents that were still at Kawaii. Not long after the announcement was posted out on Kawaii's official accounts, Nene Amano, member of Kawaii's debut gen, posted out this tweet, quote, "Hi, this is Nene, a member of Production Kawaii Gen 1. I am equally as shocked and pained by this decision made by Gen 3 as the fans are. Production Kawaii has a plan to grow as a company. Gen 3 did not agree with this." Now, immediately there are alarm bells that should be popping off in your head when you consider that now we have confirmation from the company, if not from the talents that have graduated, and from an existing talent, that the source of the disagreement does appear to be some sort of future direction, some sort of growth plan for the company. So one of the foremost questions in everybody's mind is probably going to be, what is the direction of the company? What is the growth plan that seems to have scared off an entire generation, your newest generation of talents? To go on. Despite initial agreement from them, management, as well as Gen 1 and 2, tirelessly attempted discussions with Gen 3 to no avail. The fact that Gen 3 had decided to collectively leave Production Kawaii so suddenly, despite all the efforts they have put in, as well as the trust we placed in them, leaves a deep scar in my heart. Can anybody tell me why this ruins the whole professionalism aspect of this particular departure? Yeah, this was the what the fuck moment right here. Exactly. Man, when I saw this at the time, I wish I was more I wish I was more alarmed seeing this at the time. It's okay. This was prior to the whole black screen debacle, so people weren't on high alert for this kind of thing. Exactly, Drac. The statement is worded personally. Deep scar in my heart. The disagreements weren't with other talents. Gen 3 and the official statement were very clear. The disagreement was with the future direction of the company. And yet, this statement makes it sound as if the disagreement was between one group of talents and another group of talents. This is always a mistake. So far, we have two examples of failures in terms of Production Kawaii's attempts to communicate, in terms of their PR response. First, they failed to be proactive when, one, their vetting process allowed a doxer in their midst, apparently, and two, something has evidently gone very wrong behind the scenes for an entire generation to just walk out like that. Now they're pretty much stuck on the back foot. There's nothing they can do about that. So that particular criterion is gone. However, this removes the professionalism aspect, because instead of this sort of bizarre, albeit neutral departure that, you know, has mystery and rumors surrounding it, now it is still mysterious. There are still rumors and speculation that are going to be slung around, but now there is the implication that there is some sort of personal conflict between Nene, at least, or some members of Kawaii's remaining talents, and the group that just left. The fact that Gen 3 have decided to Sorry. Gen 1 and 2 will continue to work hard in order to bring happiness to our fans every day. I can reassure you that the remaining members of Production Kawaii are here to stay. Personally, I would like to let you know that I very much treasure this opportunity. I've been given to be your angel, and I will protect this role with all my heart. I would be very happy if you could continue to support Production Kawaii as we move forward from this matter. Please read this whole statement thoroughly. No, I'm not going anywhere. Generation 3 willingly chose to graduate. No, management is not the bad guy. They were extremely accommodating and tried all they could to accommodate Gen 3's requests. Again, I understand that this is your company. I understand you're very invested. I understand you are part of its debut generation. But the disagreement is not with you. And this statement makes it sound as if it is. Which is not a good look for anybody involved. Because at the end of the day, if you want professionalism, you want to avoid at all costs any possible implication or indication to the public that what has happened, what has transpired, is all down to personal disagreements, petty disagreements. Yeah, exactly, Alan. This makes Nene look like she's glazing management. This makes management look suspicious because they now have their talents being effectively used, albeit perhaps unintentionally, as PR meat shields. And it makes Gen 3 look suspicious as well because now we are being given reason to believe that maybe there's more going on behind the scenes that we are not privy to, which fuels even more rumors and speculation. Finally, she ends the statement by saying, I hope you can understand my perspective as a talent who has built up the company from the beginning. There is a reason why 7 of us are so loyal to it and continue to work our hardest. And she wasn't the only talent that would end up speaking up on Twitter about the situation. Lua Asuka, from Kawaii's second generation, quote, it's unfortunate that it had to come to this, and we are very surprised by it as well. A collective statement from Gen 1 and 2 that we wrote and edited together will be released shortly on Charlotte's channel. This video, Charlotte is another member of Kawaii Generation 1. This video will explain what happened since last week. Lua Ascot goes on to say, as for Gen 1 and Gen 2, we are going strong. We love you and the communities we've built. There is so much to look forward to this year with the Idol project and our individual milestones. I want to look forward with a smile. This was very sudden, so I wasn't able to record for the statement today, but those who were available did. I love these girls and their passion for Kawaii. I'll chat a little bit more in members in a bit, maybe 30 minutes before my karaoke stream, but I'll see you in karaoke. Conrad, talent should never be in this role instead of management. Absolutely, absolutely. Now, from what we have heard, right, so far, from what we've seen, from what Lua Asuka said, Gen 1 and 2 are preparing a quote-unquote written and edited statement, collective statement across all of them, that will be released later on. This was also a statement that was supposedly written last minute. That will become a very important detail in a few minutes. Namiji, Frisia, member of their Gen 2. Please stop joining our company just to decide to leave in a few months. And at this point, the professionalism thoroughly out the window, fallen into the gutter. Because this makes it very explicit that there is now not only personal disagreement, but a personal grudge between the remaining talents and the departing talents. Asking this the first time didn't seem to get heard. I'm very sorry to the fans left behind. If you are going to comment on how devastated you are at the loss of fellow co-workers, fellow talents, this is not how you want to do it. Like I said, there are mounting signs at this point that something has gone horrifically wrong with management behind the scenes. Because I guarantee that competent, hands-on management would not allow a remaining talent to tweet this out in response to a bunch of talents leaving. Especially if the disagreements, as stated by the company on their official accounts, was a professional disagreement with the future direction of the company, not a personal disagreement with the other talents. I understand you wanting to protect the company that essentially gave you a home. What I don't understand is this. In other words, this is very obviously a knee-jerk, impulsive, personal response. Emotions are riding high, you're shocked that a bunch of people have just left. However, in moments like this, it is absolutely crucial that management is able to take over, tell the talents to sit back, relax, well, not relax, but at the very least, not panic as they handle the situation, as management handles the situation. Now, finally, the last one that came up on my radar was Isla Coleman, another member of Kawaii's Generation 1. Quote, I cannot put my full feelings into words, but all I ask for is everyone, especially to the fans who are affected by this, to take care of yourselves. Looking good so far. As for us, in Gen 1 and Gen 2, we'll be alright, and we'll continue to do our best and move forward from this. Thank you. Now, if this was every single talent statement that was released on the day that this was announced, I would have no problem with any of this. Like I said, it would fuel speculation, it would fuel rumors, but it would not be nearly as detrimental to the overall look of the company than this response so far has been. And then in the replies, she links to the official Gen 1 and 2 statement on the departure of Gen 3. And then she goes on to tweet, quote, I've been thinking up better words to describe how I feel, but it's been an hour of me just staring at my Twitter screen. I'm overwhelmed and sad with how things have turned out, but for now, let's eventually get ourselves back on our feet. Thank you for your support. Again, the Twitter response from Isla was fine. Was, in fact, relatively perfect. However, now we get to the statement that these talents made together. We are going to react to this statement. We are going to critique this statement. This is an example of fair use. And so, one of the things I want you to remember, so I want you to cast your mind back a few minutes to when we discussed the Gen 3 response to Ocean's termination. That was an example of a collective statement where a bunch of different talents got together to jointly speak to the public, to clarify their personal feelings, their personal perspective on a matter. That was something that had presumably been prepared for a while, seeing as they were aware of the extent of the misconduct, they had been surprised by it beforehand, and that statement was structured in a way that it matched both the surrounding context, because they were the victims of Ocean's misconduct. They were the primary victims of Ocean's misconduct by all accounts. And second, it was internally consistent because even though this was a group statement, a joint statement, it was a joint statement that was an amalgamation of a bunch of different talents making their individual statements alongside one another. And each of those individual statements built on and or affirmed one another as well. The same cannot be said for the way that this statement comes across. Hold on, let me switch scenes for a second to the React screen. There we go. All right. Let me mute the music. So it starts off a little silent. Okay. So it immediately starts off with black text on a white background. Now, some of you may start drawing parallels between how this statement looks, how the previous Gen 3 statement looked, and the black screen stream. However, remember that in this particular case, even though I talked about how the first statement, the first joint statement that was made by Kawaii's Gen 3, right? The reason why that was allowed to fly was first, people were unused to seeing it, presumably, so they didn't really have much of a point of reference to judge it based off of. Same cannot be said for this, because now we have an example of a group statement that's been made by Kawaii that was broadly acceptable. Second, the format itself is still horrid. Like I said before, you never want to use this as a way to address a talent leaving your company, let alone an entire generation leaving your company. It still comes across as if it is a personal disagreement rather than a professional one, and it has been made even worse by the talent's prior statements on Twitter. Quote, due to the speed in which we had to make this video, talents Reina Sun, Namiji Frisia, and Lua Asuka were not able to record a statement. Now, something quite interesting. Namiji has made a statement on Twitter that echoes a similar sentiment to what this address is presumably going to go with. Lua Asuka has also done the same. However, Reina, the person who made a statement about how devastated she was at Ocean's actions earlier on, who reiterated how invested she is in the company, I can't recall her making a similar statement on Twitter prior to this point, and she also hasn't shown up in this video, presumably speaking out against Gen 3 in defense of the company. However, they stand in agreements with the statements made in this video. We have written these words together. Take note of that. We have written these words together, and this was a rushed video, presumably. Sharona Slave, why does it feel like these girls don't have a manager? A very acute observation. We will see in a few we will see in a few seconds and in a few minutes. I guess they tried to do the timeliness part, but sacrificed all else in order to do it.
Kawaii.
Sorry, I interrupted that. But yeah, no, absolutely. So when I talk about timeliness being the thing that most people prioritize, right? This is a crisis situation. But the problem is, right? I want you to think about this from the perspective of the company. This was a crisis situation, but the company has already put out a statement on it. There is no reason for the talents to do the same, because this is not their job, or at least this shouldn't be their job. It should not be the talent's job to speak out on behalf of the company when something unexpectedly goes wrong. And so, since the company has already put out an official statement on Twitter, in theory at least, that should have been all they needed to do. And yet this statement has been released anyways. So, I'll just let it play out. Yeah, that earlier section was silence that was normal to the video, so I think the audio is working.
This is production Kawaii, Generation 1 and 2. Given the recent announcement that has been made regarding the sudden graduation of talents Peony Eria, Miria Kotofuji, Sawa Safari, and Aletta Sky, we remaining talents at Production Kawaii have written our own joint statement to clarify what happened and explain our perspective.
So, they've written a joint statement. This is one of the first red flags that pops up when you are trying to evaluate this example of talent stepping in, presumably to take control of the company's PR. See, with the previous quote-unquote group statement that was issued by Gen 3 in response to Ocean's termination, that was joint only in the sense that they all reinforced one another, but their individual parts were presumably written individually and then compiled together. This sounds quite different. You are expecting me, as a member of the public, to believe that all 7 of you came together within the span of a few hours, because this was put out on the same day that the announcement was made via Kawaii's official Twitter. You are expecting me to believe that the 7 of you came together, you were able to compose a statement with such unanimous agreement on the exact words being said, that you are comfortable with this being the representation of everyone's words individually. And this only gets more suspicious when we see how this statement is being read out in the video.
First, we would like to take a moment to express our most sincere apologies to the
I'm here for Scuff. Thank you for being a member for 2 months. Sorry I'm late. No problem. Absolutely no problem. I think we've yet to experience any true Scuff, so you may, you may be you may be disappointed, unfortunately.
Hands of these 4 girls. We understand that it is surprising, and we know it may take a long time to heal from this shock. We are also shocked by this outcome, as we were completely blindsided by Gen 3's decision.
You were completely blindsided by Gen 3's decision, and yet, like I said before, we are being asked to believe that you all came together and were able to come up with a unanimous joint statement within that same time, while presumably each of you were individually reeling from this news.
On Tuesday, March 28th, 2000.
And this is where it starts to get weird. See, not only was this presumably a joint statement that was written and agreed upon by all of these 7 members, at least, that's the way that's being pitched to us, but the way that they are presenting this is not a series of individual statements that have simply been collated in one video. No, they are dividing this up sentence by sentence, line by line. This is one statement that they have written together, and they are now presenting by having individual members read out individual parts of.
2023, we noticed that the members of Production Kawaii Gen 3 had suddenly canceled their scheduled streams seemingly all at the same time without prior warning. Nobody in Gen 3 had spoken with Gen 1, Gen 2, or management about the reason for the sudden canceled streams, so we asked if there was something going on. A member of Gen 3 responded quickly, stating that they were demanding an immediate meeting with management. The Production Kawaii management staff is based out of Japan, so the timing of their demand for an emergency meeting.
Mercurius, thank you for the 5. I'm a member of Nene Amana's channel. That's just how she talks. Yeah, that's fair enough. Hello, Akorek. Welcome to the stream. Sorry, let me just rewind a few seconds.
The Production Kawaii management staff is based out of Japan, so the timing of their demand for an emergency meeting would have been around 3 o'clock in the morning Japan time.
So, what we are being told so far is that Gen 3 demanded an emergency meeting with Production Kawaii upper management, who is currently located in Japan, and the time that they demanded this meeting was 3 a.m. Japan time.
Per the words of 2 members of Gen 3, they assured us their canceled streams weren't done as a way to protest the company, and that this wasn't really a big deal.
So, prior to this meeting, what it sounded like, all of the members of Gen 3 cancelled their streams at once in order to, in preparation to ask for this meeting. And 2 members out of these 4 who that had just graduated had told other members of Kawaii's Gen 1 and Gen 2 that this was not designed to be some sort of threat or some sort of protest. This was just coincidental.
They just really urgently wanted to have a meeting with management as soon as possible.
Again, I don't see why any of these details are immediately relevant to the point that management has made publicly, which is disagreement with the future direction of the company.
When we asked what the urgency was that demanded a meeting right this second.
So, one of the reasons why people would be inclined to interpret this a bit more cynically and be a bit more critical and hesitant to actually believe it in the same way that people would be accepting of Gen 3's earlier group statement is because this method of reading out a single statement is extremely off-putting. This does not sound like talents in agreement. This sounds like talents acting like a hive mind, essentially, where they are not expressing their own opinions or even their own words. They are simply taking turns lending their voice to a set of words that had been written by an unknown author. Yes, they said that they wrote it collectively, but let's be real. I'm not going to believe that each of the 7 members of your remaining talents contributed one sentence that added up, one sentence each, that added up to one coherent, cohesive statement that you are all willing to contribute to together. That is a bit much to ask me to believe.
Gen 3 stated that they wanted to discuss with management the various concerns they had in regards to some of the plans and projects management had wanted to involve them in.
So far, right, the only detail that everyone seems to be in agreement on so far, right? Gen 3 hasn't actually spoken on this on any of their official accounts, so we're not going to go off of that. But between the corporate statement that was released by Production Kawaii on their Twitter, and between this statement that all of the remaining talents have now supposedly gotten together last minute to, say, the only thing that both of them seem to agree on is that Gen 3 was indeed concerned with the direction in which the company was moving.
A member of Gen 3 spoke up.
Murray, another weird thing about this, besides all the voices being in character, is that the talents are asking questions managers should be asking, like it's an us versus them thing. Exactly.
Stating that they were all feeling burnt out from streaming and they weren't feeling positive about the company's future plans.
This is where I don't understand what was the intention behind this particular statement. That doesn't make management look better if your intention is to defend the company. That makes management look worse, because the official statement did not mention anything about burnout or feeling unsupported. The talents, when they were leaving, did not mention anything about burnout or feeling unsupported. This is information that, if all the audience is going off of is official statements from Production Kawaii and Production Kawaii's remaining talents, this is new information that you have just introduced to us.
While we agreed with several of Gen 3's grievances and empathized with their feelings of burnout, we also stated that this did not seem to warrant the urgency they displayed to us.
You are going to say that you agree with many of their grievances, without specifying which grievances they disagreed with, because so far you've mentioned 3. Feeling unsupported, feeling burnt out, and fears about the company's future direction. If you don't tell us which of those grievances you agree with, it's up to the public's interpretation of which ones they are. And the thing is, you can't just say, oh, yes, we agree with their grievances, those grievances being some combination of feeling unsupported, feeling burnt out, feeling apprehensive about the company's future direction, and then saying, but we don't think it was that serious. Those two messages are not compatible with one another, and as a result, whoever wrote this statement, because I say who, because I don't believe that it's multiple people who wrote it in tandem in perfect agreement with one another. At this point, I'm not willing to believe that. Whoever wrote this statement has released something that has utterly destroyed all the clarity that was previously possible if all you were going off of was a combination of Gen 3's parting statements and Production Kawaii's official notification, official announcement.
They assured Gen 1 and 2 that their actions were not drastic and that they had no intention to graduate despite canceling all their streams that day to push for this meeting. While the mention of graduation here might seem odd and out of place, it is something Gen 3 has threatened management with in the past.
And this is yet another example of new information that is being presented to us under the premise that it is supposed to be a defense of the company, and yet it just makes the company look worse. Because the thing is, the problem with saying that this is something that Gen 3 has threatened the company with before is that you are talking about the same group of people that were apparently doxxed by one of their own. One of their own that Production Kawaii failed to select for. And as a result, whereas normally this would sound like a drastic thing for a bunch of talents to do, right? An entire generation to threaten to graduate as a whole on, prior occasions. Normally, people would probably go, oh yeah, that sounds unreasonable. But in this particular case, with this particular group of talent, people are not going to be that surprised. Because, they were doxxed by a genmate. That doesn't happen unless management has fucked up enormously. So I have no doubt, as a member of the public, thinking that there is a possibility that that was probably warranted.
Gen 3 stressed that the cancellation of their streams was not some form of protest, and that ultimately, the situation was not actually a big deal. Gen 3 reassured us, and we believed them. We then expressed concern that canceling streams at the same time.
So, this is admittedly a pretty uncharitable reading of how Gen 3 communicated with the other members of Production Kawaii. We have been given, up until this point, no reason, zero reason, to believe that the departure of Gen 3 was intended to be some sort of personal slight against the other talents at the company. And at this particular point in time, what is being described is the fact that the remaining members of Production Kawaii had approached Gen 3 multiple times to ask, what's going on? Is everything okay? And Gen 3 has, for the most part, just said, everything's fine. We're not protesting against the company or anything. Everything's all right. Now, the way that it's being presented to us is under the implication that that was deliberate deception for the purposes of disarming them, for a surprise attack later. However, it is also possible, and this is the more charitable reading of that particular decision when it comes to internal communication, is that they just didn't want to worry their co-workers. That if they had a disagreement with management, there was no reason for them to make it the problem of the other talents who are going to be staying, who are already extremely invested in the company as well. It is entirely possible that that was the intention. And yet, the intention that is being presented is one of the worst ways that you can read that. So, while I do think it's understandable if they choose to present it that way, if they see it that way as a personal betrayal, I also have to point out that there are more ways of interpreting what Gen 3 said to their co-workers than just, oh, they were just trying to disarm us for a surprise attack. Because from all angles that you look at this so far, there is no evidence to support the idea that Gen 3 had any personal issues with the other talents at the company. Yes, they may have had issues with the company's management. Yes, they may have had issues with the company's direction, but not with the other talents. And this is the first bit of evidence that we are getting that there was any sort of animosity between the talents. And it mostly seems to be directed only one way, from the remaining talents to the talents that have just left, as opposed to the other way around.
Without explanation, might worry the fans and lead to negative speculation. So we asked them to tweet to reassure fans that there were no issues. No one in Gen 3 made this tweet.
So they asked people in Gen 3 to tweet out to fans, say nothing's wrong, etc., etc., but then Gen 3 didn't do that. I think at that point it would have been astute to come to the conclusion that something was indeed wrong, and that they just didn't feel comfortable telling you about it. And seeing as how this is how presumably the members of Gen 1 and 2 reacted to a professional disagreement between a group of talents and management, I can understand why those talents didn't feel comfortable sharing this information with members of Gen 1 and 2. Or at least not every member of Gen 1 and 2.
Management responded to Gen 3's request for a meeting in Japan's morning hours. During the meeting, Gen 3 raised their concerns about the timing of a possible Kickstarter campaign that would have funded their inclusion in Production Kawaii's idle activities, burnout, and concerns over the direction of the company.
So, we've been given yet another little tidbit of new information. What is being alleged in that particular part of the statement is that Gen 3, one of the gripes that they had with the company was about the timing of a Kickstarter event that would have helped to fund their inclusion in idle activities. What I can only assume, because there's only one Kickstarter that we know of, which is the 2022 one that ended up funding the 3D models for Gens 1 and 2. What I assume that means is that one of their gripes was that the Kickstarter campaign was launched too soon to encompass them as well. And yet, like I said before, this is completely new information. This is information that's being presented to us without any sort of internal confirmation, without any sort of receipts, without any sort of evidence to back it up. This is just stuff that hasn't been said by either the departing talents or corporate accounts. So this is, I'm not going to lie, If I was a member of management, if I was advising the members of management, I'd be logging on to this person's account and deleting the video immediately, but that didn't happen.
In response, management agreed and proposed different plans.
In addition to, sorry, I forgot to mention as well, in addition to yet again reiterating those prior 2 points that were brought up before, burnout and disagreement with the company's direction. Like I said, burnout is yet another accusation, yet another grievance that we have only become aware about through this stream and not any of the other 2 parties involved in this situation. So, in spite of this supposedly being a defense of the company, it yet again just makes it look worse.
And directions for Gen 3. Despite these attempts to ease Gen 3's worries and adhere to their requests, the members of Gen 3 ultimately still chose to graduate as a group. Gen 3 broke the news to us about 13 hours after the start of their meeting with management. Because they had initially told Gens 1 and 2 that they were not going to threaten graduation and that this meeting was not such a big deal, we were completely caught off guard. We felt lied to.
You can express a feeling of betrayal at somebody's treatment of you. But if you express that feeling of betrayal at somebody's treatment of you in the same breath as you end up affirming their reasons for treating you in that manner, you've essentially brought yourself back to zero when it comes to advancing your ability to communicate with your audience. The problem is, like I said before, if Gen 3 had a disagreement with management, and they felt like Gens 1 and 2 would take the side of management over them, there is no reason for Gen 3 to talk to the rest of the talents at Kawaii. And so far, all of the people who have spoken in this video have conveyed the same sentiment. I'm so surprised that they did this. How could they have done this? Etc., etc., while making a video that condemns them for just up and leaving the company despite their grievance, while glossing over their grievances for doing so. So, yet again, not exactly a great look for anybody involved. Not the company, and not you guys. As the statement goes on and on, as it progresses, Gen 3 progressively looks less and less like the people in the wrong. And the tragic thing is, assuming that the Gen 1 and 2 were able to go ahead with the statement because management permitted it, management has essentially, through sheer negligence, signed off on their entire remaining talent pool, torpedoing their ability to seem empathetic to their audience. Because anybody who's watching this with a critical eye will immediately pick up on how weird and stilted the entire thing feels, how inconsistent the messages are, how unsupported it seems to be in terms of how it brings up new accusations that neither of the other 2 parties have brought to the public's attention prior.
Just a month prior, members of Gen 3 were praising the company, and in recent days, multiple Gen 3 talents were making plans and projects with us and saying how happy they were to be with us.
In the days that followed, management spoke with each talent of Gen 3 in an attempt to better understand what led to their decision to graduate, as their collective reasoning did not make any sense to any of us.
There is no reason why their reason would make sense to the other talents, because, like was said in the official announcement, this was a disagreement between them and management.
Found that each girl had her own individual reasons that differed from what they initially told us was the driving force behind the emergency meeting they
And yet again, this point that they didn't share with the other members of Kawaii, what exactly their grievances were, either as a group or individually, that means nothing to the public, because by making this video, you are validating their decision to not share that with you. That is the problem.
Insisted on having with management.
And yet again, I have to point out, this statement would not exist if it weren't for the negligence of management. Presumably, if the first thing that management did was talk to the other members of Kawaii, right? So ideally, how management would have handled this, because I'm convinced this is not what they did at all. Ideally, management would have had that meeting with Gen 3. They would have confirmed, okay, oh shit, we're about to lose an entire generation. There's nothing we can do about it. We can't convince them to stay. The first thing that management would have done is told the other generations, look, we have a problem. We can't stop them from leaving. There's been a professional disagreement. Please don't attempt to talk to them about it. Please don't attempt to say anything about it. Just let us take over from here. We're going to be fine, but you're all going to need to strap up for a little bit and just, pipe down for a little bit. And then they would have posted that official announcement onto Twitter. Everyone would have been shocked. Yes, Gen 1 and 2 probably would have been shocked, but they would have been less shocked to the point of making an impulsive decision to try and come out and, tweet all of those things that they did in the immediate aftermath of Kawaii's announcement. And this crisis would have been mostly averted. Like I said, there would have been speculation, there would have been rumors, but they would have fizzled out from lack of fuel. This gives it abundant fuel. That's the problem.
Initially,
It's Sumanite. So yeah, the shut up meme. Pretty much, right? Pretty much. And I want to state this again. Although I do find the talents' practices, the way that the talents have conducted themselves in this to be extremely unprofessional and something that I disapprove of, I can't bring myself to blame them for the way that they are reacting. If they are indeed as invested in the company as they seem to be, I have no doubt about that. I understand this reaction. I understand them taking this as a, I can't say that I understand them taking this as a personal slight, because I don't. However, I understand them feeling threatened as a result of this, because this isn't a good look for the company. I understand the natural human instinct to want to put down rumors as soon as you see them starting to get into swing. However, the problem is, if you don't crush rumors, absolutely, the first time you try, you will only make them worse. And the thing is, these talents have been given zero. Absolutely none absolutely nothing when it comes to any sort of PR training. Because you can tell by looking at this message how many things that they've ended up including in their denials on behalf of the company that were never brought to the attention of the public, prior. So I don't blame them for reacting this way. I don't blame them for acting impulsively. But I still think that they should have been told to pipe down by management. And that would have been an instruction rooted in competency and consideration for their image, their public image, their future careers, their ability to continue to connect with a wider audience. Because this is not it.
not everyone wanted to graduate, but they decided to do so as a group anyway. Management put in a lot of effort to understand and negotiate with Gen 3. There were many days and nights spent meeting with them at
Another thing. This is a bit of general advice for anyone who is currently in a corpo, if you happen to be watching this stream or VOD for whatever reason, or anybody who wants to get into a corpo. If you want to praise your management, right, if you want to reassure the public that your management is actually competent at their job, the best way to convince the public that your managers are competent is to simply describe how your management interacts with you, personally. What have they done for you? What have they put up with for you? How have they interacted with you? How have they supported you? Etc., etc. You never, ever want to try to reaffirm the competency of your management or your manager after a disaster in a retort to something that someone else is saying. If a talent has just left because they are saying that they feel unsupported, or they feel burnt out, or they're unsure about the direction that your company is heading, and you want to reaffirm the faith that the public has in your management after that, I have bad news for you. In the immediate aftermath to that, that's not going to be possible. And the more you try, the worse it gets. So the best thing you can do is to simply buckle down, ride out that initial wave of knee-jerk impulsive responses, that knee-jerk negativity, because That is natural, that is human, that will happen. And then afterwards, when something good happens to you as a result of management's assistance, if you feel comfortable about it, share that. Don't do this, because this comes off extremely superficial.
The time that was convenient for the talent.
Yes, sinful ad. So show their competency with actual proof. Exactly. You giving a personal anecdote about an interaction you had with a manager is far more effective in terms of actually conveying to your audience how good management is than you coming up with a statement to justify why somebody should not have left. That second option, that will never work.
Even if it was in the middle of the night in Japan, management went to great lengths to try to get them to understand how extreme and sudden their decision was. Nevertheless, Gen 3 decided to graduate from production Kawaii.
We in Gen 1 and 2 felt hurt and betrayed by Gen 3's decision. We felt, and still feel, that there was so much to look forward to in regards to this company's future. So, to leave at this point in time made no sense to us.
And there is a problem. There is a demonstration of the apparent lack of awareness, lack of self-awareness when it comes to creating this supposed defense statement. See, if you yourself know the direction that your company is heading and you approve of it, it therefore follows that it doesn't need to be said that you don't understand why other people would be apprehensive about it. There is a very fundamental disagreement between the talents that remain and the talents that have left. The talents that have left, just like the talents that remain, know where the company's heading, but the only difference is that they don't like that direction. And as a result, if you get in front of an audience and you say, I don't understand why they would leave, I feel so optimistic about the future of this company, you've kind of answered your own question, your unspoken question of why would they leave? Because they are equally aware of the direction of the company, but they don't share your optimism about it. That is why. Now, the reasons as to why they don't share that optimism about the direction of the company we'll get into later on. But note that that is not something that is ever addressed by any of the talents in this statement. This is a 9-minute statement. We are so far around 6 minutes through it. Through 2/3 of the way through the statement, and yet we have had no clarification about what exactly this direction for the company is. Why would that direction be something that people feel apprehensive about? We have no idea about any of that, and I don't think that we ever would have, because reasonably, I would assume that that kind of stuff is covered under NDA. So the talents probably wouldn't have been able to talk about it to begin with. So you are trying to launch a defense of the company while being handicapped in terms of the information you can actually provide. And one of the things that I wish more people understood is that the way you try to assuage public concern, the way that you fight quote-unquote misinformation or disinformation or whatever other term you want to use to describe a lack of understanding or lack of awareness about what is currently going on the inside of your company. The way that you address that is by providing more complete information. And if you're not in a position where you can provide complete information, it is better to stay silent, because anything you say will only provide further fuel for more rumors and speculation. Blue Canary, I just have to ask, what is the problem that they are trying to solve? Exactly. The problem is, that is a question that all of us are asking, and that is not a question that they are in any position to answer, whether it be for contractual reasons or whether it be simply because they don't know.
Positive things like events, concerts, additional 3D model debuts, and plans for increasing support for talents. How could they not see what we see?
Okay, good. You've listed out all of the positive aspects to the direction that your company is moving in. You've listed out all of the things that have been promised to you. Excellent. Problem is, that still tells us nothing, because you haven't told us about what might be the possible costs of doing so, or how exactly all of those additional methods of support, all of those additional means of support are going to be provided to you. That's the problem. See, that is where the disconnect lies. That is where the uncertainty lies. And unless you would end up addressing that, both the public and the departing talents have no reason to engage with the more positive aspects of the company's future direction as well. And I mean, knowing what we know about production Kawaii in 2025, we can kind of see between Gen 3 and the remaining talents who's probably more on the money there.
This is what we thought. We felt as if the members of Gen 3 were focusing too much on negatives that could be easily resolved.
That is a wild thing to say. Hold on, let me rewind that.
For increasing support for talents. How could they not see what we see? This is what we thought. We felt as if the members of Gen 3 were focusing too much on negatives that could be easily resolved.
Ooh, hearing that makes me wince. See, this is something I understand on a personal level. I understand if personally you feel like, your job is great, etc., your workplace treats you well, you want it to be as positive as possible, right? However, when you express this out loud in the context of involving yourself in a professional disagreement between another coworker who evidently doesn't share that same positive outlook on the same company for whatever reason, without acknowledging what that reason is, you come off looking extraordinarily antagonistic and tone deaf. So, yet again, if they had competent managers, those managers would have intervened and told them, don't say this. I appreciate it. I understand you wanting this to be a positive environment. I appreciate your commitment to wanting to make it a positive environment, but don't say this. Because it doesn't make anybody look good. Yeah, Cajun Bowser, it sounds very cultish. Exactly. And this is what makes it sound even more untrustworthy in the eyes of a general audience. If somebody is watching this critically and they hear somebody on the inside say, I don't understand why you're being so negative, while, let me remind you, talking about a group of people who were apparently doxxed by someone else among their same gen that management let slip past through the vetting process, it doesn't really work. If you've acknowledged that they have been leveling accusations of being unsupported, of being burnt out, of being uncertain about the future of the company, and you then say, I don't get why you're being so negative, that doesn't come across very well to a general audience, for good reason. It doesn't make a lot of sense, and it ends up sounding like you are simply writing off the negative experiences that they have already gone through while at the company.
With discussion and time, rather than the bright path we thought lay.
However, I do want to raise an additional point. See, one of the things that has continuously bothered me throughout watching the statement, both the first time that I watched it and now when I'm watching it with you guys, is the sheer incompetence that management would have had to exhibit in order to allow the talents to do this to themselves, essentially. Because it ends up making them look a lot worse. It makes them look like mindless glazers that can't actually think for themselves and are currently running interference for the company's failings. However, when you take that into account, it is very easy to speculate that this was actually the intended purpose of allowing the talents to make a statement like this. Let me remind you, that tweet by Isla Coleman is still publicly accessible. It's still up, which means that the link to this video still works and is still also publicly accessible. If you were to log on to Twitter, if you were to go to that particular tweet on Isla Coleman's account, if you were to click on that link in her replies, it would still bring you to this video. Between that period of time, April 7th, 2023, and now, the beginning of 2025, throughout that entire time period, management has never thought to delete this video, has never thought to take down this video. They've simply left it up. And that, to me, tells me that at the very minimum, they don't mind that this is the effect that the statement has. And at worst case, and this is the more cynical, pessimistic side of my brain speaking, worst case, this was the point. Because like I said, they've had more than a year to decide to remove this. They still haven't. It's still accessible. And that, to me, is extremely suspicious. Well, yeah, now they can't because they have no management, but it makes me question exactly how much management they had before. And the thing is, the more involved their management was before, the worse of a look this is, because it starts to look not like negligence, but malice.
Before us. In a small company, because of our limited resources, some changes take time.
I want you to remember that. In a small company with limited resources, some changes take time. This is acknowledgement from one of the biggest talents in production Kawaii at this time. No, not one of, the biggest talent at production Kawaii, I'm pretty sure. Saying that she knows that this company is small and has limited resources. Now, you would think that with that acknowledgement, the company would know to sort of, to sort of tighten their belts a little, right? Not cut loose, not try to accelerate. They would just chill for a little. But as we'll see, that's not exactly what Kawaii ended up going with.
It hasn't always been easy. But because of the efforts of the talents and management being open to feedback, several positive changes have been implemented internally over the past 2 years. This is all due to communication, patience, and willingness to work with management.
See, this is the problem. You've told us that there are positive changes, but you haven't told us what those changes are. And you haven't in any ways told us how those changes might mitigate some of the things that these four have had to go through during their time at Kawaii. Because yes, there might have been positive changes, but your talents got doxxed by a genmate. Like, those two don't really compute with one another. They don't match up. They actively erode one another's credibility when you present those two facts side by side. And so, one of the most defining problems with this entire statement is the pathological lack of specificity that is being sustained throughout this entire thing. And I want to state again, I don't blame the talents for this, because realistically, these are questions that somebody who has been trained to understand how to approach public relations, these are questions that you would have to be trained to ask, especially when you're in the middle of an emotionally tense situation, right? However, the people who I do blame for this is the absent management, who weren't there to intervene when the girls decided to do this. Because while it is true that the girls can't be expected to understand and intuit this, the managers certainly should have been. They were, it is very reasonable to expect that management, especially upper management, would have sufficient knowledge and understanding to realize that this is not a very smart thing to do, and to intervene before the girls made fools out of themselves.
On the part of the talents, we remaining members of Production Kawaii have endured and made strides to build this company up to what it is today for nearly 2 years, and we honestly thought Gen 3 would be right alongside us in this journey. Believe us when we say we are just as shocked at this announcement as you are.
All of us wanted them to stay, even after all of this. But in the end, they decided to leave as a gen. Perhaps this was done as a display of Gen 3 unity, but we saw it as a betrayal of Production Kawaii talent unity.
This is one of the problems with the way that this comes across, because that one sentence confirms the framing of this as an us versus them thing. And when you are a company, you never want that to be confirmed to the public, because now there is no doubt. Prior to this point, you can say, oh, I feel betrayed, etc., etc. But people could just write that off to one person or a bunch of individuals feeling, having a personal knee-jerk impulsive reaction in the negative to what has gone down. But this one sentence kills that framing, because now people view the collective, all talents who remain with Kawaii, as an opposing party to all of the talents that had just left Kawaii. And that's the problem. This is a framing that makes this entire debacle look petty and personal rather than professional. And it could have stayed professional if all that happened was that Kawaii put out that official announcement, that the departing members put out their final farewells, and that matter was left at that. But this has now muddied the waters irreversibly.
Despite the time spent trying to work with them and understand them, Gen 3 ultimately decided that no accommodations, no future plans, and no promises would be enough for them to stay. Their minds were made up.
That's... If I were to purely analyze this as a defense of Kawaii, there are so many things that I've already talked about that I would have, so many gripes that I've already brought up that I have with this. But one of the most frustrating things about this statement, and I say this bearing in mind that it is, apparently this was written out beforehand, right? One of the most frustrating things with the statement is how oblivious it seems to how its defenses make the company look worse. When you tell someone, I gave them so much, I promised them so much, and yet they didn't like what I said anyways, yet they didn't trust me, that doesn't tell me anything about you, that doesn't tell me anything about your promises, that just tells me that for whatever reason, the person who you are talking about does not see fit to trust you. And that is the problem, because this entire thing stems from a lack of trust. The company said in their corporate statement that the talents who are leaving did not have trust in their future direction. They didn't say it in those words, but that's functionally the meaning that is conveyed through that announcement. And this only affirms that. This doesn't refute that. And so, oddly enough, this is quite similar to what I was talking about when I was criticizing Zentreya's response to people accusing VShojo of nepotism or cronyism. But you want to make sure that if you're going to defend something, that your words actually defend it. You want to make sure that if you're going to refute something, you actually end up addressing the main points of the claims. If you don't, and you end up just speaking to express your personal disagreement with those claims, you only end up fueling more rumors and speculation about the entire situation. So, again, sometimes silence is the best way forward.
They would leave their avatars, their channels, their fans, their senpai, and Production Kawaii as a whole behind.
We are all extremely hurt by their decision.
So notice the use of framing there. They are leaving all of these things behind, right? Their fans, their co-workers, the company, etc., etc., etc. And yes, that is a lot to leave behind. But what else are they leaving behind when they leave? The problems that caused them to leave in the first place. And unless you acknowledge, at the very least, what those problems are, beyond just citing them as if they are just claims and allegations and nothing else, this whole charade seems insincere. Because if you are going to truly frame it as a balanced decision, right? If you're going to give a balanced portrayal of the rationale behind Gen 3's decision to leave, you can't just say, oh, they're leaving behind all of these positive aspects of Kawaii. Because no one leaves behind a company if all they're leaving behind is positive things. No, there has to be some sort of reason that is so bad that it would cause somebody to want to give up all of those things, to be willing to tolerate giving up all of those things. And if you don't acknowledge even the possibilities of what that thing might be, what those things might be, then the entire statement sounds hollow.
Decision, and shocked by the suddenness of this.
Actually, Waldorf fought law, that's a good point. They betrayed us, and you! See how mean they are. Yeah, one of the other things about that particular way of framing it is that it makes it look like a betrayal of the audience watching this video, which it's just not a good look. It's not a good approach towards dealing with this situation.
Both talent and management alike. Please give us time to heal as we move forward. And please know that the 7 of us in Gens 1 and 2 love Production Kawaii and genuinely want to be here, and we'll do our very best to continue putting smiles on your faces. We love what we are doing. We love who we are. We are proud of the changes and strides Production Kawaii has made in the 2 years we have existed thus far. We ask that you, the fans, continue putting your faith in us. We promise to always do our best.
And that's the end of the video. So, overall, I think we've been given a pretty solid demonstration of why you never, ever, if you have any intention of operating professionally as a corporation, want to use your talents as PR spokespersons. Because, I'll be very honest, your talents, and I've said this before, your talents are the most potent, most important source of PR that you as a company could ever ask for. But their source of, but their benefit to you in terms of public relations is contingent on not being seen as a spokesperson for your company, on not being seen as a PR agent for your company. Because the moment that people start making that connection, the moment that people start seeing them as sweepers or as spokespersons or as uncritical glazers of your company, any credibility that their claims might have had about your company go out the window. The only way that you can preserve the impression, even just the impression that your talents are capable of evaluating, that your talents should be trusted when they talk about their company, is by preserving the impression that they are capable of acting and thinking independently of your company. This statement, that did not convey that. As a result, it ended up making everyone look bad, because whereas with Gen 3's prior group statement, that had both internal consistency, external consistency, and also the justification for those specific 4 members to speak out was strong enough to overwhelm the naturally shady format, the naturally shady medium that was being used. This statement does not have any of those mitigating factors. So instead, there was absolutely nothing stopping audiences from seeing this as a transparent attempt at getting talents to run interference for the company. That's not a good look for anybody. So, in terms of what that disagreement with the future of Kawaii was, because that was a major point that was brought up by both Corpo and reiterated multiple times during that statement by the talents who were supposedly defending the company, we would never get any sort of official confirmation as to what that was. There was never going to be any sort of public acknowledgement by Kawaii or any other members of Kawaii specifically as to what that change of direction might actually be. However, in August of 2023, August 10th specifically, we would get some indication of something that may or may not have contributed towards that sense of apprehension that Gen 3 had exhibited. Now, I want to make this very clear. I cannot say for certain whether this was a factor that played into their decision. However, I think in the context of what we've been talking about for the last 2-3 weeks, I think it's not entirely possible. I don't think it's entirely impossible that this may have been something at play. Prince of Dew, thank you for becoming a Footstool. Welcome to the club. On August 10th, an announcement was put out on Production Kawaii's official Twitter that stated the following, quote, "Big news. We are thrilled to announce that Production Kawaii is now a member of the esteemed Japanese entertainment powerhouse Culture Entertainment Co. Limited." And then they include a link to their website. "This step marks a new chapter in our journey to bring you even more joy." And, and then it goes on, but it's cut off there. Pretty much just saying that Kawaii had now become a subsidiary of a larger Japanese company, Culture Entertainment Co. And if you go to Culture Entertainment's website to get an idea of what kind of company they are, you start to notice a few things, a few similarities between them and some of the other big companies that we've been talking about over the past few weeks. So, if you look at the company overview, this is a massive company. So, company name, Culture Entertainment Group, Inc., location, representative, Kazuo Nakanishi, established December 1st, 2014, founded all the way back in 1988. So this is old money, basically, in terms of, the entertainment industry. Their capital, 1 billion yen. 484,600,000. That is a gargantuan amount of capital. So this is a massive, massive company. And its business contents? Management of subsidiaries involved in planning and producing entertainment, such as video, music, publishing, and merchandise. This is essentially a company that specializes in either buying out or partnering up with various companies that all operate within the entertainment sector. It is basically similar, if not the same, as Strawberry Prince, Superstate Holdings, Strawberry Prince / Superstate Holdings, and or Brave Group. And this becomes even clearer when you go over to their corporate philosophy webpage on their website. Brand identity. What a culture entertainment group should be. A group of IP production professionals. And there you see the main focus of this company. The key to our business is our intellectual property, IP, including our works and media brands. We believe that IP can only become an asset if the content is highly evaluated by customers. Plan and create content, disseminate and deliver content, protect and nurture content. All of these related activities come together to produce valuable IP. This is our job, IP production. Each of us takes pride and responsibility in our work, and we all work together to take on the challenge of creating IP. We aim to become a group of IP production professionals. There you have it. This is a company that looks at entertainment through the lens of intellectual property. Not a word about managing people, not a word about nurturing talent, not a word about fostering happiness or escapism or experiences for audiences or talents. No, intellectual property. And this is only amplified when you look at one of the only places in their website when they actually refer to something that may be akin to idols and or VTubing. Their merchandise page. Favorite character for your everyday life. Now, admittedly, this is Google translated, so there is a chance that some of these translations may be a little bit off. However, I don't think that they're off enough to actually contradict the main message of what is being sent. Quote, merchandise is an essential tool for building fan engagement. Fans who have a strong interest or attachment to a particular character or artist express their identity and feel a connection with other fans by wearing or owning merchandise as part of their collection. We plan, produce, and deliver attractive merchandise to deepen fans' love for their Oshi. And here, exactly, you see a problem where if you are a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. For people who are corporate suits, who are not themselves entertainers, they see the business of entertainment as a product industry. How do you deepen your connection with the talent? Simple. You buy more of their merchandise. They give you more merchandise to buy. You show your dedication through buying merchandise. That's the Funko Pop definition of attachment to a concept. Problem is, they have completely missed that the products, the merchandise, is a side effect, not a facilitator. It's not a catalyst. It's not a revelation. It's not some sort of final destination or anything like that. No, it's just a byproduct. The actual way that fans deepen their love for their quote-unquote Oshi, funnily enough, the same way that they put it here, the way that fan and Oshi become more connected is not through merchandise. Merchandise is the result of them becoming more connected, not the cause of it. The way that you cause a fan and an Oshi to become more connected with one another is you simply facilitate the Oshi to make more content that is more personal to them. They foster that relationship with their own audience by performing, by being themselves, by doing or saying various things that the audience may become more and more engaged with. That is the industry that they're operating in. Funnily enough, I think this was a 4chan post that was lifted and then posted onto Twitter by banned VTuber memes or something along those lines. But someone pointed out when they were talking about HoloLive that VTubing is not a product industry, it is a service industry, and the products that are being sold are only side effects of how that service fosters an emotional connection between talent and audience. And very much so, that is a point that this company seems to have missed in the way that they are pitching this focus on merchandise. Now, they break up the sale of merchandise into three broad stages: production and sales of goods, figure production, and e-commerce business. The first one, production and sales of goods. Now, for this, they list that one of their subsidiaries is a company called Proof Inc., which is a company that specializes in the planning, production, and sales of goods and figures, right? Basically, they want to turn VTubers into Funko Pops. That's a bit of a crude way of summing it up, but yeah, essentially that's what that seems to be the objective going forward. So, Business Field 1, production and sales of goods. We have acquired licenses for popular anime and fancy characters and plan and produce goods. We not only sell goods under our own brand, but also undertake manufacturing contracts such as OEM. We also issue character design V-point cards, whatever that means, which allow you to accumulate V-points. Ah yes, I can't wait to tune into 5 hours of my Oshi stream so I can get more V-points. That's all I care about as a viewer. But to go on, second stage, figure production. At Proof, we plan and produce figurines of popular characters. We carefully select. Notice that word, by the way. Notice how they're referring to things as characters, not talents, not personas, not, just characters. Now, as to why that particular framing of what VTubing is problematic or ultimately unhelpful to a viable business, I'll get into that later on, funnily enough, in the AN project section of the stream. However, for now, just know that whenever you see somebody refer to VTubers as characters, that is more often than not a sign that they don't quite understand the service that is being offered. We carefully select dynamic motifs taken from actual scenes in manga and anime and recreate the characters' expressions and poses with attention to detail. We use 3D printers to create the figurines with high precision. In the future, we plan to turn characters with many fans around the world into figurines and sell them overseas as well. This is literally Funko Pops. This is just Nendoroids and Funko Pops. And yes, they can be a part of being a VTuber, by all means. But they don't make VTubers. Having a Nendoroid does not guarantee you success. Having a Nendoroid does not guarantee that you have a connection with your audience. Having a Nendoroid is a privilege afforded to you once you've built a connection with your audience. And that's the thing that these companies don't seem to understand. Finally, e-commerce business Field 3. We operate the exciting e-commerce site Fan Plus Life, which plans and issues V-Point cards. Yes. This company is going to issue V-cards to VTuber fans. I love it. We should adopt this idea in the West, honestly. I feel like that would go really hard as a product. Featuring designs by artists and characters and sells original products. We provide experiences that expand the world of your favorite artists and characters, as well as encounters with original products and more. What the fuck is an encounter with an original product? It's a toy. It's a figure, not a fucking dinosaur. How do you encounter a product? And this is where I feel like this sort of mixes up two very different aspects of the VTubing industry, which is one, the merchandising portion of it, and two, the actual streaming portion of it. The part that actually creates that emotional connection that drives people to open up their wallets. See, the encounters all happen online. The encounters all happen when you tune into a stream and you sit down for a few hours. That is the encounter. The encounter is not walking into a store, pulling up on an aisle, and seeing a figure of your favorite VTuber on the shelf. No, that is just that's one of the later parts of a VTuber's career. That's not the thing that makes them viable. That's not the thing that makes them successful. And when I see a company that is framing it in this manner, I can't help but think that the company doesn't understand exactly what they're trying to sell. Yeah, Blue Canary, they're confusing the products for the talents and the talents for the products. Exactly. All the Fortnite comparisons are so funny because that's pretty much exactly what they were. They've basically described V-Bucks, but for VTubers instead, which is hilarious, honestly. But yeah, this company, just reading it does not inspire confidence in me that this company actually understands how to foster talent, people to become creators that others can become attached to and love. Now, surely this company wouldn't actually be, involved in managing talents, right? Because this is an IP business. If an IP business was put in charge of managing talents, I don't think that would work out very well. So surely not, right? On the same day that announcement was posted onto Twitter by Project Kawaii, Teddy Kambosa from VTuber Newsdrop put out an additional article that gave a little bit more information about how exactly this whole subsidiary relationship between Kawaii and Culture Entertainment Co. was going to work. So, in this article, he states, quote, "Under this subsidiary business format, Culture Entertainment will aid in Loy's," so this is basically Kawaii's parent company, right? Loy's IP production development, including planning and development of related merchandise. Popular VTuber group Production Kawaii has announced that they are now a member of Japanese planning and production business Culture Entertainment Co. Now, I don't know about you, but planning and production does not sound like, entertainment and management. It does not sound like talent management. In fact, I would even go so far as to say that they seem to occupy the opposite ends of the same niche. Aimed at expanding its intellectual property, IP business, the announcement was made via the group's official Twitter account, and then further down. A peek at Culture Entertainment's website lists Loi Co. Inc., the parent company of Production Kawaii, as part of Culture Entertainment's IP business offering. Under this subsidiary business format, Culture Entertainment will aid in Loi's IP product development, including planning and development of related merchandise. Moreover, the business partnership aims at distributing said merchandise online and will also see Culture Entertainment also doing management of talents and other internet creators. And there we have it. All of the stuff that the talents were talking about when it comes to how much management cares, how comfortable they are with management, all the stuff that Reina said way back when Ocean was being terminated about how much management cares about all of the talents, etc., etc. The thing is, that can all be true, that can all be accepted, but that lends more credence to Gen 3 choosing to leave if this was going to be the direction of the company. Because all of that good management, all of that management that really cared, that put in all of those, hours to help the talent succeed, those members of management had, we don't know how many of those members of management stayed after this particular change. Perhaps all of them did. Perhaps this just gave Production Kawaii additional managers. But I don't think it's too outlandish to assume that Kawaii becoming a subsidiary of Culture Entertainment Co. and having Culture Entertainment Co. overseeing management of talented internet creators means that there is going to be at least a little bit of a change of management. So it's not going to be the same after that business decision has gone through. And when you take that into account, suddenly it makes a lot more sense as to why the quote-unquote future direction of the company might not be what Gen 3 envisioned. Because one thing you should never do is hand off management of your talents to people who see them as IP. That just never works. Because people are not just intellectual properties. And if you expect people whose main area of specialization is nurturing IPs, which essentially just translates into making their brand more powerful and more profitable, right? The unfortunate reality is that those things, making brands more powerful and profitable, they have nothing to do with looking after a person. And fundamentally, that's what a talent is. And this is also why, like I said, you don't want to palm off your talents to be managed by people who don't see them as talent, who see them more as intellectual property. However, it is still unclear what management role Culture Entertainment will play towards the Production Kawaii talents. I want to reiterate this. We have absolutely no indication of the degree of involvement that Culture Entertainment had with Production Kawaii's management process. We have no idea how they changed the management, if at all, as a result of becoming a subsidiary of, Culture Entertainment. However, like I said, if this is all the information we have, if this is all the information available to the public, I can't help but think that maybe, just maybe, there might be a connection between the two. But I want to make it very clear. That is my personal speculation that has been influenced by the topics of the prior 2 streams that I've done this month, as well as, prior research that I've been doing on various companies in the industry, even prior to that particular point in time. But fact remains, it is entirely possible that this is a very biased perspective that leads to that speculation. However, like I said, the evidence kind of points to this. You can't change what you don't have. Exactly. You don't want to palm off your talents, Chairman 2025. Well, yeah, you don't. Other businesses affiliated within culture entertainment include various entertainment houses such as C&I Entertainment, Music Centric Agency, Otto Inc., publishers Earthstar Entertainment, and Tokumo Shoten Publishing, and e-commerce platform Fan Plus Life, among others. What do you notice about all of these various entertainment companies? C&I Entertainment. Exactly, Knock. They aren't VTuber companies. They're publishing houses. Yeah. They have a very traditional understanding of what an intellectual property is. It's a song. It's a character. It's a storyline. It's a novel. It's a CD. It's whatever. It's an album. They're not used to understanding IPs in the same way that IPs apply to VTubing as this sort of weird amalgamation between an actual character and a talent's own personality. This weird middle ground of a VTuber persona and VTuber IP. And as a result, it is very, very likely that they are not going to understand exactly how best to manage talents in a way that is considerate of their personal contributions to building up an IP. Now, at this point in time, pretty much any sort of public general goodwill towards production Kawaii had been substantially kneecapped. Sorry, give me a second. Ugh. So, at this particular point in time, production Kawaii's ability to expand was probably not going to be exactly the same as before Gen 3 left. People were probably going to view them with at least a little bit of suspicion, especially after that entire debacle with how their remaining talents responded to their Gen 3's decision to leave. However, unfortunately, after this particular point in time, that didn't stop Kawaii from trying to expand further, from, dare I say, accelerating. Because remember that in the statement that was posted onto Charlotte Suzu's channel, Nene herself explicitly said this was a small company with limited resources. So on paper, you would assume that that means that they cut back, but no. In October of 2023, Kawaii attempted to debut 3 new members in a yet another sort of generation, but not really, in their 4th generation. Then, in March of 2024, they tried to debut a generation of 6 members instead of the usual 5. So, by all means, it seems like they were trying to just keep pushing out talent. But at the end of the day, this wasn't really working. None of the new talents experienced the same level of explosive growth that some members of Kawaii's 1st generation managed to experience when they debuted. And as a result, they all kind of just lingered there, not really receiving the same opportunities to perform and sing and make covers that Gen 1 and 2 had received prior, not being able to, perform in an idol concert in the same way, and not quite experiencing that burst of success streaming-wise either. And, well, I mean, by just over halfway through 2024, even one of the newer members, Ran Sukiha, ended up graduating as well. So, by all means, production Kawaii at this point in time was just, the writing was on the wall. Its momentum had been killed, it was dead in the water, and it was just a slow and painful decline from here on out. Very evidently, whatever was going on with management seemed to have gotten worse, not better. Management didn't seem to know what to do with this new influx of talent, nor what to do with the talents that were still under their wing from Gens 1 and 2. And so, production Kawaii kind of just kept drifting. AJ, fun fact, Leith Bonapucci is a former member of Nichi Sanji ID. That's painful. Yeah. Going from one sinking ship to another, that cannot be easy. And lo and behold, on October 9th, 2024, Production Kawaii would take to their Twitter and post an official announcement stating that they were indeed going to be closing their doors by the end of 2024. Now, as to what this statement actually says, we'll be analyzing it towards the end of the stream. However, what I want to do is pivot from talking about Production Kawaii, because I think we now have a pretty good idea of some of the major controversies that have defined their one of the major controversies that defined their company. We have a pretty good idea of how Production Kawaii responds in times of closures, responds to departures, how gracefully they've proven themselves, in terms of being able to handle it in the past. So now I want to pivot over to Iron Project. To Ayan Project. I keep saying Iron because, well, I assume grammatically that's how it's supposed to be pronounced, but Ayan Project. October 2nd, 2022, a YouTube channel was created for the VTuber company Ayan Project. They called themselves a US-based VTuber agency aiming to share entertainment in everlasting narrations. And just over a month later, on November 12th, 2022, they would release a video stating that their auditions for their Generation 1 were now open. Now, around the same period of time, a few months after that, February 10th, 2023, the CEO and founder of Ayan Project, a VTuber by the name of Eri, or Mo Eri, would formally announce that she was going on indefinite hiatus in order to funnel all of her efforts into the new agency that she was starting. Quote, announcement. First off, I want to thank everyone for being a part of this wonderful journey of mine. I started this whole thing in 2020 just because I wanted to be a cute anime girl online after not being happy with creating content IRL. Despite all the bumpy roads, I believe I've accomplished a lot since then, and I'm very proud of that. All the friends I made along the way, streaming and just hanging out with my community, brought me so much joy. Thank you for giving that to me. I wish I could continue all this, but life just seems to be getting in the way. And I also want to hold on to and focus on an opportunity that I've been blessed with. I have 4 future babies that need my attention after all. In my VTuber company, Ayan Project, that I've been working on for months, I will still be fulfilling. That I've been working on for months. I will still be fulfilling all my pending collabs, so expect some extra content here and there. I'll be releasing one last solo cover on my YouTube channel before I end my activities. I'll post my final schedule on Discord. This hiatus may last months to years, so I want to spend these last few streams with only smiles. Let's enjoy these last moments, okay? The cutest mouse, Eri. On February 24th, 2 weeks later, an article will be published in VTuber News Drop by Jay Agnoy and Teddy Cambosa promoting and spotlighting Ayan Project's first generation and CEO. Spotlight, Ayan Project's Mo Eri and Musea generation. Ayan Project's founder and CEO Mo Eri spoke to News Drop just before its first generation Musea debuts. Quote, "We are about to be introduced to a new group of VTubers on this latest spotlight, and they are just about to debut tomorrow, February 25th. Moeri, founder and CEO of Iron Project, speaks to Newsdrop about her motivation to build a group. We also get to see a sneak peek at what's coming up for the project, scroll down further, and get introduced to the first set of Iron talents." And then they start introducing, in the form of, a bunch of different quotes from Eri, what were her motivations? What was her rationale? What was her thought process behind initiating this VTuber company? Quote, I wanted to shine a light to those aspiring VTubers. Prior to the establishment of Aeon Project, we know Moeri was a VTuber herself. This time, she brings her years of streaming experience, her struggles, lessons, and best practices to the team. Quote, prior to starting my VTubing activities as Moeri, I had already been creating content under a different name for several years and simply transitioned to VTubing because I wanted to be a cute anime girl while making even more content. I've learned so many things throughout both of my 5 years of IRL content creation activities, as well as from my 2 years of VTubing. I'm going to give a piece of advice, just toss it out there for anybody who's thinking of doing something similar. If you want to start a VTubing company, you're going to need a lot more than 2 years experience as a VTuber in order to be able to do it successfully. You need quite a bit on the side, whether it be experience running a business, some sort of, connections with investors, etc., etc. But 2 years as a VTuber, that's not enough to prepare you to run a VTuber company. No shade at Eri for this. There's plenty of other stuff to throw shade for later on. I believe all my experience together can help shape future successful talents. Well, she certainly did accomplish that goal. I've dabbled in a variety of content such as music, gaming, ASMR, and one time I even reviewed my community members' socks. Excellent. She was ahead of the curve when it comes to the feet thing. Truly an innovator. However, I also understood the struggle of aiming to become successful, especially as someone just starting out. I know how difficult it is for VTubers just starting out, from commissioning your model and assets, posting on all platforms to maximize your reach and growth, to even just figuring out what to stream or what extra content should be made. I saw that there was so much talent that wasn't being recognized, and I wanted to shine a light to those aspiring VTubers. Robin Tier, I should start a VTuber Corpo comprising of home appliance VTubers. That would be a funny idea. Now, this is the first signs that something may be a little awry when it comes to the way that Eri is approaching the whole VTuber business thing. The next section, where she's explained the rationale behind, how she created the agency, is titled Creating New Characters. For every agency, there is an origin story, and we understood that Aeon's origins stem from Moeri's imagination. Her creations led to her to share the spotlight with other aspirants. It's actually a pretty funny story. I've always had thoughts of rebranding or changing my personal VTuber design, and even thought of various designs, but I ended up just sticking with my current persona. I don't want to ever leave Eri and the community I had built as her behind I don't ever want to leave Eri and the community I built as her behind. Imagining various different characters was just something that I enjoyed. Then one day I thought to myself, oh, I can create unique, fun, and cute new characters and support aspiring VTubers at the same time. That was basically the initial start of the creation of Ian Project. I hate that name. In other words, in a weird demonstration of horseshoe theory, the problems that a multi-million dollar, a multi-million dollar corporation has when it comes to perceiving VTubing, and a sole creative VTuber is having with perceiving the business of VTubing, is exactly the same. This makes it sound like she's seeing the VTubers not as talents, but as characters. When you cast a VTuber, you're not casting a character. You're not casting a voice actor for a character. No, you're doing more than that. And I'm not saying that Eri doesn't have an understanding of this, but what I am saying is that with this as the rationale, this makes it sound like you started a VTuber company because you had the resources, or at least you thought you did, and you had a bunch of OCs that you wanted to give out to other people to play. That does not exactly fill me with confidence in your vision for your talents. And one of the problems that I fundamentally have whenever I see people refer to VTubers as characters is, well, this. See, VTubers, right, they occupy a weird middle ground in the Venn diagram between people and characters, right? VTuber personas are essentially an amalgamation of the person playing them, so the actual actor, quote-unquote, the seiyu, or whatever you want to refer to it as, the person playing them, aspects of their personality, etc., combined with a character design or character persona that combines aspects of performativity that you associate with just, normal fictional characters, right? On one end of the spectrum, you have Hatsune Miku. On the other end of the spectrum, you have an actual seiyu. For example, the seiyu behind Keys no Eye. However, the thing is with VTubers, because they are an amalgamation between these two extremes, right? They are an amalgamation of these two extremes. They occupy middle ground between them. What ends up happening, though, is that the longer that a VTuber operates, the more that they start to shift, the more that this persona starts to shift in the direction of the person playing the persona rather than the character that the person is playing. And the reason for that is when you operate on the internet, right? When you're creating content on the internet, this is something I've explained before. Your brand, right? Your brand as a creator is not defined by you alone. That's the difference between like a Mickey Mouse type thing and, I don't know, let's say Heikos Bales, for example, right? Heikos Bales, Mickey Mouse, two very different examples of, popular recognizable mouse characters, right? And one of the differences is the longer that Heikos Bales exists, the longer that Heikos Bales operates as a talent, the more aspects of the person behind Heikos Bales end up incorporating themselves into the brand of that character. I mean, we've all seen Bales' debut stream, for example. We know how she sounds in that stream. And now take a look at the way that Take a look at the way that Bae sounds nowadays. Take a look at the way that she streams nowadays. Those two are quite different in terms of their mannerisms, way of speaking, expressed personality, etc. And the reason is because over the years that she's been active, the talent behind Heikos has ended up sort of becoming one, in a way, with the character that she started off with. So when I talk about how personas end up gravitating towards the person playing them, the reason why this is important is because if you are a company and you know how to manage people, the longer you operate for, the better equipped you are to continue sustaining the production of your content. However, if you are a company that specializes in characters and IPs, the longer you operate for, the worse you become at actually sustaining the production of your content. So, like I said before, the reason why I keep harping on about how important it is to perceive VTubers as people, as talents, not as IP or characters, is because of this phenomenon, where the VTuber persona will end up blurring the line in this direction, not in this direction. So, as a result, whenever I see, I'll just say this again because this is a point that I really want to hammer home. whenever I see somebody referring to VTubers as IP or characters, that automatically tells me that they might not be fully equipped to understand what they need to do to ensure the long-term sustainability of their content. Because their content, the thing that gives them their content, is a person. The thing that they're nurturing, fostering, looking after, whatever you want to call it, is a person, fundamentally. Billy Oki, thank you for the 5. Still waiting for that feat reveal. Thank you for keeping the tradition alive. Old faithful. So, moving on. Some of the other things that Eri said over the course of this interview with Newsdrop. Focusing on passion. So what's the nature of Iron as an agency? What does it look for? Quote, the main thing that we look for from everyone working under AN project, whether it be the talents or the staff, is passion. We want to create a positive and uplifting company culture, a place for each individual's talents to shine and a place of support that allows our talents to reach their full potential through guidance and encouragement of AN project. Sorry, give me a second, just take a bit of a drink. I can feel my throat starting to get raspy. To go on, quote, Forever Home. The agency will be debuting its first generation, Musea, on February 25th. Is there an overarching lore or theme for this debut generation? Quote, our first generation will be the foundation of AN project, so the theme of Musea is aligned with our mission, to share entertainment in everlasting narrations. That's the source of, AN as a name. Musea will be releasing, one of the, little gripe by me, just being a little bit of a grammar freak, a grammar autist, if you will. It would have made a lot more sense if you said entertainment in everlasting narratives. I don't know why narrations was chosen as the word, but just the... Every time I read that out, I have to resist the urge to autocorrect it in my head to narratives. Oh, I'm late, but I forgot to switch back on the BGM after reviewing the production Kawaii video. Thanks for letting me know, by the way, because last time when I was streaming, I forgot to turn on the BGM for hours after I turned it off for reacting to a video or something. But yeah. Grammar no German. That's new. But yeah. Alright, now we're back. Now the scuff is gone. Thanks for the reminder. Hold on, let me find out. Shirayuki X, thank you for pointing that out. Musea as a group has the overall theme of harmonizing and working together to make something beautiful. Musea's lore centers around a mysterious, quote, being of light, end quote, who plays a very important role in each member's lore. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm getting flashbacks to the Omega Alpha thing that Hololive tried to do when it debuted its English Gen 2, sorry. When it debuted Council and Project Hope. Quote, I don't want to give too much away, so we hope everyone will tune in to Musea's debut streams to learn more about Musea's story. Yeah, word vomit, pretty much. This doesn't really tell me about how you're going to run the company. Although I understand that, this emphasis on lore, I understand if it might be a stylistic choice, but yeah, AJ, you're right. AN had way too much emphasis on lore. It doesn't... This is what I mean about seeing VTubers more as characters than as personas that are performed by talents, right? You can have a VTuber without lore. You can have a VTuber without a distinct character. You cannot have a VTuber without a talent or a persona. That just doesn't work. So, to go on... This is interesting. Long-term sustainability and future goals. With the recent developments in agency VTubing, how does AN prepare itself to make it sustainable? Quote, strong talents. We were very careful in our selection process and believe that they will help shape Aeon's path forward, and we hope our guidance will help them to flourish. Now, let me give you a tip. If you are planning on starting a company or advertising a company, and you are asked, how do you make it sustainable for your talents? Don't reply with, just have strong talents, Lamau. That doesn't fucking work. So far, we have had, since 2020, an innumerable number of small agencies that have risen and promptly collapsed because they have expected that their main way forward is to have a breakout flagship talent that will somehow make it sustainable to continue operating. They have been approaching VTubing like panning for gold. That does not work. If you want sustainability, if you want a path and a plan for sustainability, you cannot rely on your talents just being strong. Yes, having strong selection processes and vetting processes is objectively a good thing. Yes, it is very important to the sustainability of a company to have good vetting processes, good recruitment processes. But recruiting strong talents does not make for a strong agency. And if you want to outline how you're going to make your business sustainable, you're going to need something else. To continue, quote, we have strong support for sponsorships, are aiming to have our talents appear in upcoming conventions in the near future, and are already planning on a second generation. Now, hold your horses, lady. You haven't even debuted your first one yet. Don't tell me about how you have a second generation being planned or in the works. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear about how you have second or third generations in your mind before you've even debuted your first one. Let's get the first one off the ground and then we can talk about a second generation. Quote, we're also looking to secure more investors and are careful with the budgeting so we can make best use of the funds our talents will work hard to bring in for the company. It doesn't really fill me with confidence if you are asked about long-term sustainability. And the three things you identify are just have strong talents, bro. We will look for sponsorships, and we are still looking for investors. I don't know about you, but that doesn't exactly sound like a long-term path to success. Tomahawk, your guros and nenes do not grow on trees. The only exception to this is if you grow the tree yourself. Exactly. That's a good way of phrasing it, right? Everyone wants a nene amano. Everyone wants a gargura. You don't get those just by, crossing your fingers and sticking a finger up your ass, though. To continue. We give our best every day so that our talents can have the best shot at success. We are thinking and planning for the future and are aiming to expand our staffing when the time is right to better support the talents as we grow together. Day 1 DLC announced. That's a pretty good comparison, Sahara. The next section, titled As Moeri bids goodbye to VTubing for now, concluding our discussion, what is Moeri's thoughts on being able to create Iron Project as well as debuting its first wave? Quote, I knew it was going to be very difficult to create Iron Project, I keep slipping up, Iron Project, but I was dedicated and extremely passionate about this project. So now that our first generation of talents are about to debut, all I can say is that I am overjoyed to see both the staff and our talents' hard work finally paying off. I know it's just the start, but I am ready to continue working hard behind the scenes to bring our everlasting narration to fruition. Moeri will release her last solo cover, a trilingual rendition of Yuri's Dry Flower a few hours from now. And that was it. And so, 24 hours passed, and on February 25th, 2023, the 4 members of Iron Project's debut generation would make their way onto the scene. Kilia Kurayami, Rifu Evergreen, Kiki Lockhart, and Sky Shinryu. Each of them would debut with official BGM, a song cover, and a group music video, Forever Home, that was sung by all four of them. Now, I'm missing Kiki's because her channel has since been terminated for whatever reason, but just know that it was there. And all of the debuts were capped off with a first ever group collab between all of the different members of Musea with a slumber party theme. Everything was peachy, everything was fine. This looked like it was going to be a quaint but novel idea that was about to get off the ground. Until about 2 months later, on April 15th, when a few stirrings of something going wrong behind the scenes would begin to emerge in the public eye. Iron Project would tweet out an announcement that stated, quote, "Notice of changes to talent Rifu Evergreen's scheduled streams. Unfortunately, the current scheduled streams of AN Project's talent, Rifu Evergreen, will be postponed to a later date. We would like to reassure you all that this is not due to a health issue or a recent family issue. Management has decided that it is best for the talent to take some time off after a rigorous schedule since the talent's debut. The talent will resume their normal activities on Monday, April 17th. We hope those of you who support Rifu will look forward to her future activities, and thank you for your continued support of AN Project." Now, this was weird for a number of reasons. I don't think I've ever seen a formal announcement made by a company's management that basically said, "Oh yeah, we're giving our talent 2 days to just chill. We're asking our talent to, take the weekend off." And not only that, but to go out of their way to specify this is not a health-related issue or a family issue. No, this was a call that management made, which is already very suspicious. But the problem is, when we're looking at good PR responses, like I said before, one of the things we look for is clarity. In terms of being externally consistent, there isn't really much to comment on since this was the first announcement of its kind that AN ended up putting out. Now, it was the first of many, but it was only the first, so at this point no one had any reason to believe contextually that there was anything inherently wrong. However, internal consistency, we have a problem. Because management states in this notice, quote, that it is best for the talent to take some time off after a rigorous schedule. That makes it sound like you're doing this to prevent burnout. That makes it sound like you're making this decision for the sake of the talent's health. But you've explicitly said in the sentence right before that it is not due to a health issue. So what exactly is this? And this was one of the first signs, in my opinion, that AN had absolutely zero PR oversight. They didn't have anyone at the helm that was capable of discerning or evaluating whether the statements they put out actually made sense or not. It seemed like all of these announcements were just being typed up by whatever members of the upper management skeleton crew that were present at the company in this period of its existence. So, like I said, pretty confusing, little worrying when you contradict yourself in that very first statement and you are doing something that I don't think we don't have a lot of other examples of in this space. However, that wasn't the end of it, because only 2 weeks after this, I want to reiterate that, 2 weeks after this unexplained, supposedly compulsory break from Rifu Evergreen's activities, 2 weeks after that, AN Project will put out a second announcement stating that Rifu Evergreen had now been terminated. And this was a real head-scratcher of an announcement. Quote, "Notice of talent Rifu Evergreen's termination. Hello everyone. We want to thank all of you for supporting AN Project and each of our talents. We regret to announce that Rifu Evergreen has submitted her terminal leave this morning. This was not expected, and we deeply apologize to all her supporters. Rifu had been struggling to abide by AN Project's talent contract for some time. We ask that you give us time before we share additional details. In the meantime, please do not speculate or ask the other talents for answers about the situation. Effective immediately, all of Rifu's VTuber activities with AN Project will come to an end. All of Rifu Evergreen's social channels will be taken offline by May 1st, 2023, including the YouTube channel, Discord account, Reddit account, and TikTok. The company will be issuing full refunds to Rifu Evergreen's members on YouTube. Lastly, we would like to thank everyone for supporting AN Project and Rifu Evergreen for the time that she was with us. We look forward to your continued support in the future. They keep killing the green women. Yeah, green is a little bit of an endangered color in VTubing, isn't it? So, a few things that make this statement very confusing and a little suspicious. First, when you say that Rifu Evergreen has submitted her terminal leave, that makes it sound like the decision to leave was hers to make, that she initiated this separation, this departure from the company. However, then, 2 paragraphs later, you state that Rifu had been struggling to abide by AN Project's talent contract for some time. Now, a competent PR spokesperson would have dictated that if you are going to start off by presenting this as Rifu's decision, it is in your best interests to preserve at least the veneer of amicability as much as possible. This sentence throws that out the window, because now what you've effectively done is one of two things. Either you are telling the public that this was not actually her decision and that you would have terminated her anyways because she was already breaking her contract, or this comes across as you kind of shooting her in the leg on her way out the door, even if the decision to move out of the door was hers to begin with. So, best case scenario, this comes across insincere. Worst case scenario, this comes off as actively malicious and more than a little bit resentful. This becomes a bit of a recurring theme in AN Project's company announcements. And finally, we ask that you give us time before we share additional details. Why come forward and make this statement if you're not willing to give all the information yet? And if you're not ready to give all the information yet, why make a statement of this nature? Why not just say she's on hiatus or something until you're actually ready to come out with a formal termination document? Because this doesn't serve anybody's interests. Now, accidentally, this ends up being slightly better as a termination notice, because generally speaking, exhaustive lists of sins and wrongdoings is not something that you ever really want to do, because that automatically compromises your ability to preserve both your own dignity as a corporation and the talent's dignity as they leave. And generally speaking, if you want an amicable parting, even in spite of the fact that it's a termination, you want to refrain from giving details if at all possible. However, this kind of half-asses that. It doesn't give a lot of details, but it still makes it very clear to the people reading that she did something wrong. And as a result, a lot of people were left a little confused as to what the fuck was going on. Confusion that would last about a week, because on June 5th, AN Project would release a follow-up statement regarding Rifu Evergreen, and this is where things started getting really, really weird. Quote, "Hello." If you're going to talk about a talent's termination, don't start off the fucking notice by saying, hello. Like, what are we doing here? Hello. I wanted to give an update on the situation surrounding our past talent, Rifu Evergreen's sudden departure from AN Project. Thank you everyone for your patience. What is the first thing you notice when you read this statement? Or one of the first things you should notice when you read the statement. Yes, the hello, but there's something else as well, immediately after that. Yugure-chan, it sounds personal. Yes, why? What makes this sound personal right off the bat? Yes, Xanthopy, exactly. This is a company account, and yet the statement starts off with the pronoun I. This is a statement on an ex-talent that has just been terminated that is written in the first person. Now, when I talk about how I don't think that AN has a PR person, this is part of what I mean. Now, spoiler alert, the reason why it starts off with I and is written in the first person was because this was actually written and signed by Moeri, the CEO and founder of AN Project. But we'll get to that in a bit. For now, let's go through the rest of this statement. It's 3 pages, by the way. Oh, fuck's sake. Although we enjoyed Rifu's personality and energetic motivation towards content creation throughout her time with AN Project, Rifu committed multiple breaches of the NDA and talent contract. What is immediately one of an inconsistency that you can discern in the way that this second paragraph begins when you compare it with the way that the first paragraph begins? It's a manifesto. Yeah, pretty much. To be fair, ex-Rifu had streamed earlier that week and dropped some hints in a Discord stream. That is true. However, when you're talking about corporate statements, and this is the point that I'm making, it's okay if you have retorts to something that your talents are saying once they leave. But you need to be very, very careful to differentiate between which retorts come from you as a person and which retorts come from you as a company. And that's something that this statement fails at miserably. Exactly. Fuzzy Otter and Eternal Ant. I became we. They are mixing the persons used or the perspectives that are used when conveying this information to the public. In other words, Eri, whether intentionally or unintentionally, is conflating her own perspective, her own feelings, her own personal outlook on the situation with her company. The professional and the personal is losing the boundary. They are losing the boundary that distinguishes between the two. Throughout her multiple breaches of NDA and talent contract. These breaches included multiple instances of publicly sharing information without prior management approval, publicly sharing IRL images of her body after management denied her request, numerous instances of breaking the rules of our public Discord server, and unprofessional and inappropriate behavior towards management and moderators. Since her debut, management has provided guidance to the talent through written feedback, meetings, and general advice so that she may better abide by the signed contracts. Now, when you say management, who are you talking about? Your Gen 1 has just debuted. I find it very difficult to believe that you have an entire team behind you. I can believe that maybe it's just like you and one other manager, maybe 2 if we're pushing it. But who is this management that you speak of? Because if you're going to say management, then you shouldn't use I. And if you're going to use management, I would even go so far as to say we would be a mistake, or to refer to yourself as we would be a mistake. So just either go with it being personal or go with it being professional. Don't mix the two. We have also conveyed our reasonings to Rifu. We have also conveyed to Rifu our reasonings on why breaking these rules can have a negative impact on both the talents and the company. When asked about why she continued to disregard one of our rules and explained how it was affecting the other talents, she answered that her, quote, numbers were benefiting from each action. I cannot give all the specific details regarding all of the indiscretions and breaches. However, we understand that there are many who seek answers regarding her sudden break prior to her departure. This recontextualizes when management asked Rifu to take a break, because now it sounds like a disciplinary action. Even though it said, we did this because our talent had a very rigorous schedule, which made it sound like it was a health concern, even though you explicitly said it wasn't. Now, when you look back at the earlier statement saying that Rifu Evergreen's schedule was being changed at the behest of management, now that sounds like this was a penalty, not just some sort of concerned request for a break out of the interests of the talent themselves. However, there is something else. I cannot give all specific details regarding all of the indiscretions and breaches. If you're going to say that, why write this statement at all? It is quite simple to say in your termination notice there were multiple breaches of contract, multiple breaches of NDA, and simply leave it at that. This does nothing to enhance the clarity of the situation. It just gives you an avenue to further decry her actions and conduct, and to perhaps erode her public image. That's it. Nothing else has been accomplished because no additional information, no further specific information has been provided to the public. To go on April 13th, the general chat of our private Discord server, which was used by the AN talent and its staff, in the general chat of our private Discord server, which was used by AN Talents and its staff, Rifu asked what would happen to her AN Steam account when she graduates from AN. I responded with what was written in the signed contract, which is that AN retains all accounts associated with their identity as a talent for AN, in the case of termination or graduation. Instead of voicing her concerns to us privately, she called us thieves and told the other talents of Musea that we were stealing from them. Now, this is written like a Google Doc. And so, instead of regarding this as a company statement, which this evidently doesn't fit the criterion of, with how personal it is, it follows that if we are going to regard this as a Google Doc with allegations being brought against a now departed talent who is presumably still under some form of NDA, it is only fair that you include some form of receipts. If you're going to say that she called you thieves, or she popped up in your Discord and, called you a bunch of scoundrels for saying that the, every account that is owned under the IN persona or AN persona belongs to you after she leaves, include some screenshots. So, if you're not going to do that, and you're going to allege this anyway, if you're going to go as specific as to name this specific, if you're going to recount this specific event, what was the point of saying earlier that we can't go into all the specific details regarding the indiscretion and breaches? That sentence has now been recontextualized. Instead of actually being an accurate descriptor of what you can or can't say, because you giving this specific example would have essentially given specific evidence anyways. All this sentence now accomplishes is saying, oh yeah, we can only talk about some things, some specifics, but rest assured, there are more that we won't talk about. That's all this sentence does. It is an extremely underhanded and petty thing to include in an otherwise, in a statement that would otherwise have at least the veneer of some sort of professionalism. Sorry, let me find my place again. We have given many talents for our talents to lessen the financial burden of streaming. We have offered to purchase games, art, and other expenses at no additional cost to the talent as part of the benefits of purchasing something for the purposes of their activities. Instead of reaching out to us or accepting our offers to purchase games, Rifu had purchased many games using her own money. Because of her disapproval of not retaining the AN Steam account after graduation, she reacted inappropriately by cursing and calling us thieves. This happened minutes before her scheduled stream for the day. The management team decided it would be best to cancel her stream to avoid any unnecessary and inappropriate behaviors from Rifu on stream. Here we have confirmation. The earlier cancellation and rerouting of her stream schedule, that was not something that was done out of concern for her well-being. It was done out of concern for company image. So, Jack? Not really, don't worry. It'll all be preserved in the VOD anyways, so. To go on. Quote, we have been very lenient as a company in giving freedom to our talent, but we also have our limits when it comes to disrespectful and unprofessional behavior. At this point, I think it is very safe to say that this is a Google Doc masquerading as a company statement. After further discussion with the rest of management, we decided to have a formal meeting with Rifu. During this meeting, management listed out the breaches of contract she committed and the effect her actions have had on the company. We informed her that we would be issuing her an official strike and would present her a document asking her to acknowledge her transgressions and agree to be proactive in improving herself and following management's guidance. Considering that she has been streaming every day since her debut, we issued the talent a break for the first weekend, giving her time to rest. A break for that weekend, giving her time to rest and reflect on her actions that led up to this. Despite all these incidents, we had full faith that we could start fresh and build a professional relationship with Rifu. Let me give you a little bit of a tip. If you expect your talent to simply come around to your way of thinking after having an argument with them, and you respond by forcing them not to stream, whereas previously they'd been streaming rigorously not because you've compelled them to, but because they've chosen to, you have essentially alienated that talent. You are not going to be in any position, or you are not going to put them in any position where they are willing to actually take in anything that you're saying. And this is a very counterintuitive way of attempting to address an otherwise easily resolved interpersonal spat. Zuli, take a shot at paraphrasing of talent freedom? Yeah, pretty much. Azahara, just like most Google Docs, there's no screenshots or evidence. Exactly. Because of her false start, Rifu has expressed that we should fire her and recast the talent to fill in the role of Rifu Evergreen. This is not something I or any of the managers wanted to do, and we explained this to her many times and in many ways. We reassured her that we loved her as part of AN project, and that we saw her as a talented creator that can be an amazing person with a kind heart. She signed the strike warning document, and we made agreements to continue working together and made a plan to better guide the talent to abide by the contract that she signed. Now, I can't help but notice that one of your talent's first responses is to say, you could just fire me and replace me with somebody else while retaining your IP. Now, it could very well be that this is just something that she said in the heat of the moment because she felt bad, or because she felt angry, or because she felt that she was inadequate for the role that had been assigned to her. However, there are two things that stick out to me, two subconscious things that this response gets across. One, this implies that the talent has made the subconscious judgment that they are worth less to you than the character that they are playing, or in other words, the IP that they are wearing. And two, this conveys that the talent thinks that they are replaceable. Now, again, I want to reiterate, this is just armchair psychology on my part, pun not intended. However, if you pick up on those two implications, those two subconscious feelings that leak out through this response, that should be sending alarm bells to any competent managers to know that something in their approach has gone horridly wrong. Because if your talent at any point expresses or feels either of those two things, that is a problem that you need to address immediately. Because if you ever have a talent that's approaching you saying, yeah, I'm basically just wearing an IP, anybody could wear it just as well as me, you've fucked up royally. Something has gone very wrong. Either you've gotten the wrong talent for the job, your persona that you've assigned and does not match the talent that you've cast at all, or you've somehow neglected them in some way to cause them to feel that. Now, it is entirely possible that maybe she's walked in with self-esteem issues or whatever, but at least to some extent. Now, granted, you're not expected to be their counselor or psychologist or anything, but it's still something that you would probably want to address as a talent manager. Yeah, Azahara, it could be that the talent doesn't understand how VTubing works, right? It's not just playing a character. And in that case, you've probably cast the wrong person to be a VTuber. But at the same time, like I said, if this was something that a talent had brought to my attention and I was a talent manager, you need to have a conversation to affirm the fact that they are valuable to your company, not just as some, not just in the same way as a voice actor is to, a character in a movie or whatever, but as an actual talent whose personality is equally as important to the persona, the character of the VTuber, as the character design, the lore, or anything else that you put into it as a company. To continue. Unfortunately, not long after this document was signed, another incident occurred which made management lose trust in Rifu. We had to remove her from our private Discord server. Again, no specifics, right? You haven't provided us with any specifics as to what the follow-up issue was, and I would assume that you would need to identify that because this was the decision that made you determine, okay, she is completely unsuitable to being part of our company. I would assume that you would provide the public with this information if you're willing to be specific as much as you were with the first instance, the first violation that you cited. Azahara, I see it more as you failed to manage to properly train your employee in the work she was supposed to be doing. Yeah, no, that's a valid interpretation as well. Because if you want to employ VTubers, you should probably make sure that all of your employees know how to be VTubers and know that it's not the same thing as just being a voice actor for a TV character or whatever. So yeah, I'm a reindeer. No onboarding process, or at least an onboarding process that wasn't exactly focused on the right things. Quote, we had to remove her from our private Discord server. Although it broke my heart to see her so consistently disobey our rules, I wanted to try a different approach in managing her. So without any sort of difference in terms of paragraphing or any sort of ostensible, conspicuous departure from a previous statement or tone, now we have switched over from speaking as the company to speaking as Eri personally. It broke my heart to see her consistently disobey our rules. I wanted to try a different approach in managing her. I offered to be her personal guide and became her one-on-one mentor. It did seem like things were getting better, but maybe I was just being hopeful. This comes across as Eri trying to wash her hands of responsibility for Rifu's departure from the company. And I'm not going to lie, it's not a great look. If you're going to do this on your personal account. I know you're on hiatus, but it's not like your Twitter account was deleted. This was a statement that should have, one, been separated between the portions that pertain to Eri personally and the portions that pertain to Ayan as a company, and two, part of it should have only been restricted to Eri's personal account. Because this does not work. This utterly destroys any potential prospect of professionalism in the way that this document comes across. In addition to compromising the clarity of your message by constantly flip-flopping between collective first person and first person, between speaking as a company and speaking as Eri, CEO and founder of Ayan Project. To go on, the last interaction I had with the talent was on Thursday, the 27th of April, where I contacted Rifu about buying a game for her. This was a normal interaction, as the current relationship with the talent at the time was assumed to be on good terms. However, early the following morning, Friday the 28th of April, we received an email from Rifu's lawyer regarding an immediate termination of her contract, as well as stating that further communication will only be made through her lawyer. I don't know if this says what you think it says, because to me, this doesn't sound like, you did a good job with... It doesn't sound like a betrayal. It doesn't sound like you did a good job with being her one-on-one mentor. No, it sounds like you are fundamentally incapable of empathizing with your talent. If all this time you thought you were on good terms, and then one day, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you were told by her lawyer that you were only going to be speaking through them, not her. So, I don't know, but this doesn't exactly sound like very competent management. This was not the path that Ayan wanted to take. We fought hard for her and tried to find various solutions to remedy the issues for both the talents and Ayan's sake. So again, that flip-flopping from speaking as Eri to now speaking as Ayan. Those are not the same things, and if you conflate them, you are actively harming the company's image. Sorry, give me a second. Ugh. To continue, quote, I also wanted to address some rumors that may have spread since her departure. Now, remember that specific thing, right? The fact that Eri wants to address some rumors. That this seems to be something that Eri specifically is quite sensitive to. We did not tell her to stream less. Aside from the break, we did not limit her from using Discord or other social media. We do not have a non-compete clause in our contract, and most importantly, we have not attempted to make any contact with her since she submitted her terminal leave, nor have we threatened her with any legal action. I would also like to reiterate that each of our current talents have an identical talent contract and non-disclosure agreement. For those who signed, to those signed by Rifu Evergreen. For the sake of the privacy of everyone currently and previously involved in Ayan, we will not disclose any further information. Now, I want to make this. I want you guys to pay attention to that one specific line. We will not disclose any further information. For the sake of the privacy of everyone... Sorry. My body is rejecting the statement. We will not disclose any further information for the sake of the privacy of everyone currently and previously involved in Ayan. And then she includes a stipulation. However, we are prepared to share evidence at our own discretion should the situation escalate in the future. So, we have a commitment, right? We are not going to share any more information for the sake of the privacy of everyone involved. And a condition, right? As long as the situation doesn't escalate. To go on, I want to apologize to everyone who worked with us to create Rifu's assets, especially the designer, artist, and rigging artist for Rifu Evergreen. I know you all put in a lot of work to make such a beautiful model come to life. I would also like to apologize to all the Reeflings that have had to see their Oshi leave Ayan project so soon, and last of all, I want to apologize to the rest of the Musea talents. You girls took a chance on us, and I feel like I let you down. I thank you for being so kind and understanding. I look forward to growing with you and making Ayan a better place for the community and our talents. Girl, just DM them. Just message them in your community Discord. You don't need to include this in the statement that you've written about terminating a talent. Just message them. You have the means to do so. This is purely performative. Why is this here? How does this contribute to the conversation? What does this clarify exactly? Everything that comes after apologizing to the Reeflings for having their Oshi leave Ayan so soon is completely redundant and utterly performative. Thank you to those who continue to support Ayan and its talents. Please look forward to what we have in store for the future. I don't think I need to say this, but this statement is awful. It reads like an angry breakup text that somebody sent via LinkedIn. If I'd been there in the room when... if I was Ayan's PR manager and I'd been there in the room when Eri was typing this up, I would have put her in a Chinese finger trap. This is never how you want to get across to your audience when you're trying to communicate professionally and as the manager, as the head of a company. This seems like you are trying to engage in a mudslinging contest with a talent that can't even speak up for themselves anymore, because presumably they are still under NDA. So this one-sided retort does not actually make sense, because even if we consider the fact that it is entirely possible that Rifu, in whatever her personal account is, has been saying to her own audience, presumably only, tangentially connected to Ayan's audience, has been making claims or whatever, trying to give her version of the story, and you disagree with that, you haven't pointed your audience to what her personal accounts are. And you haven't made it clear that her personal accounts are connected to her Ayan identity. So, best case scenario, you look like you're boxing with shadows. Worst case scenario, you look like you're kicking somebody who doesn't have the option of moving out of the way. So, in any way you spin it, this statement was completely redundant at best and incredibly malicious at worst. This is never, like I said, this is never something you want to do if you are in a position of power at a company. Another thing, going back to the notice of Rifu Evergreen's termination, there is a very specific line here that you see in every single termination notice that has ever been put out by another corporation, by a VTubing corporation, whether it be something as large as Niji Sanji, Hololive, or something as tiny and minuscule as, Ayan Project. In the meantime, please do not speculate or ask the other talents for answers about this situation. A very clear boundary is being established with the audience in this particular notice. Don't ask our talents to talk about what happened. Now, this doesn't eliminate the idea that the talents will talk about what happened, but it discourages, it outwardly signals that audiences should not, and that management and talents presumably disapprove of audiences trying to approach the remaining talents with questions about what happens. And the reason why I point this out is because this wasn't the last that we would hear from somebody at Ayan about Rifu's termination. No, because 2 days after that statement, that god-awful statement was posted onto Twitter, Sky Shinryu would end up going live on a stream, and in the middle of her stream, would start halfway through the stream, talking about Rifu's termination. Now, I want to make this very clear. I don't believe that Sky has made the decision to do this out of any sort of malice or any sort of resentment. No, nothing of the sort. However, as we will see when we actually examine what she said over the course of this stream, management knew that she was going to do this, and management gave her the go-ahead. So, at 49 minutes, 4 seconds, Sky raises the topic of Rifu's termination and Ayan's subsequent statement. She says, quote, "I have wanted to talk about it for quite a while at this point. I actually did ask management far in advance if I could talk about it. I just want to let everybody know how I feel about it." Now, I understand wanting people to, know how you feel about it. I understand wanting to get that off your chest. But she's wanted to talk about this for a while. Now, understandably, for a while isn't exactly a very precise measure of time. However, this makes me think that, at the very least, she wanted to talk about this, or she had the urge to talk about this, probably pretty soon after the termination notice was posted. Probably before Ayan posted that statement on June 5th. So, two things have been made clear to us. One, she's wanted to talk about this for a while, and two, management has given her the go-ahead to talk about it now. And that makes me wonder, why now? What has changed, and why has management only waited until now to tell her, yeah, go ahead, you can talk about this on stream? The only thing that has changed in between when Rifu was terminated and when Sky is talking about this now is that Ayan has now put out that follow-up statement. So while Sky may not intentionally be trying to, I don't know, contribute towards the attempts by Eri to hand wash herself of Rifu's situation, it is definitely being used that way, regardless of what her intentions are. No, the comparison to Finana, I don't think that's fair, because I have no doubt that this is genuinely her intention, that she just wanted to get it off her chest since she learned that Rifu was being terminated. Because, I mean, imagine you debut with somebody, right, at a new company. You find out, not even 6 months in, that one of your coworkers is being terminated for a whole list of reasons, right? I can understand why you might find that to be quite, bracing, why you might want to get that off your chest for your audience, in front of your audience. What I am saying, though, what is quite malicious about this is not something that comes from Sky herself, but comes from the way that management has timed approving her to talk about this on her stream. At 50 minutes 43 seconds, quote, "I do know that everything in the statement is true. I have witnessed some of these things, And it is at this point where you start to go, okay, so she's basically just affirming what's being said in the statement. And you start to wonder, why did management give her the go-ahead to say this, but chose not to include screenshots of the Discord conversation where this apparently took place? Because if you go back to the statement where they talk about how, Ian was talking about, where Rifu was interacting with Ian's management and calling them thieves, etc., etc. In the statement, it says, on April 13th, in the general chat of our private Discord server. Now, what that means is that this was typed. They could have screenshotted this. This was not a voice call where, unless they were recording, they would have no record of this. No, this was typed in the general chat of their private Discord server. So you could have screenshotted that. And yet, instead of including a screenshot of that in your statement, you've now opted to have a talent on their personal stream in a personal statement talk about how she witnessed some of these things happening. I'm sorry, but that's a deliberate choice by management. At 50 minutes 53 seconds, Sky says, quote, "I will only really be talking about my feelings about it, okay? Yeah, I've been wanting to talk about how I feel about it because, how do you say? I have been receiving a lot of questions, especially from marshmallows and stuff like that." Now, two things. Throughout this entire statement, Sky sounds quite uncomfortable with getting the words out of her mouth. She sounds very unsure about how exactly she wants to phrase things. This is what convinces me, or it's part of what convinces me, that she has not pre-planned this in any way. That it doesn't seem like she scripted this in any way, she hasn't prepared for this in any way, and this is what convinces me that this really is genuinely her off-the-cuff feelings. However, at the same time, I would also say that she is thoroughly unsuited to occupying the role of a corporate spokesperson, and she should not be the one talking about these things in the public eye. Like I said before, management made a severe, well, I hesitate to call it a mistake because this seems very deliberate, but management has made a mistake in terms of their own talent's well-being by essentially shoving her out into the public, shuffling her out into the public, and having her say this for them. Now, it's not intentionally for them, it's for herself, but it is definitely being used for them in terms of the timing around when management has given her the go-ahead. Second thing, she has just stated explicitly that the reason why she's bringing it up, or one of the reasons why she's bringing it up, is because she's been receiving questions about it in her marshmallows. Now, for those who don't know, Marshmallows is basically a site where people can leave anonymous questions for you, anonymous, posts that you can read, right? And explicitly, in the termination notice, Ian said, don't ask our talents about what's going on. You can't tell your audience not to ask your talents to give more information about what's going on, then actively reward that behavior by telling one of your talents that it's okay to answer some of the questions that they've been getting in their marshmallows about the situation. That doesn't work. And as a result, the longer this statement goes, the more Ian's statements retrospectively are being eroded in terms of their consistency, their clarity, and overall management's willingness to follow through on what they said before. Drac, yeah. I would say that comparing Sky to Moloko is probably a better comparison than Finana in terms of both the combination of how unintentional this seems to be and how it's being used by management. Yeah, miscalculation is probably, well, I don't know if miscalculation is the right word either, because this does seem very calculated by management. Viv and Raj, ignoring those questions will do it, right? Yeah, exactly. If she just ignored those questions of the marshmallows, that would have stayed consistent with what was said in the termination notice. But no, now she's actively going out of her way to address them, which is a problem. At 51 minutes, 35 seconds, she includes a disclaimer that her stream is a public place and asks her audience to be mindful of what is said aloud or typed in chat, right? Basically just her stock standard, remember that anyone can watch this, people who watch this might not have the best intentions, etc., etc. Presumably referring to people similar to myself who might comb through this to criticize what is going on with Ian. Sorry, give me a second. Azahara, imagine not saying anything, if only more people did that. Yeah, people don't often remember that is a possible avenue to take. At around 53 minutes, 38 seconds, Sky states that she's received multiple marshmallows from Reeflings informing her that Rifu was wondering if the remaining talents hate her, quote unquote. Sky then responds to this directly, saying, quote, Rifu, if you're listening to this, I hope you understand that I don't hate you, okay? I never have. I don't think I will, even after all of this. The only thing I do feel is that I am a bit upset and hurt about what happened, you know? But that doesn't make me hate you. I wish that things didn't have to turn out this way, or like they didn't transpire this way, and I do really wish that we could have continued working together. Because, like, I was really looking forward to the four of us continuing our journey together. This statement would have been absolutely fine. If you are going to talk about a talent that has since left because of termination, this is ideal, right? It adds, it just allows the water to pass under the bridge. It establishes that while the parting was not amicable, it was certainly not filled with resentment or vitriol. And it gets across the idea that she doesn't actually hold any hatred or resentment towards Rifu. Now, on its own, this part of the statement would have been fine. If she didn't mention the part earlier about, responding, saying this in response to marshmallows, then this would have been perfect. However, then the statement goes on. At 55 minutes 26 seconds, Sky comments on how sudden the departure felt. Quote, we were receiving updates that management was talking with her and things sounded like they were going to be okay, end quote. At 56 minutes 10 seconds, Sky states that right after management had informed the other talents that the situation with Rifu seemed to be working out smoothly, the public was informed that Rifu had left. So immediately that tells me that management did not bother to warn the talents ahead of time that they were going to be posting the termination notice. Because if they did, it wouldn't be such a big shock to the talents that were still there. 57 minutes, 31 seconds. Quote, I always wondered if I could have done more to get her to stay or convince her to stick through with it, end quote. And then she states that she had tried to reach out to Rifu once or twice after, before she was terminated, after observing her appearing distressed on stream, but ultimately didn't feel close enough to Rifu to dig deeper and opted to avoid prying. Sky expresses that she can't help but wonder if she could have prevented this outcome by being more communicative. Now, again, this is a normal thing to say, right? If a talent is still remaining, it's normal for them to dwell upon whether they could have prevented the termination of one of their coworkers prior to when it happened. This is completely normal. However, At 1 hour, 1 minute, and 18 seconds, Sky then states that she can understand constructive critiques of Ayan's response, acknowledging that the statement does mention a, quote, fall through in communication, end quote, before reiterating the importance of understanding that talent contracts, reiterating the importance of understanding talent contracts prior to signing them, especially so that the talent understands how best to abide by them and remains on the same page with staff. 1 hour, 5 minutes, 31 seconds. Quote, so communicating with management for things that you want to get, right? Okay, I received permission to mention this. There is a section in our contract wherein we, as the talents, can through verbal or written agreement revise certain aspects of our contract to receive permission for certain things. Now, I understand this being used as a defense of the company. I understand why she might do that because, well, she's invested in the company. It gave her a home. I understand all of that. I don't think that this is supposed to be a pointed remark at Rifu or anything like that. I genuinely believe that this is her genuine attempt at simply saying something that would, mitigate the sort of knee-jerk negative response that audiences would have to the company. However, there is something in this particular statement that is quite concerning. Does anyone know what it is? Can anyone spot what it is? Verbal? That's part of it. I received permission to mention this? No, this fits in with the broader context behind why she said this in the first place. Change in contract, management allowed it. Received permission to say it? No, not quite. The contract can be revised on the spot? That's closer to it, yes. Verbal combined with revised, yes. Overall, this is an extremely vague description of the criterion that need to be met in order for a contract to be revised upon consultation with the talent. Now, what this also means is that depending on the talent, you may end up granting different permissions that the other talents do not also share. And the reason why that is a problem is that lack of specificity, that lack of procedure, clear concrete procedure, is something that fosters favoritism, or at least provides grounds for accusations of favoritism. And this is why, although this is phrased as if it is a defense of the practices of Ayan's management, it ends up being another source of doubt as to how competently they are actually managing their talents. Because, like I said, you can have revisions to your contract in conjunction with consulting individual talents. That's perfectly fine. But you need to have some sort of procedure around how you decide whether a talent's requests, individual requests, are something that actually warrants a revision to their specific contract. And if you're going to be talking about permissions, if a permission is going to be granted to one talent, it should be the case that a similar permissions, or that at the very least you outline to other talents under what circumstances they could obtain similar permissions. It shouldn't be this sort of individual case-by-case basis thing, because that is way too prone to being abused by both the talents and the managers. At around 1 hour, 7 minutes, 32 seconds, Sky states that she understands Rifu's frustrations, having worked as a freelancer herself prior to her job at Ayan, and that she doesn't hold Rifu's disagreements with management against her. At 1 hour, 9 minutes, 20 seconds, she states, quote, there is a trade-off for when you're working together under a corporation, and you have to decide for yourself, quote, is it worth it? Like, am I willing to change this and that and the pros and cons of the benefits of working under somebody, end quote. So basically, she's reiterating that, it's everyone's own responsibility to understand what they're signing, to make sure that they're actually okay with working under somebody and all of the conditions that entails before they make the commitment to doing so. Honestly, I agree with this, right? In most other circumstances, I would agree with this uncritically and indiscriminately, because the message is good. It is always good to tell people, know what you sign, you have a responsibility to yourself to know what you're signing, and make sure that you're actually willing to give up things yourself if you plan on working with other people. All of that, perfectly understandable. At 1 hour, 9 minutes, 43 seconds, she starts addressing rumors that IAN has a non-compete clause in their contract and confirms that there is none. Now, I'm not going to lie, this didn't need to be said. Because in the statement, the follow-up statement released on June 5th, when Eri went off about terminating Rifu, she already stated that AN doesn't have a non-compete clause. You didn't need to trot out one of your talents so that they could then say the exact same thing in a stream of their own. There is no purpose in doing that beyond trying to back up what you said in your own abortion of a corporate statement. This was not necessary. You didn't need to do this. At 1 hour, 16 minutes, 25 seconds, Sky states, quote, I thought we were all under the impression that we weren't going to keep anything related to the IP. So, while I understand her frustrations, I really don't think she should have lashed out in that fashion. And when I saw it happen, because it was in our management server, I was shocked. I did not think that she would say something like that in that way. Yeah. And I felt that was very disrespectful. 'Cause like, you can definitely express your frustrations in a more civil manner. It was a very, very long wall of text. And that's the smoking gun that proves that this statement was a very deliberate choice by management. That they chose to have Sky relay this information verbatim instead of just showing a screenshot of the conversation. Because Sky has just confirmed that whatever Rifu said was indeed typed. That it was a, quote, very, very long wall of text. And text can be screenshotted. And screenshots can be attached to a document for public consumption. So, there is only one reason as to why they wouldn't want to include that screenshot. Presumably because it might make them look worse. Yes, it might have been full of swearing. Yes, Rifu might have been extremely unprofessional. But I am willing to wager that they didn't want to include it on the off chance that people would sympathize more with what Rifu was saying than what Eri was saying in that follow-up statement. Because they very well could have. And it was a deliberate choice not to. I was hurt because, well, I trust management and I appreciate what they've done for us. So to see stuff like that being said about management is like, whoa, you know? Oh, Asahara, they said it because one of the claims why Rifu didn't stream after getting terminated had to do with her claiming that there was a non-compete clause, as in she mentioned it multiple times and AN wanted to fight against the allegation. Okay, that's fair enough. But still, I stand by the fact that they should have said that in a corporate statement, not get one of the talents to talk about it as well. And then finally, at around 1 hour, 16 minutes and 25 seconds, a user in chat says, quote, yeah, this hurts to hear as a refugee, but I need to hear it. It's good to have closure. And then Sky responds with, quote, yeah, the reason why I asked to be able to talk about this so long ago, and that really does give the impression that she wanted to talk about this quite a bit prior to the June 5 statement, is because, personally, I was alright with not having much closure. I actually didn't know too much about the situation either, but I felt like you guys might want to hear a bit more, and also from someone else's perspective. Someone else's perspective? Someone else aside from whom? The only people I could think of, since Rifu has been conspicuously absent from all of Iron's messaging, is Eri. I understand if people want to hear a different perspective than Eri's. But what I don't understand is management making the decision to try to play into that. Because like I said before, Sky seems to have good intentions, Sky seems to be genuine, but the way that her statement is being used, the way that permission to talk about this is being handed out, that's extremely underhanded. And that is a very deliberate choice. Especially since she says, I was alright with not having much more closure. Which makes it sound like, if it weren't for the fact that people kept, people kept going to her own, her marshmallows or her spaces to ask about what was happening, and the fact that management didn't seem to push back against it in any ways. If it wasn't for that, she probably wouldn't have talked about it. That's what it sounds like. So, management has failed on two counts. First, by not getting in the way of audiences trying to ask talents to talk about the situation that they explicitly asked audiences not to do. And second, by actually giving her the go-ahead to talk about it now, at all time. So, at this particular point, that first termination, that first departure, I don't think, well, at the time, it wasn't exactly regarded as a big deal. Again, a lot of people were scratching their heads about what exactly was going on. It was very, very confusing. It was an extraordinarily convoluted, situation for the vast majority of people. However, in retrospect, that was handled probably about the worst way that it could have been handled. The only way that situation could have been made worse is if Rifu somehow revealed that she had considered taking her own life during the time that she was suspended or after she was terminated. But so far, yeah, not a very good approach towards breaking the news to the public. However, that being said, of course, once Rifu was terminated, Ayan moved on with their project. That wasn't going to be the end of the agency. They still had more left in the tank, and they had plans to expand. On June 23rd, 2023, Ayan would announce that they were opening auditions for their second generation. Mind you, this isn't even 6 months after Gen 1 has debuted. And this isn't even a full month after they have made a public comment about a termination of one of their talents. On June 25th, a video was put out on the Ayan official YouTube channel titled The Future of Ayan, where Eri herself would talk about some of her plans for the future. And there were a few eyebrow raisers that were provided over the course of this only around 3-minute long video. At 1 minute 15 seconds, Eri frames Ayan as a world-building project by referring to future talents as, quote, more characters from the same universe, end quote, that would be joining in short order. Now this tells me she still retains that view of VTubers as primarily characters as opposed to, more so talents or more so people. Now I'm not saying that's how she does think about it, but I am saying that this is what is conveyed through the way that she's, framing the occupation. At around 2 minutes, Eri reveals that Ayan is only, quote, in phase 1, end quote, with a total of not 1, not 2, but 3 generations being planned. And at 2 minutes 19 seconds, she states, quote, these girls, referring to Gen 1, will be joined by unique characters within their respective world and develop upon each other's lore. This is why we are so excited to share that the production of Gen 3 has begun, and we will be delivering in a timely fashion. Now, for a second, I want to take a little bit of a breather, right? A little bit of a break. I want you to distance yourself, right, from the veneer of world building, telling narratives, coming up with stories, creativity, all of that stuff, right? I want you to put that to the side for a second and just think about this in cold, hard, commercial terms. What is the word for it when your first generation hasn't even been out for like 6 months and you already say that you are actively producing your third generation? There we go, Jane Doe. Alan is 3D. Exactly. This is her saying, we are going to accelerate. Haven't you guys seen the lore? Aren't you so excited for the lore, guys? Aren't you excited for more DLC? Accelerate. We're going to accelerate. Who cares if one of our talents just left because of under very dubious circumstances? And who cares if there are gaps showing in terms of management's competence, both when it comes to handling the talents and handling how the talents communicate in public. We have more talents coming, guys. Get excited, get excited. Get excited to consume next product, etc., etc. And, well, I mean, spoiler alert, AN never got a Gen 3, but they did get a Gen 2, and they got it in short order because on October 23rd, AN would officially announce that Gen 2 was ready for debut, releasing a debut preview video on the AN Project official channel, in addition to announcing it on their Twitter. On October 28th, just like when Gen 1 was debuting, AN would put out another sort of primer on VTuber News Drop to promote the upcoming new generation. AN Project announces Second Wave Haven debuts November 4th. The new wave is composed of talents... I thought I misread that, but apparently that's a typo that was actually in the article. The new wave is composed of talents Zumi, Dokumi, Miri, Sapphire, Blaze, Shinryu, Amora, Lumina, and Nanimo Navi. AN Project has announced the debut of its second wave, named Haven. They are composed of talents, etc., etc. Then they give all the details. The new wave will debut on November 4th, starting from 12 p.m. PT or 3 p.m. ET. At the moment, indie VTubers Bao the Whale, Maya, Camila, and Yuria are set to do a watch-along for the Haven debuts. AN Project is also inviting other content creators to host an official watch-along, along with more details on their form. So they were debuting with the same things as the first gen, but also with a watch-along. Actually, I think they had a watch-along for the first gen as well, though it wasn't mentioned in the News Drop article that came out around the same time. So, come November 4th, the second generation did indeed manage to debut successfully, each one with, in the similar manner to the first gen, official BGM, as well as a cover for each one of the talents that premiered at the same time. Now, just like with the first gen, it also ended with a group collab, a dating game that was hosted on Zumi Dokumi's channel. No doubt this ended up giving her a little bit of a preliminary boost as well when it comes to numbers and stuff like that. However, for all intents and purposes, this looked like the way to go. Right? Gen 2 was finally here. Surely, this means that things are going to be better for AN going forward. And you would think that, till about 3 months later, March 19, 2024, when AN would announce... 4 months later, when AN would announce that another member of their debut generation, Kiki Lockhart, was going to graduate. Quote, announcement of Kiki Lockhart's graduation. Thank you for continued support of AN and our talents. We regret to inform you that on March 30th, 2024, our talent Kiki Lockhart from our first generation Musea will graduate from AN Project at the end of her contract period. So this was a case of the talent in question, Kiki, reaching the end of her contract and actively making the decision to not renew. Kiki Lockhart has been our beloved talent and friend from the founding days of AN Project, and she will be sorely missed by her dear keychains, her fellow talents in AN Project, as well as all the AN Project staff. While we are sad to see Kiki go, We know she will be successful at whatever challenges she sets her sights on in the future, and we invite you in wishing her the best of luck going forward. Kiki will be hosting a series of streams until the end of the month of March to say her goodbyes and thank her dear community who have been so supportive and kind to her throughout her time with AN Project. A large majority of Kiki's stream and video content will remain available on Kiki's YouTube channel after her graduation. Her channel memberships will be available until March 31st. AN Project would like to express our sincere thanks to the keychains and fans who have given Kiki their love and support throughout the past 13 months since her debut alongside Musea. We hope you will continue to support her until her graduation and enjoy the remaining time you have together with Kiki to the fullest. Yeah, this is relatively short. First we'd have a few less view VTubers and I believe Coefficient and Penumbral and such. Interesting. So, it's not a great look, admittedly, when about just over a year after your first generation debuted, you lose half of your first generation as well. However, this wasn't going to be the end of the casualties for AN Project, because while you could argue that AN could survive the loss of 2 of its Gen 1, unfortunately AN was in a position where it now had to sustain itself off of a bunch of very small talents, or relatively small talents, and 1 flagship talent. And come August 19th of 2024, AN would announce that it was going to lose that flagship talent as well. Because Kilia Kuriyami, the largest talent in terms of numbers that Ian had now also announced that she was going to be graduating near the end of the year. Quote, announcement of Kilia Kuriyami's graduation. Thank you for your continued support of Iron Project and our talents. We regret to inform you that on September 8th, 2024, our talent Kilia Kuriyama from our first generation Musea will be graduating from Iron Project at the end of her contract period. Now, it is notable that yet again, this was another case of a first gen talent choosing to not renew her contract and thus graduating. Meaning that it was less so, or it seemed less so, that she was being forced out of her role, and more so that she simply just didn't want to continue. At this point, there is no doubt about it. Something is very, very wrong with the company if your oldest talents just want to get the fuck out. To continue, Kilia has been an important partner in the growth of AN Project since its origins, and a founding member of our first generation. We are grateful to Kilia for the time she has spent with us and wish her the very best for her future endeavors. Kilia is planning some exciting content for her remaining time with AN Project in order to properly thank her community and say her goodbyes. A large majority of Kilia's content will remain available on her YouTube channel after her graduation. Channel memberships will be terminated on September 9th, 2024. AN Project would like to express our deepest thanks to all of Kilia's boys and the fans who have supported her and allowed her to thrive as a creator and VTuber for the past year and a half. We hope you will all continue to support Kilia until her graduation and send her off with your well wishes. There's one line in particular in this entire thing that I want you to remember. We are grateful to Kilia for the time she has spent with us, and wish her the very best in her future endeavors. I want you to store that particular sentence in the back of your mind. It will become very relevant near the end of this stream. September 8th came and went, and afterwards, with that, AN had lost both their flagship talent and 3/4 of their debut generation. This was a blow that, to no one's surprise, AN just could not survive. Because on October 19th, 2024, barely a month after Kilia left, AN Project would formally announce that they were going to be closing down at the end of the year. So, like with Production Kawaii, we are going to analyze this statement a bit more later on, but just to recap and summarize what we've gone through thus far, When you compare these two closures, the controversies that these two companies have borne on their backs in terms of both, talents leaving and the way that they've responded to those things, you get a list of the following traits that each one has, we can compare and contrast the different things that each company has been through. On the end of production Kawaii, Production Kawaii had one of its debut talents graduate within the first 3 months of operation. In contrast, AN had one of its debut talents terminated within the first 3 months of operation. However, with Kawaii, they had experienced 6 more graduations by the time of its closure. With AN, they only experienced 2 more graduations by the time of its closure, although it is admittedly a group that has a much smaller cast than Kawaii. With Kawaii, they had to terminate a talent for slandering their own co-workers and had an entire generation walk out of the company due to managerial disagreements. However, both Kawaii and AN permitted talents to act as PR agents, albeit unwittingly. Both of the well, with production Kawaii, they were eventually also acquired by a larger corporation that specialized in the quote IP business, debuted a total of 5 generations and or groups, and only lasted a total of 44 months, which was considerably more than AN Project, which only lasted a total of 24 months while debuting a total of 2 generations in the time that it still existed. So, if you were to go off of this laundry list alone, and I asked you, based off of no information besides all of the controversies we talked about thus far, plus this laundry list of what the each respective company has gone through, which of the two companies do you think had the more controversial closure? I'm very curious. Actually, you know what? Let me put a chat. Let me put a poll up in the chat. Again, only going off of this information, nothing else. I'll leave that running for a few seconds. Really early graduation seems to be a red flag. Oh, absolutely, yes. Now Rifu with her new persona has had success under an agency. Yes. The last one, Sky, how did she do it holding on so long? She wasn't going to be holding on for much longer, by the way. As we will get to in a second, had Iron not closed, she would have left regardless. Let me see how that poll is doing. I suspect that we have a lot of knowers in chat. Because right now the poll, despite the laundry list on Kawaii's side relative to Iron, 62% of you guys seem to think that Iron is the more controversial, or experienced the more controversial closure. I'll let the poll run for a few more seconds, accumulate a bit more votes. But it does seem to be quite decided at this point. Oh, okay. It's getting smaller. The gap is getting smaller. Give me a second to grab a drink of water. I mean, you did stream of it as well as about Iron? Yeah. Yeah, so right now it's about 60-40. It's still very much in the 59-41, somewhere thereabouts, right? It's still very much in the majority that Iron is the one that's more controversial. And so, with that prediction in mind, Mercurius, thank you for the 2. Nene forever. Yes. Oh yeah, by the way, for those I may have forgotten to say, but yeah, in case I didn't say it before, AN is US based. It's US based, not a Japanese company the same way that Kawaii is. So, with that being said, let's start off with Kawaii's closure notice. Let's start actually digging into the contents of what they said. So, going back to October 9th of 2024, when they first put out this notice, the notice itself states, quote, "Thank you very much for your continuous support of Production Kawaii and our affiliated talents. We would like to inform that Production Kawaii will cease operations as of November 30th, 2024. After much consideration, we have come to the decision to cease our activities as it would be difficult to maintain the current structure and continue to operate the agency and support our talents. We would like to apologize to everyone who has supported us, our affiliated talents, and all related parties for this regretful conclusion." Now, when people say it would be difficult to maintain the current structure and continue to operate the agency, what they mean is we're not making money. We can't make money, and we're going to run out of money eventually, so we're going to stop it now. As for the 15 affiliated talents, from December 1st, 2024, there will be no changes to their channels or social media accounts. They will continue their individual VTuber activities. Production Kawaii will continue to be open to all inquiries until November 30th, 2024, so please contact us via the website or X's DM for any inquiries. For information on each talent's activities after December 1st, please be sure to check for updates on their streams and social media accounts. So, this is a pretty big win. What it sounds like is they are basically just allowing their talents to depart with their IPs. Now, they didn't say whether they were sold or not, but the way that's phrased here, it sounds like they just gave them away since it wouldn't really do them much good to keep them in a hard drive somewhere, which is admittedly a pretty good gesture. So, in terms of what's going on, this lays a brilliant foundation for an amicable parting between the talents at Kawaii and the company that they're leaving. To go on, regarding announced event appearances and concerts. Event appearances and solo concerts officially announced by October 9th, 2024 will be held as scheduled. Regarding merchandise, sales of merchandise currently being sold by Production Kawaii will be taken off of shelves on November 30th, 2024. Please rest assured that Production Kawaii will continue to take full responsibility for delivering all merchandise scheduled to be shipped after November 30th, 2024. Regarding gifts and fan letters for talents, Production Kawaii will continue to be open to receiving letters and gifts for our affiliated talents until November 30th, 2024. Please note that we may not be able to deliver letters and gifts that arrive after November 30th to the talents. We would like to request that anyone refrain from contacting the talents for details regarding this matter. We sincerely appreciate your support for our talents as they navigate their activities in the future. Overall, very competently written statement, gets to the point, answers the questions, and most importantly of all, states that the talents are parting with their IPs. And I would assume that went quite a long way towards making the talents feel, if not good, at least okay about the closure of the company. Especially since, if you look at how talents were responding on social media, the first wave of things that they ended up posting were a bunch of memes about Kawaii shutting down. Hiyori Makami celebrating 10k milestone. They don't know Kawaii is about to blow up. Kohaku Yumekui with the very tactful thumbnail for her announcement stream, with the stating, "I lost my job" in white text on black background. Leith Bonapucci. Ah, shit. Here we go again. And, hold on, let me just make sure that I can actually read that name. Kaya/Melon Nishikino with a Harambe meme. And it wasn't just the newer gens that were memeing on the fact that their agency had died before they could really achieve the heights of what they had probably been promised to them. No, it was the older talents as well. Reina's son. Production Kawaii dissolving versus Production Kawaii talents going indie. Very approving of the fact that all the talents get to keep their IPs. And Nene Amano, their flagship talent herself, with a Henry Cavill and I forget the name of the guy. What's the name of the person who played Aquaman again? I forget. Shitposting company closure. There's no better way to go out, honestly. Yeah, it's because she was in Niji, yeah. Jason Momoa, yeah, that's it. Yeah, Jason Momoa and Henry Cavill meme. Oh boy, I can't wait for Nene's announcement versus serious announcement. Not clickbait this time, right? And as promised, the announcement stream that Nene ended up putting up was not clickbait, because in this announcement stream, she would go on to talk about her future after Kawaii's closure, as well as her feelings about Kawaii closing down. She sounded quite devastated throughout all of the earlier portions of the stream, where she was describing how Iron shut down, how much she dreamt that production Kawaii was shutting down, and how much she dreamed that Kawaii would make it to become one of the greats of Corpo VTubing, but alas, it just wasn't meant to be. And so, when reading through the statement that she posted in conjunction with her announcement stream, it states, quote, "Hi, everyone. I'm Nene Amano of Production Kawaii Generation 1 Ionia. I have a very serious topic to address. It has been announced that Production Kawaii will cease all VTuber operations on November 30th, 2024. This statement contains my personal feelings and future plans only. I hope you can read/listen until the end. First of all, I want to state that I enjoyed being in Production Kawaii so much, and I would not have traded it for the world. It was how I was able to meet you. This is why I am deeply shocked and saddened by this announcement. I have been going about my activities as normal, and was very eagerly looking forward to the future of Production Kawaii. After finding out about this announcement, I have been very heartbroken and anxious." So one thing that this does tell us, which is quite surprising, honestly, considering that the talents got to keep their IP, is that this statement seems to have been a surprise to both the talents and the public as well. "I joined Production Kawaii as a founding member of Generation 1. With a scout email in my inbox and an invitation to be myself, Nene Amano, I took a leap of faith and decided to give it a try. Little did I know that this decision, becoming a VTuber, would transform my life. I truly found a career in which I was passionate, in which I could be my full and true self, with all the love and support I'd received from my viewers. For 3 years and 5 months, I have been streaming consistently with little breaks and maximum passion, one day hoping that Production Kawaii would become a big name in the industry. I wanted my fellow talent of Production Kawaii and I to be worldwide renowned idols. I truly believed that Production Kawaii had what it takes." And this is really quite tragic, because you could very obviously tell that Nene and many of the other talents had a dream that they wanted to chase, and they thought that Kawaii was in a position to help them attain that dream. And what this tells me is that Production Kawaii, or at least the people in their upper management at this point in time, didn't quite have the vision necessary in order to bring them to that conclusion. They didn't have the oversight, they didn't have the plans in order to foster their talents at Kawaii as much as the talents themselves probably had hoped. To continue. Unfortunately, as a VTuber of Production Kawaii, this reality is no longer possible. I cannot truly express the sadness and also the inadequacy that I feel. I wanted to achieve this dream as a talent of Production Kawaii. Even though it has come to this conclusion, I am truly thankful for the opportunity that I was given. I love each and every one of my genmates and kohai who have been on the journey with me. I have made wonderful memories and many laughs and the unforgettable girls that I am so lucky to have met. Fortunately, I am able to retain all the IP of Nene Amano, myself, and also all of my channels. I will be holding a graduation stream from Production Kawaii on November 30th, 2024. From December 1st, 2024, I will be continuing my activities as the independent VTuber Nene Amano. Nothing would have been more heartbreaking than not being able to continue our happy and peaceful days together. Ultimately, the viewers who have supported me and my activities have truly transformed my life for the better. I would not be here today, still continuing my activities, without you. From now on, I want to reach even higher and achieve even more incredible feats as a VTuber. Of course, it is uncertain to go on this path alone. However, I know that with you by my side, I can achieve goals that were not even possible while in production Kawaii. I still plan to continue my streaming and idle activities in full force. I hope that this can give you some reassurance and motivation to support me in my activities more than ever before. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for everything until now. I am so thankful and proud of my community and all the memories we have made together. I sincerely hope that you will continue to support me in my activities as Nene Amano from production Kawaii until the end. Even more so than that, I hope that you can be by my side for the upcoming exciting journey of Nene Amano, the independent VTuber. Big love forever, chumps. Heart. Yeah, it's genuinely sad. However, she does seem to be doing quite well nowadays. And as a matter of fact, it does seem like most of the production Kawaii talents seem to move on pretty fine. A lot of the talents, when they were making their statements about what exactly went down, seemed to have some amalgamation of either bittersweet positivity or bittersweet optimism about the future, or indifference towards what had happened to them in recent memory. And I think quite a lot of that is due to the fact that they had been given the ability to keep their IPs going forward, which means that at the very least their time at Kawaii was not for nothing, even if probably for a lot of them they didn't get to achieve the dreams that they walked in with. However, this wasn't the only statement of note that was made by a talent that was leaving production Kawaii, because 2 days later, on October 11th, Namiji Frisia would also go live with a stream talking about her departure from production Kawaii, but would also end up dropping a few quite interesting details. At 12 minutes 4 seconds, Namiji states that meetings with management were relatively rare, at least around the time that they were going to shut down, only occurring fortnightly, so once every 2 weeks, before being changed to once a month, in addition to the meetings themselves being optional for the talents, which means that not only do they only occur once a month by the time that, towards the end of Kawaii's operations, but even that once a month was purely optional. At around 12 minutes 27 seconds, she states, quote, "In fact, in the previous times, we begged to have more meetings. We asked the management, hey, can we have more meetings about what the hell is happening? So that's actually why we ended up having the meetings that we did have. So not only did the meetings only occur once a month or once every 2 weeks, but those meetings occurred at the behest of talents, not management, and it doesn't sound like as a general routine. So at this point, this does not sound like the same management that Reina's son talked about all the way back in 2023, or all the way back in April of 2023. Sorry, is this... No, February of 2023. I was misremembering the dates. Because something has changed. Now, I'm not going to say that it's because Kawaii came under new management with their becoming a subsidiary of Central Entertainment. However, I can't ignore the fact that this is a bit of a suspicious coincidence that at some point during that time period between Reina speaking out against Ocean's misconduct and Namiji saying this now, that management has gone from being extremely hardworking and invested in the talents to only having meetings at most once a month, and even then needing to be roped into it by the talents. And at 1 hour, 53 minutes, 50 seconds, she states, quote, "Really, truly, our management is very hands-off in the first place. We had some guidelines and some rules to follow, but we don't have to be like, can I do this for every stream or whatever. It's only if you're like, I don't know, this might be towing the line, that you would ask. But otherwise, yeah, no, we just do what we want." And this to me sounds awfully like trying to flex managerial absenteeism as talent freedom. That infamous selling point that is that has been used in this industry in the past. Because this very much does sound like absent management. If you're not having meetings with if you're only having meetings with management once a month purely because you are roping them into it, especially when some of the time you're roping them into it because you don't know what the hell is going on, to quote. Yeah, this was a company that has been dying for a while, and something has been going wrong with management for a while as well. But aside from this interesting tidbit, there wasn't really much else to be dropped in terms of the lore. Now, she did say that the way she pitched it was that this wasn't exactly a negative. This was more just something that was neutral, if not positive, because it gave them more freedom to act. And for the most part, well, there wasn't really that much more in terms of controversy to be talked about. In terms of what happened after that announcement was posted on Production Kawaii's official accounts, the only other post that I could see where Production Kawaii put out a notice after they announced they were closing on their official accounts was this notice of a refund for accidentally selling official Kawaii trading cards on Booth. Now that was pretty much just a mistake in terms of what was being sold. And then they just announced that they were going to be refunding people, pointed them towards the refunding process, and that was that finished. However, another interesting lore drop would occur on December 1st, 2024, when Mamie Majoko would end up posting, "This doesn't really apply to me, because whatever, but people donating to girls seconds before they were free. What are you doing? But yeah, please wait patiently while everyone set up their own dono links." And then she goes on to state, "You all know that the managers didn't get the money, and the company still took a cut. Oh well, now the girls will get it all. Reminder that if the girls want to share any accounts or links, they will. Wait for that and do not look for or guess at any. Groups will organize their own accounts." Now, in addition to the earlier comment by Namiji that would point to management having no plan for Kawaii's future, this might point to a reason as to why Kawaii's management was, shall we say, slow or lethargic. Because if they weren't getting paid a lot, it makes sense that they wouldn't try a lot either. But overall, aside from that, the last that would go out would the way that the talents would go out is largely going to be consistent all the way up until the end with how they started, with memes, right? Ohaku Yumekui posting this this glorious meme of Production Kawaii blowing up spectacularly as she walks away from it. And this would be the end of Production Kawaii. It started off looking like a strong contender for the small VTubing Corpo scene, and eventually, well, it couldn't survive the few knocks that it took, and eventually it just went out with a whimper. On the bright side though, this closure, all things considered, was one of the better ones that we experienced over the course of 2024, not least because the talents had been given their IPs. They were allowed to depart with them, and as a result, the general feeling was that, at most, people were bittersweet about the fact that it was closing. But, generally speaking, there wasn't a lot of reason for the talents to express grievances with management or with their ex-company, because at the very least, all of them were guaranteed to have something to show for all of it. The same cannot be said for AN Project, though. Going back to October 19th, so 10 days after Production Kawaii announced that they were closing, the official closure announcement that AN Project would release would state the following. "Thank you very much to our community members who had been supportive to AN and our talents over the last 2 years. We regret to inform you that we will be ceasing operations as of November 3rd, 2024. It has been difficult to come to this decision, but we have decided that it would not be feasible to continue operations and support our remaining talents. After the company ceases operations, the channels and social media for talents Sky Shinryu, Blaze Shinryu, Miri Sapphire, Amora Lumina will remain unchanged, as they have purchased their IP and will continue as individual VTubers. The majority of the content for Zumi Dakumi's and Nanimo Navi's YouTube channels will remain available after the closure, but they will be streaming and creating content under new indie personas in the future. On November 2nd, 2024, after their final streams with Ayan, we will be adding a link to their new personas in their YouTube and Twitter bios so they can be found more easily. We hope that you will continue to support all the talents in their future endeavors and wish them the greatest success going forward. Yes, a few people in chat are already noticing what is very, very strange about this particular announcement. Yes, some talents are leaving with their IPs, but they have stated explicitly that those talents have bought their IPs, and the two talents who have not managed to buy their IPs, presumably because those IPs had a price that was set above what they were capable of accomplishing, although that in and of itself is a point that we'll discuss later. Yeah, instead for them, they will just end up including a link to their new socials in their current AN bios. Now, this is a unique circumstance. I don't think we've seen this before, where you have this odd combination of selling talents their IPs, while the company closes, while at the same time also pointing the audience officially from their AN identities to their indie identities. And this will become a very important point going forward when we determine how gracefully AN was able to close. Now, Zumi and Navi have requested to have the remaining time off from streaming and social so they can focus on their mental health. However, they have both confirmed that they would like to have their final streams on November 2nd, 2024. And then they talk about, undelivered Donathon awards, and then regarding merchandise, etc., etc., etc. The final conclusion. AN Project would once again like to thank our community members for the passion, love, and support throughout the operation of AN. All of us at AN Project appreciate the time and the effort the talents have put into the company. It was a joy to see each of their creativity, passion, and hard work bloom into something amazing. We thank all of our moderators and staff who have helped to keep the talents and community safe and comfortable. We hope that all of the talents and the fans will think back fondly on their time with AN Project, and that the memories we made together will remain a part of your everlasting narration. If you have any questions, any time in regards to the closure or any of the matters in this announcement, please direct them to an official email address, and please do not contact talents for details regarding this matter. The mailbox will continue to be monitored after the company ceases operations. AJ Shell, we'll get to that in a second, don't you worry. Now, like I said before, there were two things that stood out as being very unusual about the statement. First, explicitly pointing existing audiences to certain talents' indie accounts. This is going to be very important because now, due to the actions of the agency, everything that is said by these two accounts, Furumi Kaipa, who was once Zumi Dakumi, and Nemo Nevermore, who was once Nanimo Navi, everything said on these two accounts, everything posted on these two accounts, are going to be taken as if they were said by an ex-talent of Ayan, as confirmed by Ayan. Charlie Spur, thank you for the 2. Hey, it's my favorite horse's favorite chair. That is a great honor. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for the super chat. The second thing that was very unusual was the fact that they got some of their talents to buy their IPs. But not just some of the talents, no. But they didn't just let talents buy their IPs, but only some of the talents managed to buy their IPs. And this is where things start to get a little weird, because all of the talents in their farewell streams would start talking about how they were approached with the opportunity to purchase their IPs. In other words, this was not something that they expected to happen, at least for the overwhelming majority of the talents. The first one to go live with an announcement about their future, about how Iron was shutting down, and to describe their experiences with its shutdown, was Amora Lumina. In this announcement stream on October 19th, same day, titled What's Next? At around 4 minutes 26 seconds, Amora reiterates that Iron Project will cease operations starting from November 3rd, 2024. At around 6 minutes 25 seconds, she states, quote, "For those of you who are concerned about what is going to be happening afterwards, I love being your princess. I love this more than anything. So I worked with management. We've had a lot of conversations over the last couple of weeks, and I was able to work out a deal where I was able to purchase Amora's IP from Ayan. So I own her. I own me. I will be staying as Amora Lumina even after Ayan stops on November 3rd. What sticks out to you about this particular statement about how she managed to buy her IP? Any ideas? Yes, AJ. I was able to work out a deal. This makes it sound like not only were the talents being charged money, but the amounts of money that they were charged for their IPs were worked out, quote unquote, on an individual basis. Now, the other thing I want you to note is that Amora specifically mentions that she has been having conversations with management about buying her IP over the last couple of weeks. This will be important in a second. The next talent to talk about things was Miri Sapphire, now Mira Monsoon. In an announcement stream titled Let's Talk About the Announcement, at 12 minutes 56 seconds, she states, quote, "Please know that I, personally, am not going anywhere. I will still be Miri after the company closure. I was able to work it out with management. We were able to come to an agreement where I was able to purchase my IP. I am legally me, and I get to be me." This is our second confirmation, well, our first confirmation, our second repetition of how the talents worked out a deal with management to buy their IPs on an individual basis. It was up to individual negotiations. Now, with 2, you only have a coincidence. You need 3 in order for it to be a pattern, and we're already halfway through the 4 that the only 4 that were able to buy their IP. From what I could tell, the next person to go live with an announcement was Blaze Shinryu, and around 46 minutes 32 seconds, Blaze responds to a question that one of her chatters posed that stated, quote, "Will the Ryubis," so her fan name, "be considered your IP, or will Ryubis have a new body after this?" To which Blaze responds, quote, "I believe... So technically, yes, Ryubis are under Blaze's IP, but I'm obtaining Blaze's IP, and I will make sure that when things are completely, properly specified with management, that the Ryubis are something I obtain, because I do know that there are some things that I'm not going to be able to obtain, just because I think it falls under, like, merch products and, like, other sorts of things, but I don't think that just because the Ryubis are in merch products that, I would not be able to have the IP for them. I am sure the Ryubi IP will be fine. 2 things about this statement. First, something that's quite interesting to note is that out of the 4, Blaze seems like the one that's least surprised about being able to purchase her IP. she didn't describe like the others where she was only approached a few weeks before, the negotiations only started a few weeks before. In fact, she doesn't really mention when exactly she started negotiating with the management in order to buy her IP. Second thing is, she seems quite unclear about whether she says technically yes instead of just yes when someone asks whether her fan name is included under the umbrella of her IP, which implies to me that even though it was worked out with management that she was going to be able to purchase her IP, the details of that had not been yet set in stone. Which is interesting, considering the fact that the other talents seem to be quite clear on this point, and yet Blaze isn't, despite being quite, again, not very surprised that she's buying her IP. And the reason why I raised that in particular is because, at this point in time, we only have a coincidence, right? 1 is an anomaly, 2 is a coincidence, you need 3 to form a pattern. And Blaze has not really given us that 3 because she hasn't described the process of negotiating the deal with management in this stream. However, if you go to October 21st, when Sky made a stream talking about her thoughts on the closure, we would get this confirmation with a third description of how exactly negotiations went down. At 15 minutes 58, Sky states that, until recently, when she learned that AN Project would be closing down, she had been planning to graduate, quote, for a while now. The way that she phrased it, the last few weeks she had planned to graduate, she had planned to be the last few streams because she was planning to allow her contract to elapse without renewal. If AN had not shut down before November of 2024, it would have lost all 4 of its debut members. That is how awfully the company was managed. However, since it was closing, Sky received a bit of a pleasant surprise. At 17 minutes 5 seconds, she states, quote, because I was planning on graduating, and I didn't know that the company was closing, I also did not know that we were going to be approached with the opportunity to buy our IPs. So, I was very settled. Or rather, I'd come to terms with the idea of not being able to continue with Sky, and please understand that it's not just hard on you, it was really hard on me too. Since I mentioned that I had these plans for a while, some of those weeks where I was really sad was because I was dealing with and going through the emotions of I was having difficulties coming to terms with saying goodbye. This talent went multiple weeks towards the approach of her approaching her graduation date, where she was essentially just left in the dark and left to believe that she would just have to part ways with her audience and all of the work that she put in for the last 2 years forever. Or the last year, forever. And only recently, in her words, we don't know exactly precisely how many, days or weeks recently is, but the way that she phrases it makes it sound like a fairly recent development. I'd say probably around 2 or 3 weeks at most. Then she was told that she was going to be that she was going to have the opportunity to buy the IP. Another thing that's quite notable in the case of this specific account by Sky, whereas in the other cases, right? In Amora's case, she states that she was having conversations with management. In Miri's case, she said the same thing, that she had talks with management. However, in both of those cases, we had no indication of who initiated those talks, whether it was the talent approaching management asking to buy the IP, or whether it was management approaching talent saying, hey, you want to buy the IP? However, with Sky, she has explicitly stated that we, as in the talents, were approached, or were going to be approached, with the opportunity to buy our IPs. Now, this tells us 2 things at this point. With this third confirmation that there were indeed individual negotiations going on to determine the prices of these IPs with individual talents, we now have confirmation not only of that, but of the fact that this transaction was initiated by management. In other words, I would assume that if these negotiations took place, management was the one approaching the talent, and management was the one setting the initial price. Now, the reason why that is important is because 2 of the talents out of the 6 that remained at AN after all the graduations were done were for some reason not able to purchase their IPs. Now, Mercurius, thank you for the 2. Going out of business sale. See, that's the interesting part, because you would assume that if AN knew they were going to close, it would be, commercially speaking, in their best interests to recoup as much of their costs as possible. Which means that even if they approach all of the talents with the same starting price, surely even if a talent isn't able to meet that starting price, it would be better to sell that model, that IP, off to their talent at a lower price than to get 0 for it and to have no value out of it for the continuation of its existence as a random file on a dusty hard drive somewhere. So if we were talking purely in terms of business, since this is a closing company and it doesn't have to worry about things like legacy or IP or anything like that, it makes no sense business-wise to refuse to sell an IP to a talent. Which is why it is a little confusing that we have an entire 2 talents that did not manage to buy their IPs. And the thing is, when you look at these 2 talents, right? Zumi Dokumi, Nanimo Navi, initially they seem to be quite okay with this announcement, right? Zumi Dokumi would quote tweet saying, "I love you all, thank you for everything, heart, sparkle emoji." And Navi would post a penguins meme with Skipper saluting deep fried while getting Thanos snapped, saying, "Mrs. Obama, it's been an honor," in response to the announcement. However, few things that seem a little strange in the context of what we now know. See, prior to the announcement, about 1 month prior to the announcement, on September 21st to 25th, 2024, Nanimu Navi hosted a 4-day donathon. The goal, well, the stretch goals, the biggest stretch goal, was to hit $20,000 in donations for an off collab with Zumi, coincidentally, the only other talent that wasn't able to purchase her IP. On top of that, well, unfortunately, she didn't manage to hit that goal. She only managed to hit, if I remember correctly, around 15,000 something, which is still quite a bit of money, but it's not 20,000. And when I'm thinking about why 20,000, and when I think about the timing of her doing this donathon in conjunction with that announcement that will come out later saying that 2 of the talents were not able to buy their IPs, can't help but think that this is a little bit of a strange coincidence. On top of that, there would be more fuel added to the fire when on the same day, or the same day and the following day that Iron put out that announcement, Nemo Nevermore would tweet out, "All I'll say is I wanted to keep being her, but I don't have the means to do so, unfortunately. I wanted a Rico model, or a Rick Zero model, I don't know how to pronounce that, since 2021, so getting one was a dream come true. It hurts a lot to have to let her go. Wish things could have been different." And the next day, allegedly, the personal alt account of Miri Sapphire would tweet out, "I am sorry things turned out the way they did. I'm struggling a lot with what is probably akin to survivor's guilt, because not all of us were as fortunate. I know I'm lucky. I'm sorry. I was prepared to walk away with nothing. I was told the only way I would be able to keep her meaning her previous IP at Aeon, was by staying for longer and working harder. That's some Black Corp shit." So not only do we now have confirmation that it was management that approached the talents to initiate a trade deal for the IPs, but apparently in these so-called negotiations, some of the terms for at least one of the talents included having to stay longer at Aeon and continue bailing it out without being aware that it was closing, potentially. I've cried so much over having to make that decision that I ultimately declined. I wish we were all given that same opportunity. I was told I would ruin the chances of anyone retaining what they had. That entire meeting was over 15 minutes, and all I did was cry afterwards. I'm sorry I couldn't do enough. Genuinely. So, what she's saying is essentially that management approached her, said, okay, you can keep your IP, you can accept this deal, right? Well, you can earn this IP by staying longer at the company. If you refuse this deal, though, nobody else is going to get this deal. You're going to ruin it for everybody else. And that is a really scummy thing to do. Now, understandably, in light of all of these things floating around, people understandably began to talk, to speculate, because it is very unusual that you would have talents be approached individually for negotiations, personalized negotiations as to how to acquire their IP from management, and yet have only some of the talents walk away with their IP, despite the fact that the company was closing, and therefore everyone could be safe in assuming that the remaining IPs would have no value to the company. Business-wise, that decision does not make any sense at all. And so people started speculating, people started talking. There were rumors. And for some reason, on November 4th, 2024, one day after Ayan was supposed to be dead, the official Twitter account was essentially necroed in order to put out the following announcement. Quote, Ayan Project Public Announcement. It has come to our attention that a lot of information has been spreading about our talents and internal company information. We would like to say that we are very disappointed. It has come to this, and we do not approve of slander, rumors, or defamation of any parties or individuals in any situation. Yeah, unprofessional as hell. I've actually talked about this in one of my previous streams where I was analyzing, where I was dissecting how this is a great example of Orwellian language. In other words, lying without actually, deceiving without lying is how I would phrase it. So this is a statement that has been put out sounding like it is, well, first of all, we and our. It sounds like whoever was writing this wanted to replace every instance of we and our with I and my. Now, where have we seen that trait before? Where have we seen the inability to leave rumors be? Where have we seen the tendency to use a corporate account to put out a public official statement that sounds more like a personal rant before? Oh yeah, June 5th, 2023, when Eri was putting out her own personal statement. Now, this statement isn't signed by anybody, but two things. First, this is Ayan's official account. Second, this is Ayan's official account the day after that company is supposed to have closed down. I don't know about you, but I don't think there are a lot of people that have both the authority and the access to be able to put this statement out. I think it's pretty safe to say that this was a statement written, approved, and posted by the same person. Because at this point in time, who else has access to this account? And who else has the authority to speak on behalf of a now dead company? Supposedly dead, I should say. That'll make a bit more sense in a few minutes. Ayan Project is a young company in the VTuber industry that has gone through a lot of growing pain. So initially, it's essentially just starting off with a metaphor to try and humanize the company as much as possible. As if it was not this lurching, hulking mess of mismanagement and neglect. We have not been without criticism, that's putting it very lightly, and no one will ever claim that no mistakes were made. No one person is to blame for where we are today. Again, trying to diffuse blame for what has happened in this agency, its various fuck-ups, as much as possible. No one was at fault. Everyone was complicit. We do not want anyone casting blame at a specific person or persons in any way. Well, sure, but now that you've posted this announcement, people are going to start talking about it more. AJ, thank you for the 5. I have to sleep, but before I go, I'm going to say this, that Risty, the mod/manager, I've talked to people who would know that for sure. There are no public sources, to my knowledge, that confirm that, so for everyone watching this stream, I would avoid, for the sake of making sure that we only go off of things that can be proven by evidence, since there is no publicly traceable record of that to my knowledge, I'm going to say be very careful about making claims like that. Might be true, might not be, but in the public eye, we don't know if that's the case. So, careful about that, AJ. But aside from that, thanks for the 5. Very generous of you. And I hope you have a nice rest. To go on, talents and management were a term, and we had our dreams and worked hard towards them together. But unfortunately, it didn't work out in the way that we had hoped. We would like to clarify the following. Accusation of failure to complete contracts. Casting of blame. Accusations of favoritism. Now, if I was in a position where I could tell them to shut the fuck up as a PR consultant, only one of these 3 dot points actually has any basis in reality when it comes to any legitimacy or any importance when it comes to addressing it. Because if your contracts have not been fulfilled, that could be something that you are liable for, and that might be something that is worth addressing. The other 2, however, casting of blame, what the fuck does that mean? And accusations of favoritism. Well, no shit, Sherlock. If you have 3/4 of the talents who are able to buy their IP saying that they were approached by you individually to negotiate on what their asking price was for the IPs, no shit you're going to get people accusing you of favoritism if not every talent seemed to be equally capable of benefiting from that opportunity. There are 2 out of your 6 that were not able to purchase their IPs despite presumably, I say presumably as a good faith assumption, that despite presumably being approached by you just like everybody else. So yeah, obviously there are going to be accusations of favoritism. And to try and, wring your hands and ask why, that doesn't really do anything productive. Azara. Unfortunately, there was a fuckwaki-aki. Yeah, pretty much. That's how exactly this reads. In regards to failure to complete contractual obligations, while the details of the contracts laid out very specific requirements of both parties, there were instances where the contractual obligations were not fully met. I despise this weasel wording. Not fully met by who, exactly? Because that's a very important detail to leave out if you say that there were indeed failures to meet contractual obligations. This is the case for all parties involved, to various degrees. Way to not answer the question while wasting more words. Many are aware that talent participated in providing their feedback on managerial performance and company operations. Now, this is a very slimy way of trying to make talents complicit in managerial incompetence, because if a talent says, for example, I don't feel supported, why aren't you helping me? Technically, you can class that as feedback on managerial performance. It's not good feedback in the sense that management is doing something very, very wrong, but it's still feedback. So this tells us nothing. Please be aware that management provided feedback to talents as well. Well, no shit, Sherlock, that's part of your job. You don't need to say that. Everyone made steps towards improving. Ayan was quite lenient and understanding with our talents regarding their performance because we knew they had very realistic personal circumstances that we wished to treat with utmost respect, and we were a young company with room to grow and improve. Unfortunately, we couldn't reach a state that aligned with everyone's wishes and goals. So you failed. As a company, you failed your talents, their dreams, their aspirations, their goals, their requirement for support. You failed to deliver on that. In that circumstance, you cannot go say, oh yeah, everyone was to blame. Oh yeah, talents gave us feedback, but we gave them feedback as well. No. That is an abject failure. In regards to casting of blame, we have seen and heard a lot of feedback and rumors that specific talent, current or former, or individual members of management were specifically to blame for the company being unable to remain operational. This is false. The operations of Iron were never a one-person show, and we all had our parts in the journey. Again, you're being very, very indirect. It's a very roundabout way of saying, oh yeah, this is everyone's fault, not one person's, not ours, but everyone's, including the talents. At the end of the day, we weren't able to make it work, and while unfortunate, it is not the fault of any specific individual. Yeah, I can believe that, but it is certainly the fault of a bunch of specific individuals. And I blame the specific individuals that were a part of management. Because you don't foster this kind of environment by being good at your job. I blame management purely from my own personal perspective as as someone with a background in media. I blame management for being fucking awful at public relations, at handling company communications with no professionalism whatsoever. That's something I can squarely lay at the feet of a few specific members of management, the one that has been named being Eri herself. Now, in regards to accusations of favoritism, there has been a lot of speculation regarding this, but we assure you that we respect all of our talents equally. Yeah, that's a fat chance of that. Some claim that we held specific talents more strictly in regards to their actions. However, we considered all breaches of contract and company policies by any talent with the same considerations. At the end of the day, we were more interested in supporting the talents and understanding that it is in everyone's best interest to allow the talents much freedom as possible. There we are. It's always the companies that fuck up managerially that feel the need to boast about how free their talents are, isn't it? While still trying to uphold our company values, we can say that every member of AN Project tried their very best. We respect our talents greatly and wish them the best in their future endeavors. We ask that everyone involved stop spreading misinformation and that everyone continue to support all the talents positively. Yet again, that omnipresent, ever-nebulous claim. Misinformation. People are spreading misinformation. Never mind giving correct information or more information or specific information. No, we don't need any of that. Just tell people to shut up, stop talking about it, stop spreading misinformation, guys. Just leave it alone. Now, I don't need to tell you that this was not received very well by the overwhelming majority of people. You had people in the replies clowning on it for sounding like it was somebody trying to compose a breakup text who somehow managed to get lost on the way to their private DMs. You had people like, well, you had me talking about it as well, where I made a quote tweet specifically identifying how this is the exact opposite of a graceful departure when you necro your own company's official accounts one day after it's supposed to be dead in order to not say goodbye to the talents, not apologize and make up for a mistake in terms of, your audience accidentally buying a product that was no longer on sale. No, but to instead just unilaterally decry rumors, misinformation, tell people to shut up and stop talking about the failings, very public failings of your company. This was awful. Absolutely atrocious. In terms of whatever public relations is, whatever good public relations is, this is the polar opposite of that. And the general public were not the only people clowning on this announcement. Nemo Nevermore, in response to this, well, not in direct response to this, not by quote tweeting or replying in any case, but would mysteriously, around the same time that this was being posted, tweet out this meme of an unimpressed person looking at the camera going, "Lum Fao." Farumi Kaipa would also put out a tweet saying, remembering things that happened, then getting that sinking feeling of hurt has not been fun the past few days. And then they would end up speaking together in a public post with Nemo tweeting out, hearing from another person who knows nothing that it was actually worse than I thought is just, sweating emoji. I have to laugh, or nervous laughter emoji, I have to laugh. To which Farumi replies, I'm just tired, bro, lol. And then Nemo replies, I am bitter and sad and just wish I knew what we did to deserve that. At this point, it's starting to seem very targeted. And it's very easy to believe that because, like I said, choosing not to sell the IP to your talents when your company is closing, even if at a lower price than you initially asked for, makes no sense business-wise. On November 10th, so around just under a week after Ayan posted that announcement, Farumi Kaipa would post out, I am just hurt that an quote-unquote official document, end quote, posted for the public is outright saying the opposite of what I was told and what I know to be the truth. That is all. It's hard to be silent and okay about injustice when favoritism did play a role and the price of others just repeats in my head. I wanted to talk to you, no, one-on-one, and couldn't even get that. I used to look up to you, I defended you, never meet your heroes, I guess. I don't want to stir the pot, I don't want to cause senseless drama, I just wanted to know why you didn't like me. What was wrong with me? I'm sorry if this hurts, I really did care about you. Now, I don't want to, speculate too hard about who she's talking to, but it certainly sounds like she's talking about the founder and CEO. And it certainly sounds like, you can surmise based off of what she's saying here, that her attempts to negotiate a price were outright rejected and she was ghosted. So, already, not a great look. Especially when you have talents outright stating, yeah, no, every talent was given a different price, as is the logical assumption when we know that the management approached the talents individually to negotiate the IP deal. But not only did the talents each get a different price, but apparently some talents were deliberately priced out of being able to buy their IP. But curious, thank you for the 2. It looks like an act of absolute bitchiness. That's not even the full of it. On the same day, Nemo would end up posting a massive thread just ranting about this. Quote, I keep feeling really sad about the IP situation at my last job. Somehow, my IP cost as much dollars as my student loan debt, even though I was the smallest and least subbed in the company from day one. I'll never understand what I did to deserve that, maybe someday. Now, I want you to cast your mind back to when Navi had her donathon, mysteriously 1 month, almost to the day, before Ayan announced its closure, and how the end goal was $20,000 for an off-collab, quote-unquote, with Zumi Dokumi. especially knowing others got much better deals, sort of a slap in the face. Hope the person who did that to me can sleep well at night, knowing that they destroyed my mental health and self-confidence, lol. I don't care if I see a single dime of what I'm owed anymore. To do this to me knowing I've been suffering with my finances and mental health is really low. When I thought you cared about me even a little, just messed up. How can you claim what you've claimed publicly when you and I both know it's a crock of shit? I already know the reason I wasn't as palatable to you as other people. Why don't you say that instead of trying to blow smoke up everyone's asses? People would respect that more. So now we start to get a little bit more of an additional possible explanation as to why the towns were offered different prices and why certain towns were priced out. And it really does seem to all come down to whoever approached them with that price just not liking the individual talent. I'm tired and angry and would just love to have a real explanation as to what it was about me that made them hate me so much, but I'll never have an answer. You can spend Christmas with someone during a traumatic event thinking they give a fuck about you, only to realize that you were wrong. Thanks for being there when I needed it, but clearly to you that was just part of the job, and not out of actual genuine care, because if you did, you wouldn't have asked me for that much while offering others, well, lol. Truly despicable person you are, to think I once considered you a friend, and someone worthy of respect, lol. Charlie Spur, thank you for the 2. You care about me, don't you, Chair? Of course I care about all of you guys in my chat. Everyone in my community, especially those who, especially the Footstools. I care about you a lot. Well, I don't know if I care about you enough to sell you an awful deal on an IP, but I do care about you quite a bit. She would also go on to tweet, quote, "Thank you all to all the people who liked, commented, and shared my post from last night." So this was a few hours afterwards, right? "I was really overwhelmed with negative emotions surrounding what happened to me and a few others. I'm still angry. I felt like if I didn't say anything, I'm letting them get away with it. There's much more that I wish I could say. I will say it's funny that people seem to think the prices we were offered had any basis in reality whatsoever. They did not. While some people were asked exorbitant amounts, others were given theirs for less than a meal from McDonald's. No exaggeration. I can't find a way to rationalize that other than wanting certain people to suffer more than others. To be clear, this is through no fault of the people who received these offers. Obviously, if you're offered something you care about for a small amount, you're going to take it. I would have too. I just wish that generosity had been shown to more than a select few. That's all." And I want to hammer home, I want to really hammer home how arbitrary this decision to price the IPs were. How petty, how spiteful all of these transactions seemed to be. Because these weren't the only victims of some arbitrary decision to price someone out of or outright refuse an offer to sell someone their IP from Aeon. No, you might think they are, but on December 30th of 2024, the past life account of the talent behind Kilia Kuriyami would post out the following tweet thread, quote, "Just received a hate comment about how I messed up and jumped ship too early. I'm aware of the misfortune that I came into leaving too early, but I wasn't aware of the state of things. Do I wish I waited? Sure, but I didn't know. I was promised an escape, a new hope, and that fell through shortly after. People will let you down one way or another, so 2025 is all about putting my faith in myself and myself alone. I'm tired of regretting and wishing. It's time to take it all, because holy shit, I am so sick of just taking what I've been given." And this this is quite an important detail. Because this means that the talent behind Kilia was never given an offer to buy Kilia's IP. Now, I want you to cast your mind back to when it was first announced that she was going to be graduating. If I remember right, it was August 19th of 2024. And the date that she actually graduated was September 8th, 2024. Now, you could, if I were to extend the best faith assumption, right? If I were to assume, be as generous to Ayan and the people running it as possible, I could assume that maybe in September 8th of 2024, in August 19th, 2024, they didn't know that they were going to be shutting down. And as a result, it made sense for them not to offer the IP to Kilia when she graduated. I could assume that on good faith. But in order to prove that is the case, somehow you would need to be able to prove from which date exactly the founder of Ayan, the upper management at Ayan, knew that they were... you would need to be able to discern when exactly over the course of 2024 Ayan's upper management knew that they were going to be shutting down, right? If the date that they decided that they were going to shut down it happened after Kilia graduated, I could dismiss this as simple bad luck. But if that date was before Kilia graduated, before Kilia announced her graduation, I can only assume that would be the last nail in the coffin to prove that all of this is just down to pettiness and nothing else. And the thing is, there is at least a way to circumstantially observe if that was the case. Because I went and did a bit of digging. Turns out, Ayan, because it is a US company, has to list its details. It has to register as an LLC in a public business registrar. If you go to Maryland government's Business Express catalog register, whatever you want to call it, you will find a page specifically dedicated to one Ayan Project LLC. Registered Agents Inc., that address there. And this was an agency that was started on November 4th of 2022, which lines up perfectly with when Ayan formally announced its start. Now, I also went and searched for, all of the... there are only two particular business entries. There are only two entries that come up when you search up Ayan Project LLC. And both of them have the same founders. So, yeah, I have no doubt that this is actually Ayan Project's official LLC registration with Maryland's government. And one thing that you will notice, when you look at this particular general information profile, it says that the status is still active. Now, that is not that unusual, because even after companies quote-unquote close down, usually if they want to retain the IPs to the various stuff that they are, they will stay active just so they can stop the talents from just, saying fuck it and just running with the IP. However, right under that, there is a section that states whether the business is in good standing. And it states, this business is not in good standing. And the reasons that it's not in good standing is because it is missing an annual report that is due for 2024. Now, the website also has an explanation as to what exactly it means when a business entity is not in good standing. So, quote, not in good standing means that the business entity is not in compliance with one or more Maryland laws that apply to businesses and their responsibilities in this state. Only business entities that are active can have a good standing status. So a business that has been voluntarily terminated will also show not in good standing because it is no longer active. The thing is, Ayan Project LLC is still active, which means that this not in good standing is not because the business has been formally terminated. No, it's because they're actively missing some form of required documentation. And that got me thinking, okay, if they have to make an annual report every year, when is that report due? Apparently, according to the Maryland state laws, the annual reports for businesses, sorry, this is the wrong page, annual business filings and extension requests are due on April 15th of every year. Now, since AN started in November of 2022, they wouldn't need to file one for 2022, but they would need to file one for 2023. If they filed one for 2023, it would make sense, assuming that, it would make sense because on that specific year, they were fully operational as a business. They would need to follow these laws. It would be a sign that they are trying, at least, to stick to what is required of them through state law. And granted, you don't want to miss this filing date, because if you do, you get penalized. Pretty common sense. But the penalty can also scale up with every day that you continue to miss it until you reach a maximum of a $500 fine. Now, granted, if we speculate, for example, that the IPs of some of the talents were worth up to 4 to 5 digit amounts, right? Even if the 5-digit amount is as small as $10,000, small in quotation marks, $500 doesn't seem like a lot. But if your business is closing down, I would say that you probably don't want to pay a $500 fine. So there is an incentive to make that date, to make sure that April 15th of every year, you are able to submit your documentation on time. Thing is, in 2024 specifically, the state of Maryland extended the annual report date to June 17th. Instead of April 15th, they extended it to June 17th. So, in theory, if AN Project submitted their report at some point during 2024, we could use that report as a rough way to guess at what point, we can use that as a reference point to guess at what point upper management knew that the business would be closing down. And lo and behold, there also is, on AN Project LLC's company page, they also retain a history of the documents that AN has filed for Maryland State. Now, under filing history, you have the articles of organization. This is basically the formal documents that say, the business starts from XYZ date, it's, represented by XYZ person, XYZ agency, was registered with XYZ agent, etc., etc., etc. However, then you hop over to the annual report / personal property tab, and this is the record of every document that is every annual report or every personal property tax filing that you lodge on behalf of the business. And as is expected, in 2023, so in the year that IAN was actually formally operational, they did indeed lodge a annual report on the due date on the 14th of not on the due date, a little bit late, on the 14th of June 2023. Now, 2024, there is no such filing. And remember, the due date is June 17th. So my only guess, even if we're generous, right? And we assume that there is a similar 2-month lag between the formal due date, June 17th, and when AN would want to submit their report, which would be June, July, August. So August, right? Which would be when they would choose to do that. That's still before they announced Kilia's graduation. So anywhere between June 17th of 2024 and August, let's say 17th of 2024, I think it's not unreasonable to conclude that upper management already knew that the company was going to be closing down by the end of the year. Because why else would you not bother to file the documentation that is required of you to legally operate as a business in your home state? So, with that, we now have a possible time frame. And again, this is me being very generous by giving them that 2-week lag on top of the formal extension that the state of Maryland gave all businesses that operated in its borders, right? So between June 17th and when Kilia's graduation was announced on August 19th, a total of 2 months elapsed. 2 months where it is reasonable to conclude the upper management at least had an idea that their business would probably not last until the end of the year. Certainly wouldn't last until next year, same time next year. And yet, they never offered her a chance to buy her IP. And if we go off of when she actually graduated, September 8th, that's even longer. That's, 2.5 months or almost 3 months. So, at this point, I can't really say, in good faith, that Kilia's lack of an offer to buy her IP was simply because upper management didn't know. I can't say in good faith that upper management didn't extend the offer to her simply because it was bad luck and things didn't work out right. No. Very obviously, by around June to maybe August, their company already had no intention of operating as even a legal company. So, what's the excuse then? And so when you put all of this stuff together, right? You put the lack of professionalism behind the scenes when it comes to doing things that are legally required of them in accordance with state laws, when it comes to things like the way that they phrase their statements, the way that they use their talents to try and essentially run interference for their management, when you look at their strangely selective, completely arbitrary approach towards allowing their talents varying different levels of support moving away from the company, there is only one conclusion that is left available to me, and that these decisions don't make sense from a business perspective, which means it must be personal. For some reason or other, there are certain talents that the upper management at Aeon simply just don't like, personally. And at this point, it's not speculation, it's not just rumors, it is a conclusion that is actively supported by the actions and public statements, the public conduct of Aeon and its staff. And so, as a result, when I look at all of this, when I look at why the departure, the closure of Aeon was such an abortive mess, well, the main reason why I can conclude, the main blame that I can assign, the main thing I can assign blame to, is that management took things personally. Upper management specifically took things personally. And this ended up making it worse for everybody involved. Because even the talents that managed to depart with their IP and a deal that was feasible enough for them to afford, even they felt awful about the situation. And that's not even saying anything about the talents that have lingering regrets about how they were discriminated against on the way out. So, this is all just kind of fucked. So, in a bizarre twist, despite the fact that Production Kawaii arguably had more in the ways of controversies over the course of its existence, its closure is vastly superior when compared to Ion's, if you are trying to measure for things like goodwill, or if you're trying to measure things like amicability, because Ion has completely dropped the ball, fumbled the bag, fallen face first on the ground when it comes to trying to execute a graceful exit from the industry. And so, at the end of all this, we come back to the main theme, the main question of this stream. What makes for a graceful exit? If everything's gone to shit, if you've already decided your company has no future, how do you move forward so that you don't fuck over yourself and everybody else from having a future in this industry? Again, we can boil it down to 3 main things. First, arguably one of the most crucial components, at least in terms of what the public can actually see. there needs to exist no publicly discernible bad blood between the company and the departing talent. Never shitfling, because regardless of who wins the contest, everyone comes out smelling like shit. It's not worth it, I promise you. Any reputational damage that you think you remedy by speaking out against a talent that has left your company for whatever reason, graduation or termination, I guarantee will not be worth the reputational damage that you will take from being perceived as going after one of your talents personally. And Iron, towards the end of its life cycle, did a lot of that. Second, and this is most crucial for behind the scenes, right? The talent needs to be able to depart in a better state than they were in when they joined. This is pretty self-explanatory. You want to make sure that when your talent leaves, they don't just end up leaving with a net negative, if only, maybe, I don't know, 10, 20 more dollars in their bank account than they had when they first went in, and nothing else to show for it. If all they have are stories and trauma, you've done an abysmal job at parting ways, especially if your company's closing down. At the very least, they should be wealthier. Ideally, they would have a larger audience and their IP as well. Because let me give you all of the people who may stumble across this VOD or stream, who are even a little interested in starting a business in this industry. If your company is closing down and you wish to have a future in this industry, when you let your talents depart with your IP, you're not just letting them have it for free. No, too many people think that that's just an act of charity. It isn't. You are, in fact, bartering. You are bartering with them using the IP for extended goodwill in this industry. You are bartering your own public image when you allow your talents to walk away with an IP that is now worthless to you once your company closes. Oh, Anime Boomers Podcast. Thank you for the raid, Gator. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in. We're talking about we've reached the tail end of the stream where we're now talking about how exactly companies should conduct themselves when they realize that closure is inevitable. So, again, if you allow your talents to walk away with their IP, understand that they are not the only ones walking away with more value at the end of it. If you wish to continue operating in this industry, regardless as a founder of another company, or if you just want to function as a normal everyday creator, it is also in your best interests to ensure that there is a two-way street of goodwill between you and the departing talents. Letting them depart with their IP is fundamentally good for both parties concerned. Even if you sell it to them, at least sell it to them for a price that they can afford, because the alternative is you get absolutely nothing. You've already lost the money that you invested in the model because your company's closing down. Anything you get in return is going to be a benefit, is going to be a boon. Even if you get only $1,000 out of a $10,000 offer, $1,000 is a hell of a lot more than zero. And that's what you're going to get if you just allow that model to rot in a hard drive somewhere after your company shuts down. In addition to that, you also pay a cost that most people don't tend to realize. PR, public relations. You look like a stingy, petty, spiteful bastard if you simply deny people the option of purchasing their model when the model itself holds practically no value to you. You don't need to be a genius to see why that's not a worthwhile trade if you're thinking clearly and with your own commercial viability in mind. And when you are trying to operate as a company, your own commercial viability should always be the foremost concern in your mind. And finally, the talent's contributions to the company need to be publicly and sincerely acknowledged as the two part ways. If you're going to write a graduation announcement saying, "Oh, we're so grateful to Kilia Kuriyami for bearing with us for so long," at least give the talent behind her the option to buy the IP. Otherwise, it's just fucking words past the... It's just breeze past the ear. In Mandarin, we have a proverb or an idiom for that called "erbianfeng," which is basically a way of describing, nonsense, stuff that's not even worth listening to. And the thing is, right, publicly acknowledging that your talent has contributed to the viability of your company is one thing. It is common sense. You won't catch any company not doing that. Because regardless of how abysmally run a company is, most of the time when a talent graduates, they will put out some form of announcement saying, "We are grateful to their contributions to our company." Now, whether that actually looks sincere is, however, quite a different matter. And that is where a lot of companies tend to stumble. Because if you simply say that you appreciate their contributions, but you don't give them the opportunity to depart with something that's worth more to them than it is to you, because it's worth nothing to you, that doesn't exactly sound like the recipe for authenticity now, does it? So, if you are going to part ways with a talent, it is always worth it if you have some way of making it outwardly sincere that you really do appreciate, that you really are grateful, that you really do value the talent that has now left your company. It sounds like the bare minimum. It's a low bar, but it's important to clear it anyways. Just because it's a low bar doesn't mean you have an excuse for tripping over it. Charlie Spur, thank you for the 5. But how am I supposed to punish my talents for failing my company if I give them their IP? See, that's the thing, right? Who fails your company? What talents fail your company? If a talent graduates, that in and of itself is a sign that they are worth enough, that they have contributed enough to your company to warrant a celebration of the time that they were there, to send them off formally. See, terminations are supposed to be instances where someone has actually formally, quote unquote, failed your company, right? But graduations are the opposite. They should, on paper, be a celebration. Just because you're leaving a company doesn't mean you failed it, right? And I know you said that as a joke, right? But I'm just using your super chat to make a point that I do think a lot of agencies miss depressingly often. And so, if your talent is graduating, it is, once again, both in terms of PR and just in terms of ethics and morality, a good idea to try and make it as apparent as possible that you valued what contributions they gave to your company. It's just common sense when you understand that you are working in the entertainment business, that you are working with people, not characters, not IPs, talents and people. And people like feeling appreciated. And people can discern whether someone is being publicly appreciated in a genuine fashion or just with pure lip service. Especially when the occasions start mounting on one another. Power Channel, good point. I don't get it. If you dislike someone that badly, why even get them as your talent in the first place? That is an excellent question. I'm still scratching my head about that, thinking about it now. So, unfortunately, we may never come to understand how exactly Eri managed to cast so many talents that she ended up disliking. But, yeah. We can... the universe only knows. The universe only knows. Let's not put the cart before the horse. True, Charlie. Very true. Common sense. Yeah. Depressingly uncommon in this space. But then again, that's what my streams are for, to point it out. And so, with all of this being said, right, now that we have the 3 main pillars of what constitutes a graceful exit, what you need to prioritize as a company if you are shutting down, if that's inevitable, but you still want to have a future in this industry, right? If you don't want people to only talk about your name with resentment and mockery behind it, there are 2 main things that I want to sort of reiterate to the people who may be watching this stream, who may be coming across this VOD. The first, if you are an administrative worker, if you are a member of management, if you are someone planning on founding your own company, most important advice I can give you, if you want to be able to part amicably with talents, regardless of whether it's your company closing or it's because a talent is either graduating or being terminated, right? If you want to be able to part ways amicably, to have a graceful exit, regardless of who's the one doing the departure, the most important thing I can say is don't let it get personal. You are tasked with being that faceless, nebulous entity whose job it is to bring everybody's dreams and interests to fruition. People need to be able to have confidence in your ability to put aside your own personal biases, disagreements, sometimes even desires, so that you can achieve the best possible outcome for your company. Understand that the way you look in the public eye, your public image, is a valuable thing. And even though it doesn't come with a price tag, it is worth trying to place one on it, even if only in your own head. Because if you let it get personal, if you allow yourself to engage in petty disputes with your own talents, regardless of who's actually morally, legally, contractually in the wrong or right, you will pay for that. Perhaps not with money, perhaps not even with that much time, but you will most certainly pay for that in terms of your public image. And while I can't say that you won't be able to succeed even if you have a poor public image in the space, you're going to make it a hell of a lot harder for yourself to do so. And if you want to succeed in this, even if you are the most cynical, soulless corporate suit imaginable, you still want the chance to make money. And people don't give money to those who harm the creators they love. That's just a matter of audience principle. It's common sense behavior that is automatic and instinctive. If an audience member catches even a whiff that their favorite talent is being mistreated by the people in charge of caring for them, guess what? That audience member is going to look for any way possible to not give money to the person in charge of managing the talent. Now, sometimes if they are especially bothered, they will look for some way of supporting the talent, some way of working around official channels to support them, right? They'll look for a personal throne, they'll look for a Patreon, a Ko-fi link, whatever. But more often than not, they will simply disengage. People are lazy, but people are also busy. And so not everyone has time to try and circumvent the ways that you've set up to make it so that supporting the talent you manage is inseparable from supporting you as a manager. So more often than not, the overwhelming majority of the time, if an audience member picks up that their talent is being mistreated, they will simply give up and disengage from everything entirely. We saw that with Niji Sanji, and everyone here knows how big Niji Sanji was. Your small VTuber startup is no Niji Sanji. You can't afford that, so don't do it. In other words, if you want to succeed in this space by making a business in this space, it sounds obvious, but I can't stress this enough. Yes, you're working with people, but no, you don't get the privilege of allowing it to get personal. To the talents, I would say similar thing, right? If you want to be paid to do something, it's in your best interest to act professionally, right? And so this does to a lesser extent apply to you guys as well. Any talents, prospective talents that happen to be watching this stream or watching this VOD. Professionalism is good, but for the exact same reasons that I would emphasize the importance of professionalism to a prospective CEO or a manager or a member of administrative staff, I would emphasize it to any average creator I come across as well, right? Remember that how you look is your public image, your brand, that is a resource. That is a resource that is worth something. And it is in your best interest to understand that worth. However, there's something else as well, specifically for the talents in this space, specifically for people who may be looking to get into a corporation because they have a dream of making it big. And that is something that's connected to something I've stated many more times in previous streams about VTubing. And it's tied fundamentally to the fact that VTubing is an industry, not a community. And if you want to survive in this industry, you can't think of it as a community, because thinking of it as a community implies that people have your interests at heart. That's not the case. Overwhelming majority of the time, that won't be the case. That's cruel, that's horrible, but that's reality. And so the thing that I want to emphasize to you guys, if you take nothing else away from this stream, you must understand that VTubing is an industry that trades and treads on dreams. And I'm not trying to be poetic with that. This is quite literally the main currency, non-monetary currency, that this industry works off of. Because VTubing is an entertainment industry. Every creator has dreams for what they want to accomplish. It's perfectly understandable. A whole bunch of creators have a whole bunch of different dreams, right? Maybe you want to, maybe it could be something as basic as just being able to press go live and have the overwhelming support of your audience being able to cancel out the voices in your head that tell you you're not worth anything. Or maybe it's something as grand as being able to have your face show on a screen in front of a crowd of screaming tens of thousands as a moment of sports history is made into the background of your singing, right? Maybe you want to achieve a future where you can touch down in any country, and even if the only thing that people, the only point of contact people have with you is a screen on wheels, that you are able to get a crowd to chant your name and be glad that they met you, regardless of which con, which country, which place in the world you are, right? All of those worthy dreams. However, at the same time, you must also acknowledge that those dreams give people leverage over you. Because those dreams are the things that companies will routinely use as a way to entice you to join them. Now, some companies do this with good intentions and authentic desires to follow through on their promises. But you have to be aware that there are going, even the companies that are predatory from day one, that are assembled incompetently, that are managed by apes, they will also try to do the same thing. At some point during the interview/audition process, it is inevitable that you are going to end up giving away something that indicates what your dreams are. And believe you me, it may not be obvious, but people will remember that. People will use that. One of the most important things you can do as a talent is valuating your own dreams. Putting a number onto them, as callous and reductive as that sounds. How many hours am I willing to contribute towards chasing this? How much money am I willing to sink into chasing this? How much stress am I willing to endure while I chase this? Because dreams are fine and dreams are great, but dreams require resources to chase. And the thing is, if you don't come up with that valuation yourself, somebody else is going to do it for you. And now, the chances of somebody else getting it right, yeah, now that's basically zero. And that's not to say that you're going to get it right. Especially the first few times you try to put a number onto your dreams, right? The chances are pretty high that you're not going to get it entirely right yourself. But every time you put a guess onto it, regardless of what that guess is, you are going to be a hell of a lot closer to the correct answer than literally anybody else. So, it sounds cynical and it sounds reductive, but understand that it's not money. Well, money is more a byproduct of how this industry operates. The main thing that is being used, the bait that's put on hooks for you to bite down on as talent, are your own dreams. That is the currency that people are using to trade, to convince you to put your lot in with theirs. And if you don't valuate it, like I said, you lose the ability to define how valuable it is. So, if nothing else, please, learn to valuate your own dreams. And that about sums it up for all of the various things that this topic has brought up. This one was, I'm not going to lie, I feel like every time I do a deep dive into this, I lose a bit more faith in, I lose a bit more, the rose-tinted lenses fall further and further away from my face. Selling sad girls' dreams. Yeah, Azahara, your reply in response to Taiga joking about starting a VTuber Corpo, when you talked about how one of the essential ingredients in starting a VTuber company is gaslighting sad girls into believing that you have their best interests at heart. That is disturbingly accurate to how these corpos actually operate. So, yeah, no, this... I mean, any entertainment industry is going to be inherently predatory, right? Yeah, you're seeing how the sausage is made, Murray? Yeah, that's a good way of phrasing it, yeah. I've seen how the sausage is made, and thus my appetite has been blunted considerably. But, I don't know, this is... I feel like I've sort of pressure cooked myself out of being able to simply turn my brain off and enjoy VTubers, at least to some extent. Because you have the cute girls doing cute things, right? But it's very hard to keep that up when the girl in question is accidentally acting as a PR agent for a neglectful company. Because if there's one thing that isn't cute, it is exploitation and abuse. So like what Pomu experienced? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Taking advantage of passion, yeah. I mean, like I said, that's a thing that's going to define every entertainment industry, and VTubing isn't special. It's new, relatively speaking, but it's not special. The same laws that applied to Hollywood when it was first, hitting its stride, getting larger, and now stagnating, declining, and it, disintegrating into a festering heap of corruption and debauchery. The same thing is going to happen with VTubing, is already in the process of happening with VTubing. But I'm not entirely sure that people are ready for that. Hence why I do these streams. Because at the end of the day, we all have our moments, right? Sitting around, while I yap about someone doing something stupid, or I make fun of someone who's trying to exploit their employees, etc., etc. We all have a good laugh. We all have a few moments to distract ourselves from various things going on in our lives. But at the end of the day, this is a lot of people's jobs. And you can't really expect the corporations that will always crop up, right? If you think 2024 was rough, I have no doubt that 2025 will show us things that we've never seen before. But if we're talking about, corpos entering the space, right? If we're talking about wanting a higher standard of professionalism in this space, you can't really expect corporations to do that if the people in this space don't hold them to that. And part of holding them to that is admittedly exhibiting that degree of professionalism yourself, right? If you want to join a professional company, then you need to exhibit professional conduct, even when you're not in a company. But at the same time, and this is going to tie into the next week's stream. The waiting room is already up, by the way, in case any of you want to, head on over, like it, or, put some sort of like notifications on thing to indicate when I go live for that. But the plan is for next week's stream, right? What I want to do at the end of this month, the reason why we've gone with this theme, to reiterate from previous weeks, of looking at these, the small corpos that died over the course of 2024, analyzing their failings, what they could have done differently, examples of good action, bad action, ineffective action, and effective action. The aim is to give people better metrics to hopefully judge which corporations exhibit an acceptable degree of professionalism and which corporations don't. And if the people who are, people like Nene Amano, Kilia Kuriyami, any of the other talents who ended up becoming the flagships of their dying corporations, if these creators have a better chance at essentially enabling their inherent prejudice against exploitation before they end up in a pit, that's going to make it a lot harder for these microcorps that have no intention of being in it for the long haul to sustainably operate. They will die a lot sooner, and they will die a lot more frequently. And to be honest, I think that's a good thing. Because at least speaking from the perspective of a member of the audience, I would prefer that my Oshi, my independent Oshi, even if they are looking for a new home, I would prefer for them to only go to the options that will actually give a shit about them than the options that will simply view them as a statistic, an IP, a number to be exploited. And if there are any microcorps that crop up with that mindset, I would like for them to die as soon as possible. I have absolutely no hesitation, no compunction around trying to pussyfoot around their existence. If they die because of their own awful practices, small violin. I'm not exactly going to be waiting around to shed a few tears. Now, maybe there are a few talents that are talented, talents who are, very skilled, very, worth watching, etc., that, are impacted by the fallout of it. But I mean, and this is admittedly, I don't pretend at being a loyal or virtuous, viewer or anything like that. So, personally, I would rather one of my favorite talents depart from a company with a little bit of heartbreak while still having their dreams intact than to watch a talent go through the ringer an innumerable number of times to the point where by the time they leave the company, perhaps they're not as distressed, but they're also dead inside. Because like I said, the thing that makes this industry work, just like any other entertainment industry, are the fact that the people who you see on screen are people chasing dreams. That's the fundamental thing that's being sold to both audiences and talents alike. And once that talent's dream dies, well, I don't really know if that talent is still going to be... Well, obviously, the talent's not going to be quite the same. Definitely not as enjoyable. If they die, they die. Yeah, pretty much. Already in the waiting room? Hey! Thank you, Ricky Brent. But yeah, no, next week's stream is going to be focused more on looking at specific marketing tricks that these corporations use to try and curry favor with both audiences and prospective talents, to try and tell them, oh, look at us, oh, we're such a good agency, etc., while giving literally no indication of how viable they actually are. Because, I'll be honest, there are a lot of marketing, these little sleights of hand in VTuber-related marketing, especially VTuber Corpo startups, that have been so cliched, so overdone, so overplayed, that at this point I am thoroughly sick of them. And I would like to contribute as much as personally possible with what little platform I have. I would like to be able to contribute to people learning to doubt, to not fall for these easy marketing tricks, and to be able to see past them to actually critically evaluate how well a company's really running. One of the tricks, and this is something I will talk about a bit more, is the whole transparency shit. I'm very sick of companies abusing transparency as a marketing point. Because, I'll be honest, transparency, it's not nearly the silver bullet to proving your company's legitimacy, as quite a lot of people seem to believe. Chairman should do a chill stream where he just plays balloons. I mean, I have one coming up, albeit it's a member stream, and albeit it's, well, I don't know, it's going to be chill, but the topic's a little serious. Coming up on the 22nd or 21st if you're in the US, different time zone. But yeah, coming up later this week, a members-only stream where I'm going to be yapping about a funeral that I attended not too long ago. And just some general thoughts. But yeah. Charlie Spell, thank you for the 2. All talents are a family. Oh yeah, no, yeah. If you ever come across a company that unironically tries to say, oh, we're all such a close family. Yeah, no, fucking run. That's a fucking cult, not a fucking company. But yeah. Hold on. Let me switch over to the to the head hold screen. Let me just go back and check to see if I've missed any super chats while I've been yapping. Yeah, start the MGR playthrough. I need to first make sure that because I stream off of a laptop, I need to make sure that my laptop can actually handle running MGR in the first place. So we'll see. I don't want to promise anything because I don't even know if my machine is capable of that. I am currently eyeing up a new PC that I can use because my situation is it's a little bit more stable than it was when I first started streaming, which is nice, and I can actually start to look at getting an immobile device so that I can stream better. You missed one of mine? Yeah, no, I think I did. So let me see. Oh, thank you for the 2, Charlie Spur. Rima is my horse and you are my saddle. I don't know if that means what you think it means, Charlie. But thank you for the 2. Mercurius August, thank you for the 5. You care about super chatters more than other footstools, right, Chairman? No. I care about you guys more in the sense that you have access to more things. Like, you know, you have access to the emojis, and stuff like that. But generally speaking, I'm very grateful. The thing that I'm most grateful for is your time, because that's the most valuable resource that you give me. And even if you're just watching a VOD or anything like that, and if you're not donating, not a member, you're still giving me time. And I really appreciate that. So while I do technically care about you more because you have access to more benefits than the average grey name, spiritually I care about all of you equally. Let me just check. Master N, thank you for the 2. Why is every agency copying Niji's homework? See, the thing is, right, there is a possibility that Niji copied Project Kawaii's homework, although that's just a rat, right? That's my personal speculation. Because I've never seen a corporation do that, like whip out all of the talents to get together and talk using a joint statement in a stream with a black or white background, right? I've never seen that prior to Project Kawaii. Or happened before Project Kawaii did that with their Gen 3 walkout. So I think there is a non-zero chance that maybe, just maybe, Niji En got the idea to do the black screen stream from looking at what Kawaii did. I don't think that's out of the question. Oh yeah, Mercurius, thank you for the gifted membership. I saw that fly by earlier, but I forgot. You still think the same? I cannot answer that question. That's mean. Checked in for the drama, subscribe for the education. Aw, that's nice. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad that whenever people find me informative, I'm glad that they now feel better equipped to know things. Let me check. Thank you for the 2, Mercurius. Contribution for Chairman Funko Pops. I don't even know how my model would work as a Funko Pop, to be honest. It would probably look disastrous. There's a non-zero chance I would end up looking like a half-melted marshmallow with how Funko Pops have that that weird, that uncanny valley smooth aesthetic that they have. Oh, Mikurs, thank you for the 5. I'm a member of... Oh, I think I read that out. I'm a member of Nene Amano's channel. That's just how she talks. Small contribution to keeping the rain off the channel. Oh, yeah, so everything else I've already read. Excellent! I think I've gone through all of that. Let me check to make sure I haven't missed any gifted memberships. Hold on. It'll be funny if other Funko Pops could sit on yours. That would actually be good design. Like, I would forgive Funko Pops for existing if they found out a way to make that work. Let me check. I already said thank you to Prince of Dew. I already answered that. Okay, I think I've caught up on everything. I am actually I am a competent streamer. So yeah, thank you so much for tuning in, you guys. This was admittedly one of the shorter streams that I've been doing over the past compared to the past few weeks. Timestamping this one is not going to take as long. Slides, as usual, will be going up on Patreon for free after this stream is over. So if you're not a member of my Patreon, feel free to just sign up. Like I said, you don't actually have to pay money in order to have access to all of my slides. So if there's a particular graphic or something that you're interested in looking at or even downloading for yourself to use, whether it be for personal use or because you are a manager in a corporation and you think that one of the ideas are worth talking about in a meeting or whatever, yeah, just feel free to download those. If you want to give me credit, I would always welcome that, but that's honestly non-essential since I'm giving it out for free and in public anyways. So, let me find somebody to raid. Oh yeah, no, yeah, I have a stream next week where I will be, like I said, talking through common marketing tricks that irk me personally. Things that I wish people would take with more skepticism. But let me see who else is live. Oh, Sayu is live. Sayu's hosting a collab. She's playing a horror game. Once Human. Thank you for the stream. No problem, guys. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for showing up. I'm always very grateful when you guys show up for a stream, especially when I talk about topics that are maybe a little bit more niche, especially more niche in reference to the wider industry. Because, like I said, Project Kawaii, they didn't manage to get. They're no Hololive. They're no Niji Sanji, but I do think that their collapses have some pretty important lessons to learn from them. I want the real figurine to release already. Maybe try Pio or somebody new. Hold on. Pio? I'd recommend the Uruka. We'll see about some of the other faces. Hold on, let me just see. I don't think Uruka's even live, because I'm subscribed to her, so it should show up if she was. You know, hold on, let me search up Pier. Let me see. Just out of curiosity. Oh yeah, she's live. Maybe for a future raid, we will raid Pier. But for now, I've already locked it in. We will raid Sayu. Hold on, let me just check that everything's working okay. Everything's properly locked in. All right. No, I have heard of Pia. I just wanted to make sure it's the same one that I was thinking of. The one who was nominated for one of the for the ASMR award in VTuber, for the VTuber awards, if I'm remembering correctly. Uruka's live? Wait, what? She didn't show up. Hold on, let me see. Maybe she doesn't have random raids enabled. I could see that being the case. Yeah, no, that's probably the case, yeah. Alright. We're going to be raiding Sayu. As usual, behave when you enter her stream, when you get into her chat. I'll be heading on over myself for a little bit as well. And thank you again for tuning in. Thank you for giving me your time if you're watching the VOD. Hope you enjoyed this. Hope you found this informative. And keep your eye on my community tab. More announcements to come about future content. I'll be announcing next week's stream formally on both Twitter and that. Follow me on Twitter, by the way, if you have a Twitter but you don't already follow me. And oh yeah, remember to like and subscribe, all of that stuff. It helps me with the algorithm, yada yada, YouTube, blah blah blah. And I will see you next week. Oh, Rising Star, my bad. Yeah, Rising Star. I will see you next week. Otsu chair. Otsu chair.